Welcome to this course on how to create an amazing personal brand for yourself. My name is Alex Ginadinik and I'll be your instructor. In this video, I'll briefly tell you about my own experience in personal branding and how this course is going to flow, and we'll start right away. Well, I'm very passionate about sharing information about personal branding because it's special to me, because it's been my business for the last 10 plus years. I've been running a successful personally branded business that started in the mobile app space, and then I transferred to the e-learning space, and I've reached millions upon millions of people online and have lived that lifestyle of flexibility, all the amazing things that come with personal branding. Now, that's me. We'll talk a little bit more about my background as the course goes on, but we're not here for me, we're here for you. So, as your journey begins in personal branding, what I want you to think about is this analogy of a pyramid. In any industry, when it comes to personal brands, there's a lot of people who try to create a personal brand and they're at the bottom of the pyramid. And as they work and work and work, they inch up and they get to the top of the pyramid. The top of the pyramid, the little tip there, this is where you have the recognition. You make good money. You're the top, not 1%, but 0.1%. And all the things you ever dream of happen and even more. But to get here is very, very hard because, yes, it's easy to, fake it till you make it. Like buy followers to just beat the people who are on the bottom of the pyramid. But we don't care about that. We don't care about beating the bottom 10%. We don't care about beating the 50%. We don't care about being above average. That's not good enough. We don't really care about being good. Top 80%, top 90%. The money and the fame and the recognition, all the amazing things happen when you get to the tip of the pyramid. Top, above 1%. This is where things get going, and it's really hard. Because when you're competing against the top 1% or people who are above the top 1%, your competition is world class and you have to become world class. This is the exciting part of this course. I'm going to show you even how to get all the way up to the ladder, climb the ladder of personal branding. But then I'm going to show you productivity techniques and extra advanced things that actually get you over the hump, just like it happened with me. Now in my industry, like in e-learning, I'm not a top 1% instructor, I'm a top 0.1% instructor. And it's a great place to be, but it's also a difficult place to be because you're competing against other top 0.1% people. It's going to be a great thing for you, but you ultimately want to become the best, right? It's almost never ending. So that's this course. We're going to get you all the way up this pyramid. We're going to create an outline, a path for you, and show you how to compete against the very, very best so that all your dreams connected to having a personally branded business come true, and much further beyond that. So that's going to be this course. Welcome, and let's begin. In this video, I want to extend on the analogy we created in the previous video of that influencer and personal branded business pyramid, where you climb the pyramid, and I want to zero in on how the process goes as you climb the pyramid. And the truth is that it isn't a smooth pyramid. What you'll see in the pyramid is it's almost like little steps. There's a staircase. So it's not a smooth ride up or down, it's a staircase. And what we want is to have a large magnitude for our steps. We don't want to take a million little steps and do a million little tasks just to get to the top. We want to take large steps. So in this video, let's actually take a look at it and explore and think about how to take large steps. Large steps come from successes. The larger you have as your initial successes, the bigger the jumps you make along this pyramid, the bigger the steps. Now, how do you create successes? It's easy for me to say, it's hard to do. What we actually have to do is, in the beginning, choose a relatively small niche so that we're not competing against giant influencers or big businesses, and it's a winnable niche. For example, very early on in my influencer marketing business and my personal branded business, I was focusing on the app market, and specifically app marketing. I was known, like this is like 10 years ago, but I was kind of known as the app marketing guru because I got millions of downloads from my own apps, etc. And so I created a book about app marketing. It's actually, I think, still one of the best books, or one of the top books on this, just specifically on a very small niche, app marketing. But you see, it's still the best one just because other people just don't compete with me in that too much. There's only a handful of people who specialize in app marketing. Same thing I did, I made a course about it, I created coaching, and actually it was relatively lucrative by itself because I was winning that niche. And so I became known in that niche. And that equated to a relatively big jump. And that big jump got me bigger opportunities. Like I was able to talk in larger podcasts. I was invited to different shows, etc. And then I got more and more notoriety, right? But without that initial win, first the win was success with my own app marketing, then doing that for others, then all the media I did like YouTube, podcasts, etc., course, book, etc., all the stuff. And then that got me all the notoriety that I was able to take the next steps. Without all this pre-built work, there was no way I was going to take next steps. So that's food for thought for you, is what relatively small niche can you dominate and win in? And how can you differentiate so that you're not seen as similar or kind of the same thing as current existing people who are winning in some big niche? This is the thinking, and you don't want to get greedy early, because a lot of people start out and they say, I want to travel and I want to become a travel influencer. Okay, travel influencer, that's a multi-billion dollar space. There are tens of thousands of travel influencers. Most of them actually don't even do that well because there's a few travel influencers who do extremely well and everybody else struggles because they're trying to be the same. And people who differentiate and are unique, like maybe travel outdoors to certain areas, or luxury travel, or cheap travel, or adventure travel, like there's actually really known influencers on sailboat travel. I was just made aware of that space recently, and I looked at it and I was like, wow, there's just relatively small niche it seems, but it's a lot of people and very lucrative for the top influencers. So this is what you want to do, and this is what we're going to do, and this is what I'm going to help you do in the coming videos, is I'm going to help you find a differentiation and a niche. Niche is basically a sub-market where even if you're new, you can get in early and be very competitive and win that niche relatively early so that it can be your step. And the food for thought I also want to plant in your mind is you really jump higher with the quality of your work. So for example, if I created a course or a book or did anything with that initial niche of mine, let's say if my book sold nothing and the other activity of mine did very little, then that step would be very, very tiny. But if you do something really well, like really do create the best in your little niche, but best, then you take a much higher leap forward, much higher step. And that's the food for thought I want to plant to you, that you've got to win with quality. You don't want to fake it till you make it too much. You want to legitimately have people see you, oh, you know what you're talking about, you're trustworthy, likable, and you do great work. They want to follow you then. And that's how you take the largest steps along your path of becoming an influencer in your personal branded business. With this video, I want to begin the section of the course in which we're going to discuss how to choose your niche for a personally branded business. And you can think of your niche as your specialization, as your differentiation. We're going to talk a lot about this throughout the course because I would say it's the second biggest reason people don't succeed in their personal branded business if they choose a wrong niche. The first and most common reason people don't succeed is if they just don't do the work. They have a great idea, they have a great vision, but on a day-to-day basis, they just don't do enough work or good enough work. That's the most common case for any business. But the second worst is if you choose a wrong niche, because what happens to most people? Most people have a vision. I want to be a travel influencer or have a personally branded business talking about travel or cars or sports. These are all like multi billion-dollar industries which are wildly competitive. And so if you're just starting your business, it's very hard to compete, and it's hard to get traffic, it's hard to get noticed, which is why there's so much focus on differentiation and niche, with the idea that you choose a small niche, but a one out of which you can grow out. You can maybe start talking about some specific aspect of, let's say, cars, but you will eventually grow out of it to larger and larger topics, but you have to win that first small niche. So let me talk about how to choose a niche. Of course, it should be something that you know a lot about and you're passionate about, all those things, of course, but there's also a practical aspect to it that you will have to be able to promote your personally branded business. Now, you have this first large set of options when it comes to that. Most people, of course, have a balance of they promote or they have a presence on their own website and they do all the marketing for their own website, which is great because you dictate the prices, you have all the flexibility, great. But also you have to probably, most people are also present on some kind of a marketplace or a large platform like a Udemy or a YouTube or an Instagram or a TikTok and go large, or podcasting. So you're on some platform combined with your own website. That's the recipe for most personally branded businesses, with the difference being how much of a presence on any of these, right? Some people are like, I'm a podcaster, and some people are like, I'm an Instagram or TikTok star, and some people are like, I'm none of these, I'm somewhere else, I'm doing something else. Because there's just so many different kinds of personally branded businesses. But what I want to urge you to think about is, let's say you want to be a TikTok star, great. You can create a great personally branded business just from that as a start. But can you win your niche? So the niche you choose, you look at your niche, like let's say you want to do yoga. Okay, there's already like a wildly popular industry. Maybe yoga for older people would be a good niche. Probably that's still popular, right? And maybe that's not the right audience because TikTok is younger. So you start thinking, is there another place where it's ideal for me and where my audience hangs out and I can promote? So you narrow down enough to think, maybe I can promote here because the other influencers in this niche aren't that great. Maybe they're good, but like not great. And so you think, okay, that's an opportunity. And you balance that with, okay, that niche is still good for me. I still know a lot about it. I'm passionate about it still. And over time, I can expand as my traffic grows. And then you start thinking, okay, so that's going to be, maybe TikTok is how I'm going to get my traffic. And maybe the products are going to be on my website, or products are going to be somewhere else. And how do I got to lead people to my email list so they can sign up, all that, right? But the traffic part is what we're after here. And the traffic comes after, the ability to get traffic really comes after choosing the right niche. And in the few coming videos, we're going to focus a lot on choosing your niche because it's so important. Right niche makes things easy. A niche that's not carefully chosen makes a lot of your work a lot harder, or sets you up for failure even. So that's what we don't want. That's why I'm really focusing on it early. And I'll give you an example of early on for me. When I was just starting in the entrepreneurship and starting a business niche, I had an app that was a business planning app, and I had expertise from that and experience in the business planning niche. And I looked, and the best marketing I could have done was to come up in Google. If people search for business plans, they would find me on Google and hire me to like either write a business plan for them, which is a 4-figure kind of a deal, or they would maybe buy some book of mine about business planning or something else because I had a lot of content and products about business planning. But I just looked at the Google searches, and all I was doing was competing with like multi-million or billion-dollar companies, and I thought to myself, I can't. It's going to be impossible. So I looked on YouTube at that time. This was a long time ago, but I looked on YouTube, and YouTube looked like more of a wide open space. So I told myself, oh, YouTube, I'm going to do YouTube. And I did a lot of videos on business planning. And that naturally led me to explore video content like Udemy. So I did a course on it, which has been successful for me. And so you see, I steered away from the SEO, the search engine optimization in Google, because that was going to be too competitive for me. And I steered towards easier places to promote. And that worked out. Now, I understand that some people in this course maybe have a lot of experience in marketing. Many people have zero experience in marketing, so this conversation is a little bit difficult. So we are going to talk a lot about different marketing strategies in this course so that you get up to speed with TikTok and Instagram and online courses and all the possible things, and YouTube, so that you have that background by the end of the course and you can think more fluently about how to choose your niche and whether some niches or specialization is going to work well in one platform or the other. But in this video, I just want to prep you for this really important topic that you have to get right, and I'm going to do my best to guide you. Of course, I'm here to help you. And the first step is this video to start thinking about how narrow should you focus. And narrow is fine because we want to win that initial market, because you're not going to be narrow forever, you're going to be big long term, but you have to start somewhere narrow where you can compete, and then you have to choose the platforms wisely to compete on so that it all comes together. You compete, you win that niche, and that becomes your first large step in that set of stairs onto the top of the pyramid of being the top influencer in your niche. So that's what we're going to discuss in the few coming videos, is how to wisely choose your niche, with this video being your initial food for thought for it.
Most people have heard of business niches, but most people also don't realize exactly what it is. So let's talk about it, and I'll give you a definition and some examples so that you crystallize this idea in your mind, and that will actually make it easier for you to find it. So it's a subset of a market that you can focus on serving. If you take a big market, a niche is a subset. The reason you need it and it helps you is that it gives you specialization, because a big market is too big for a small company, so you need to dominate a small part of it. So it gives you specialization and uniqueness and differentiation, so that, let's say you're a marketing company that helps dentists. That would make dentists much more likely to hire you because you specialize in helping specifically them. And it doesn't mean that you only serve dentists for the rest of your life and you're not going to serve anybody else and you're going to lose money by staying small. You're just going to get clients easier in that niche. It's going to be easier to sell and to get recommendations and referrals. And of course, the idea is eventually, once you dominate your current niche, you'll grow out of it. So let's go over some examples of very famous companies that did exactly that. Amazon, they started only selling books online. That was their niche. After that, they added different verticals. They sold furniture, another vertical, something else. Now they dominate nearly all e-commerce. They sell almost everything. But they started somewhere small and manageable. Same thing with Facebook. They only started as a social media network in one college. Like if you were an adult, or if you were younger, or if you were in a different college, you couldn't even get an account. So they started small, dominated that, and grew out of that. And for most businesses, no matter what happens in the future, you should always have some specializations. For example, even though I'm a business coach and I can help people with different kinds of businesses, online businesses, offline, in mobile apps, business planning, event marketing, affiliate marketing, and a few other niches. So if anybody needs that specifically, that actually allows me to promote those specific services better, because fewer people are competing against me, but also clients are much more likely to buy from me.
In this video, I want to show you an example of a client of mine with whom I'm actually working like right now. We wanted to do something with social media, and obviously social media marketing is just so crowded. So we chose social media contests. That's the niche. It seems like a tiny niche, or it might seem like still a big niche to you. Well,
we went on YouTube and we went on Google and we researched like how competitive is it. We did settle on social media contests. So companies who run social media contests, and that's many companies, we are going to give them the right content and we're going to make my client the influencer. That's our strategy. And our strategy is something called topic clustering. So there may be existing content that has a head start, maybe has a lot of views already on YouTube. How do we beat them? Well, in Google and in YouTube, you can build authority on a topic, and by building authority, you will outrank other channels or other influencers or other content creators who maybe just have 1 or 2 videos on such a topic. So we decided we're going to create videos only on social media contests. Everything possible about social media contests, we're going to cover that, and we're not going to cover much else. And so we're going to have a lot of related content, always mentioning in different videos social media contests and such. So we're going to grow authority inside YouTube. And that's especially good because one viewer can watch many, many videos. And obviously, the more videos they watch, the more they like our stuff, and then the more they engage further. So it might be a niche, but we're going to monetize it strongly. Here are our chosen monetization strategies. First of all, affiliate marketing. There's a lot of software for automating social media contests. We're going to promote that. And we're going to promote, for example, if some company doesn't have the time or resources or manpower to run their social media marketing contests, then my client is actually going to do that through a freelancing service. And he can do this long term. And by the way, this can turn into much more, because if they like his help in the freelancing for social media contests, he can start managing their Facebook campaigns, Twitter campaigns, and they can become his regular client. And you only need a few such clients a month to start making good income. And then obviously once this grows, you can start hiring people and so on and so on. And this can actually become a big business. The goal is to just retain these clients and have them hire you for more and more services. And of course, in our case, ongoing contests. Secondary monetization strategies will be through ads and influencer sponsorships, because the idea here is that we're going to make my client kind of like the go-to guy, the influencer, and the most authoritative and knowledgeable person about running social media contests and corporate contests and things like that. So obviously with that comes a lot of exposure and sponsorship opportunities where brands will want to have themselves promoted on his channel. Now, how do we choose the platform? Like, why was it a blog versus YouTube versus something else like Instagram? Well, right now, blogs are just really hard to promote with SEO. You can get traffic to them, but it's just really hard to get a lot of traffic. So we chose YouTube, and we'll turn the content into blogs later. So we're not forgetting about the blogs, but YouTube is priority number 1, and it's priority number 1 to rank for all kinds of keywords like how to run contests, software for contests, and so on and so on. I'll show you that in a second. This is that actual channel, and you see it's just starting out, so we only have 5 videos on the channel, and the idea is to make like 1 video per day for the first 30 days and kind of slow down after that. We're just starting with this. There's only 23 subscribers. It's literally like 5 days old. So when I tell you we're literally just working on it, we're literally just working on it. But you see, I'll make it a little bigger, and if you look at the titles of the videos, see like giveaway rules, that's keywords, right? We're using Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Then we do contests versus giveaways versus sweepstakes. We're trying to rank for all these keywords. Then this one, how to choose the best contest giveaway prize, and more keywords. How to use contests to improve your SEO and get email subscribers. You see more and more keywords. We're basically going to end up covering all the potential keywords related to the social media contest space, and eventually hopefully rank for all of this. So this is going to be a sustainable source of traffic. As long as these videos rank in YouTube search, they're going to continue giving him exposure, improve his personal brand, and this is going to be lead generation to help him get clients. And those clients, he basically will have to turn into long-term, high-paying clients. And if he manages to do all this, he will carve out a niche, make himself an influencer in that niche, and build a sizable business in that niche, all through this strategy. let's talk more about your personal brand niche research. I'll give you a few strategies for finding your niche, and then we'll go over some examples of popular influencers. So, of course, you need to find something that you are passionate about or at least interested in, because you're going to need to be in the space you choose for a while, maybe years. So you better be really interested and not sick of it, and not in it only for the money. Also, it's really helpful if you can bring a strength to it, some expertise, some experience, or maybe your education is in it. Because if you're starting from zero, has its own problems, because the first few months or 6 months is all a huge learning curve and full of mistakes. So you don't want that. Then a lot of people wonder, am I going to make money? And actually, your first niche should only be somewhat profitable. It doesn't need to be that profitable, because remember, this is only your first step and you're going to be growing out of it. So in the beginning, money doesn't matter. And really, because you have no audience, not much traction, nothing, even if it was profitable, you still wouldn't make money because there's just no audience yet. And a lot of times, people make these really common errors. They say, I'm going to get into the make money online niche or the weight loss niche. But hold on, that's the anti-opposite of niche, because those are gigantic industries, not niches. Niches might be something narrow in those industries. So let me give you some examples of niches and entrepreneurs who have succeeded in them. So the first one is somebody I've followed for over 10 years, Barry Schwartz, in the SEO niche. On Twitter, he's at RustyBrick. He was just a fan of SEO. He was just interested in it. He started a blog, daily updates of what's happening in the SEO industry. So he was so intensely into it that he was posting daily. And then he became a source. Like, people came to him with questions. People reported changes to him. He started going to conferences. He started developing relationships with people at Google. And then he actually got hired by bigger and bigger publications to write. And now everybody in the SEO industry, if they're anybody, they know about Barry Schwartz. If he wants to, so he can get clients that he can do SEO for, he can get speaking gigs, he can get anything he wants, because he's extremely well known in the SEO industry. And that really came from a passion project, which really differentiates him, because there's tens of thousands of people doing SEO, but nobody was doing it as intensely as he was. And that's why he really ultimately, with persistence, stood out. Another person is actually a friend of mine, Steve P. Young. He has one of the best known personal branded businesses in the mobile app space. You can find him at Steve P. Young. He started with a podcast. Every week he would interview some kind of a mobile app entrepreneur. I've actually been on that podcast twice over the years, and he's had some of the biggest names in the industry, like the founders of all the major companies and the founders of many of the major apps. And because he invited all those influencers to his podcast, every podcast interview that he did with them was like a way to start a relationship with somebody in there. And so in some sense, he has become the most networked individual in the mobile app industry. He literally knows everybody because he's interviewed everybody. His podcast started something in like 2011 or 12, like ages ago, and he's been doing it weekly. And again, if you're doing marketing or entrepreneurship or business in the mobile app space, sooner or later, eventually, you'll hear of Steve Young. Plus, he's all over, obviously, the podcast, also YouTube. And he has a really great agency that he built on top of that. It's a premium mobile app marketing agency, and he's doing extremely financially well, even though early on he started a podcast for years that didn't pay anything almost. Another person is Mark Mawhinney. This is another person who started with having a podcast. In fact, he had a daily podcast every day for multiple years now. He's still doing it. Every weekday, he interviews a new coach, and he has become a coach for coaches. He charges high rates. He is extremely well known in the industry thanks to his podcast. He's active on all other social media, including very active on Facebook, but he started, and his main source of publicity is his own podcast. And what differentiated him is that he did it daily, and it's actually really hard to do a podcast daily, so almost nobody could compete with him. So he outcompeted all the other podcasters. So if you're getting into a competitive niche, frequent, high-quality content set him apart and made him one of the top coaches that coaches other business coaches, other executive coaches. He teaches coaches how to coach better, how to make more money. And so he became a very well-known person in the industry. Now, a whole different angle are the whole Kim Kardashian's Dr. Phil's. These are the people who are extremely good at getting publicity. Dr. Phil, he was recommended by Oprah. He's on TV all the time. Is he the best psychologist, psychiatrist? Not at all. He doesn't even particularly practice it that much. He's more of a TV personality, but he was incredibly good at leveraging media. Same thing with all these personalities like Kim Kardashian and all the like pseudo celebrities. Whatever you think of her, it's hard to deny that she leveraged media really well. In her case, all the modern social media and of course television. So this is when you really want to go big, like Dr. Phil. Not at all the best therapist, but he's the most known because he leveraged the best media, which is television. Today, YouTube and podcasts can get you more views than television, but it's extremely hard. But if you become that good at it, you'll become so well known that you'll build a tremendous business on top of that. Now, there's of course the famous YouTubers, people like PewDiePie and Logan Paul. What's common about them? They're kind of similar, but kind of different. PewDiePie started reviewing games. Logan Paul is kind of a vlogger. Both of them are quite sensationalist. Like if you look at their headlines, it's all like, why did I buy my girlfriend a $10,000 something rather? Or why did I buy her a horse? Or something like this. Or PewDiePie might make something like, why should some people die? Or something weird. And then he would get a ton of bad attention about it. And then his numbers would explode. And at different times, these two creators, I believe they were the top YouTubers at different times. And so they're very sensationalist and they generally speak to a very young audience, because an older audience, they're not as interested as like, why did this guy who I don't even know spend $10,000? Who cares? But teenagers, they see the fancy cars, they see talk about money, and they want to know more. And so these vloggers use those sensationalist headlines. They are like kind of entertaining and funny, both of them, Logan Paul and PewDiePie. Are they the funniest people in the world? By far, no. But because they were able to be so sensationalist and again leverage the modern TV, which is YouTube, they were able to get more views and more notoriety than even TV can get you. So these are many examples of very different kinds of people who built very sizable personal brands, each doing something unique in their niche or leveraging media in a brilliant way. If you're just starting out and you're looking to find a niche, I'm going to show you an example of a place where I'm just starting out and I'm looking to find a niche. So in the entrepreneurship space, I already have somewhat of a personal brand, so it may seem a little unfair for me to be giving examples because I already have a head start because I've got years of effort put into it. But I'm also a very amateur musician. So you see I have a music channel right here with only 45 subscribers. So I'm an absolute beginner here. And I want to walk you through how I'm going to pursue a niche and how I'm going to carve a niche and my plan for it. And the cool thing is that neither you nor I know how this will pan out. I'm actually walking you through something that I'm doing right now. You see this premiered in June 8th, 2020. I'm filming this at around June 16th, 2020. So what the future holds, I don't know, but I'm going to walk you through how I plan it. And it really is interesting to think about. I really also can't predict the future. I can only base things from my expertise and my knowledge, but also it's risk and it's going to involve a lot of effort. So I'm going to walk you through what's happening. So I only have a few music videos on this channel. There are some cover songs, there are some originals. They're not good because I'm not good, but I'm really working hard to become better. And I feel like I've hit a stride. And with this video, I have a few videos that are supposed to be coming out. I don't know if they will, but that's my plan. And so I'm trying to build up a little bit of an audience, which is going to be my first very tiny niche. And from that audience, I'm hoping that this audience helps the other songs grow and all the songs will kind of reinforce each other. And people who find one song go on to listen to more songs and so on. So how did I do this? So I took a Russian song. I speak Russian. And so I took an old Russian song. It's, Georgian song. It's a song like I think it's from the 60s or 70s, and I rewrote it. It's a pretty song. I'll actually post a link in the description of this video to the video and to my YouTube channel so you can take a look. I don't make any money from this. I don't run ads. I don't plan to run ads. This is just a hobby for me, and I'm actually passionate about it. It's something I like to share. So I actually would appreciate if you take a look and comment it. But anyway, I rewrote this song. So number one, my niche is both English and Russian. You see, I'm trying to target keywords that are both in English and Russian. And what I'm really hoping to do is rank for a few of these keywords like Georgian song or the same thing in Russian or this Georgian song, because people search that. And obviously it's very hard because there's a lot of music videos already competing on that, including the original musician who is very good and that stuff. But my advantage obviously is that I'm pretty good at marketing. So I have a chance here and I got a lot of different keywords. So my hope is that if I show you results, search results, this is the cover image of the song. You see the eyes. I might change it, but this is that song. And you see it's only published a week ago. And you see some of my other songs are here. But really, I'm all the way down, 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 down. You see how much I had to scroll up? A lot. I may be video something like 100 or more down. But my goal is to start getting recommended at some point. Maybe like this woman who also, I don't know her, but she's got like 14,000 views. This person, some other videos here have tens of thousands of views. So my hope is that I'll land somewhere there. It's not a terribly big goal. Like for a music video, music is the hardest thing to promote perhaps because it's so crowded. But at the same time, for a music video, if it's any reasonably good, it's not out of the question to over time get 1,000 views, 10,000 views. That's not that out of the question. And if I do, I'll start getting recommended next to some of these videos. For example, if I click on one here, there's music videos that get recommended, and at some point my hope is that one of mine will start getting recommended. Obviously the threshold here is very high. You see this video has almost 200,000 views, this one has 100,000, this one has 300,000, but as mine gets into the thousands and tens of thousands, my hope is that I will start getting recommended and grow. And once I not become number one in this niche, but once I get at least somewhere, like become like top 10, top 20, top 30, some of the people who like this genre will come to my channel, subscribe, and help me build my channel a little by little. And then as I have my new next songs, hopefully they like that similar style and they'll stick around to listen to my songs. So this is kind of like my first step into my music marketing. And obviously with my next songs, they're going to have similar plans to also be kind of like step-by-step ladder. And at some point, I'm looking to build up an audience and hopefully release more songs and so on and so on. And over time, grow my own music brand. But before I do that, I've got to piggyback on these tiny, tiny niches and try to win them, because going into something that's even bigger would be impossible because I would just get drowned out. Even now, I'm getting drowned out and I have to do a lot of marketing to push up this video and to get it to rank higher and higher. And same with my next videos. But if I do that, it will get enough exposure and engagement for me to build on it. So hopefully that explained or helped you understand how I, as a very beginner in some niche, try to kind of attack a certain space. In this video, I want to introduce a template or a worksheet that I made for you to help you plan your path for creating a self-branded business. So it's called the Self-Branded Business Fill in the Blanks form, just because that's what I named it. But as you go through the course, look at what you'll do. Choosing a niche. So you'll note what your niche will be, what your sub-niche will be, and what your sub-sub-niche will be. Then your future niche expansion. So this is just to help you plan. Once you have your niche, of course, you'll do your marketing plan. This is how you'll do the marketing. I'm giving you some options here for marketing, like SEO, podcast, YouTube. This is just food for thought. So you can think about it. I'm going to erase it so that the worksheet is clean and it's usable for you. Then I'm going to go over monetization. And by the way, in this course, as you go through the course, I go over these. So as we touch on every one of these points, you'll just go back to this worksheet and fill it out. This is purely for you. You don't have to show it to anyone. This is just to organize your ideas. You actually don't have to fill this out at all. This is if you just find something like this helpful, then I made it for you. I'm going to have it as a downloadable PDF in the resources of this video, so you can download it and use it throughout the course as a worksheet alongside the course. So monetization, then you're going to create your content creation strategy, then you're going to plan out your show if you have one. This is obviously optional. And then your monthly budget, and that's it. So all of this will kind of be your little business plan for a personal branded business. And if all of this seems like it's going to work well together, all the strategies match up and line up, then you know, oh, it's a go. I have a good plan. If something is out of whack, like you can't find a good show idea, or it's not going to be possible to compete in SEO or social media or something else, then you know you have to kind of keep on working on this and refining it until you find the right plan. So use this worksheet as you go through the course.
With this video, let's begin a new and very exciting section of the course where we're going to talk about monetization strategies for a personally branded business. And for many people, this is the most exciting part because that's why you're starting this business, to support yourself, to make money. And in this video, I want to show you the least effective monetization strategies. And in the coming videos, we're going to go up and up and up like a staircase to the most effective ones. But the least effective marketing strategies are the most common. They are placing ads on your website or your YouTube channel. Ads, they're very easy to do. On day one, you can sign up for Google AdSense, put ads on your website, and you need to reach a few thresholds on YouTube, but they're not hard thresholds, and you can start running ads there. Now, the truth about ads is that as soon as you place ads on YouTube or your website, you will grow slower because the same content with ads is worse if it was without ads. Ads, for the most part, just annoy most of your traffic. So when you're publishing ads, you're limiting growth. Now, how much money can you make from ads? You'll make, on average, about a $5 rate per 1,000 page views or YouTube video views, which is not a lot. You need tremendous scale to make any kind of significant of money with ads, which will happen later. So what you really want is the growth first, and that money, that's a lot of money later. But once you have a lot of traffic, you can sell more lucrative, more profitable products. You won't need ads there as much. Now, the reason people fall into this hunger for, I want to publish ads, is because if you're starting out and you're doing a lot of work and you're investing your time, probably you're not making money elsewhere, and there's a lot of very real financial stress that I very much sympathize with. I was there at one point, and a lot of the entrepreneurs I work with also are dealing with financial stress. It's really hard to go through financial stress, and it's even so much harder to go through chronic long-term financial stress. So I really understand that. But when you are under financial stress, the only thing our minds can do is focus on short-term fixes to remove some of that financial stress. It's like that with any stress. You just want to focus on removing the stress. And so that's why the urge to publish ads is so strong. But it really doesn't remove your stress. In fact, it prolongs your stress because remember, ads slow down the growth of your business a little bit, but they slow it down. So it will take you longer to get to those heights at which you're making good money that will remove your financial stress forever. See, that's the paradox of ads. Now, in addition to ads, a lot of people, when they start out, they want to get sponsorships. How do I get sponsored as an influencer, right? That's a lot of the conversation. This also happens later because any sponsor will ask you as one of the very first questions, well, how much traffic do you have? And how relevant is that traffic to me? And are they engaged? And if the answer to that is like not much traffic, not engaged, they're not buying from me, then they're not going to spend a lot of money with you either. So that's also a waste of time. Even though I know that a lot of the students in this course really, really, really want to get sponsors for their personally branded business. Just got to be a little more patient. I know it's so hard, but you have to find that patience inside you, despite how difficult it is. That's the better approach. it might feel a little bit good to make a little bit of money with ads in the short term, but it doesn't make an impact on your long-term situation, which is what we're here after the great long-term growth, which is going to outpace everything else. So that's the idea here. And also very often, a lot of entrepreneurs, especially early in a personally branded business, they start promoting kind of like affiliate products. This is where you sell other products for a commission. But very often you promote like whatever affiliate programs you can get into that are not really great products or are not really a great match for your audience, and they don't buy, and it really cheapens your brand far more even than ads. So that's also not a good option. All of these options actually prevent you from growing faster, disfocus you because you're focused on this money instead of the quality of the content and the growth, and really slow you down while providing a little bit of mental relief, which is very valuable. I understand. I was in that space too myself. I really understand it. But our job is to understand that paradox and minimize the seeking of those poorly effective monetization strategies, and just be a little patient until we can make the more effective monetization strategies actually work for us. And that's what we're going to do in the next video. In the next video, we're going to start to explore what monetization strategies work better, and in the coming videos, we're going to go better, best. Okay, so for now, this was just an introduction and a warning that yes, you can make a little bit of money with ads, but a little bit of money doesn't actually make a difference in your life very much, and really stunts your growth of your overall brand a little bit, which is counterproductive as well. So it can end up costing you money because you're missing out on more of the long-term big growth. So that's the introduction to this section. And in the next video, let's look at better monetization strategies. In this video, I want to talk about the next level up in effective monetization strategies that you can pursue. They're still not ideal, but they can work in some instances. And the first thing I want to talk about is good affiliate marketing. In the previous video, I talked about the bad affiliate marketing, which is you're just trying to make $1 selling random things or barely matching things for your audience that is not really good for them, and they won't buy because it's poorly chosen. So what makes a good affiliate product is when it's very well chosen for the kind of consumer that you have. When they see it and they think to themselves, oh, thank you for introducing me to this thing. I would never be aware of it if it wasn't for you. I need it. I know I need it. I want it. If they don't have that response, it's the wrong thing for them. So let's talk a little bit about affiliate marketing. Most people don't know a lot about it, so I want to give you a good background in it, just a little bit. Affiliate marketing is very simple. It has a fancy term, but it's when you sell products made by other companies for a commission. This is a very old kind of a business model. It predates the internet. The reason it's very popular on the internet is because when you promote physical goods, which is the kinds of goods we had before internet, the companies couldn't afford to give you a large commission because they had a small margin. Still, on Amazon, if you sell physical products as an affiliate, you can only get like 7% commission or 10% or 9% commission, which is kind of little. On the internet, where the products are digital, it doesn't cost any money or materials to copy second, third, fourth, fifth product. You can get commissions like 50%, up to 75%, which becomes very profitable suddenly. And so this really got really popular online, especially you don't have to have your own product. You can monetize relatively early. There's a lot of good things about this. And you can find a lot of affiliate programs to join on the website like clickbank.com or cj.com or many other affiliate aggregator sites. They're called affiliate aggregators. You can search for them, and they aggregate many affiliate offers that you can browse through and choose which would be great for your audience and promote that on your website. Now, this is definitely a step up in potential monetization because you can make a more significant amount than publishing ads or publishing bad affiliate products, but there's still an inherent problem with promoting affiliate products. Whenever you promote an affiliate product, it's not by you. So we're talking about here personally branded business, you're trying to keep people in your ecosystem. When you send people out to buy other products, you're sending people out of your ecosystem to buy other things, which is counterintuitive because you want to keep them in your product. So if you cannot, for example, provide something that your customers need, it's fine, but you want to limit it. For example, when I coach people on starting a business, I cannot create a website for them. I cannot get hosting for them. So actually, I am affiliate of those kinds of services where I don't provide it or I can't provide it. So I have affiliate partners whose work I resell and I get a commission. Naturally, it's very natural for my customers. It's always what the customer needs in mind. But the next thing you want to do is think of what will you sell of your own, something that you make, that you can sell and keep 100% of the revenue and have full control as well and keep people in your ecosystem, because what you want is to people to buy stuff from you and consume that product, which is more experience, more exposure to you, more affinity built with you. So the very next step up is creating your own products. The most basic things you can create for most people in most niches, you can create a little book, not a big book, not like a professional 300-page book, but like 50-page book or a little course. These can be created relatively quickly, especially now there's ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, and they can even make things faster for you or do a lot of the work for you. Of course, it should still be in your ideas, your voice, your own brand for you, but it's doable and you can sell this relatively quickly on your own website or on marketplaces like Amazon or Udemy. Now, because these are relatively small and it's your first experience selling these, if it is your first experience selling these, it's probably going to take a little bit of a learning curve to learn how to sell them. And because they are small, people aren't going to buy because people think, oh, it's just a mini book, mini course. It's great that it's your product, but it's your first kind of a product, because what you don't want also is to plan for yourself, I'm going to write a great 300-page book, or I'm going to create an amazing 20-hour course as my first course. That's also an error, because that will take a tremendous amount of time, a tremendous amount of editing. And you know what? A lot of the products we make honestly don't succeed. Every one of them we hope we make, but look, in hindsight, looking at myself and looking at other people who have personally branded businesses, even if you look at professionally made products like movies, most movies don't really succeed. Content creation, product creation, it's kind of a hits business. You make 10 products, a couple of them are going to lose money, lose time, they're going to be duds, but you're going to have one hit, and that one hit will pay for the losses of everything else and then some. It's a hits business, and so books and courses, they're kind of a hits business, especially if a lot of the promotion is going to be from your own marketing. It will take you a little bit of time to level up your marketing and grow your audience so that you can promote it enough. But if it has to be good on its own, it's really a hits business. So you don't want to overinvest in the first one. You want to make a relatively smaller one, learn how to do it so that it's not a tremendous project. Get in the game, start selling, and then with your next products, you're going to start creating more sophisticated products, more complex, more expensive, better selling ones. But in the beginning, you want to create mini products just so that you can test yourself. Do you love or hate creating products like this, books or courses? Is it natural for you? Do you get stuck anywhere? And you certainly don't want to spend like 6 months or 3 months just doing that, because what if it doesn't pan out? That's a horrible outcome, right? So that's the next level up in monetization. A lot of people try this out, and so hopefully now you have an idea of how to navigate these monetization strategies. And in the next video, let's go up another level into even better and more effective monetization strategies. In this video, let's talk about the most effective monetization strategies for a personally branded business. And of course, these strategies really work after you are able to generate a lot of traffic, and not just purely by the numbers, but traffic of people who are engaged and trust you. When you do that, a lot of really great options open up. For example, let's say you created a course on Udemy, or you wrote a book and it's on Amazon. If it's just selling there, it's very likely competing against other pretty good books. What you want to do is use your audience to generate so many sales on Amazon, for example, or Udemy, that it influences the algorithm of Amazon or Udemy to promote your book more. Because when they see that your product is selling a lot more than competitors, they're going to rank you higher. And what your goal would be is to, what's quote unquote, win a niche. So let's say you wrote a business book and you're able to generate so many sales from your own social media marketing that this business book becomes the number one business book on Amazon, for example, or a productivity book, or a cooking book, or a yoga book, whatever the niche is. Now, think about it. It's a multi-billion dollar platform. When you're product number one, promoted number one in your niche, you will make an unheard of amount of money. Amounts that you never dreamt of when you started this business. Like sometimes tens of $1,000s a month, sometimes hundreds of $1,000s a month, if you are number one in a niche. And you accomplish that by, number one, creating a great product. We're not talking anymore about kind of mediocre little products. Great product, great book or course, but also promoted from your own social media channels in a wildly tremendous way, so that you boost a lot of sales so much that you influence the Amazon algorithm. This is the best. This is so good because it's super passive and you make a lot of money. This is a great place to be. Now, another way to make really great money is, of course, something more commonly and more easily accomplishable, is if you sell coaching programs. I'm not talking about hourly programs, but I'm talking about multi-week programs. Let's say an 8-week coaching program or a 12-week coaching program where you maybe meet with a client once a week for an hour. It's not a lot of time on your part, but these programs typically cost in the 4 figures. So you don't need a lot of clients. You need like 3 or 4 clients to start making 5 figures a month just from the coaching. If you position your coaching as very, very valuable, and of course you can only sell that really if you have yourself become somebody who runs a big personally branded business, and you can coach people on any path of this industry if they're earlier than you, right? And you will have that credibility. That's the idea behind it. So then this monetization option opens up high ticket coaching programs, and you can sell one-on-one coaching or group coaching, which are sometimes like running mastermind groups, which is its own kind of an animal, but it's in group coaching also is good because a lot of people pay you, it's a group of 10 people or 6 people, but they're all paying you, so it actually ends up being relatively lucrative as well. Now, you can also create membership sites. For example, community websites where like you have only access, you only give access to certain information of yours, or certain, like maybe you're present there, like you do only streams with your members, like live stream, but only with your members, just a service for them, like every 2 weeks or once a week or something. But it's a membership site where there's like a community that you're building of like-minded people. So let's say you helping people start a business, and in your community there's a bunch of entrepreneurs, and people get value from having more access to you, but they also get a lot of value from having access to all these other entrepreneurs to network with. And so you can sell memberships. Membership sites are great because it's a subscription, so you collect money every month on a regular basis, which just accumulates, so that revenue is more predictable. It's also a good option. My favorite are just dominating in a niche if you can, like with the books and the courses, or selling the 4-figure coaching programs. Those tend to work really well. But what people really love, other entrepreneurs who are in personally branded businesses, it's not my favorite, but other people love it. Sponsorship. This is, when you grow, this is a place where sponsorships become viable, and they're large. Because remember that conversation from a little while ago from a different video where I said, well, what if a potential big company asks you, what's your traffic like? Are they engaged? Are they buying? And if your answer is like, well, the traffic is not that much and they're not buying, they're not engaged, well, they're not going to sponsor you. And even if they will, they'll pay you almost nothing. But if the conversation goes a different way, like I'm getting a lot of traffic and this is some of the best traffic you can get because they're super targeted, they're super relevant, and they're extra engaged. And here are some metrics that shows extra engagement. This is literally the best traffic you can almost get anywhere, and there's a lot of them. It will just cost you money to get that. This is where you want to be in that conversation, because that company wants to advertise with you. They have the budget. They just have to find the most ideal place to advertise, and you are it. After you grow your personally branded business, and they're going to pay to access your traffic. And this is where the deals are, 4 and 5 figures and more for sponsors. This is where you want to be, and this is where I really want you to get to. This is my goal for you. I don't want you to make $5 from ads. I want you to make 5 figures or 6 figures, and maybe, I don't know, 7 figures. That's a lot, obviously, but 5 figures or 6 figures for a personally branded business that's run intelligently, that's planned, that's disciplined, that has the right strategy, is very viable. Not on day one, I wouldn't promise that, obviously, but with hard work, with growth, for sure. It's a proven situation, meaning it's not something I made up now. This is an industry. It's factual. And the companies know how much to pay for how much traffic, etc. So it's all there just for you for the taking. So obviously, good luck. I'm rooting for you to get to this level of monetization.
With this video, let's begin looking at first how people find you and how people remember you, and that all has to do with your brand. So for my business brand, I just kind of stumbled into it. I didn't even know I was going to have a personal branded business, so I'm just Alex Gnezdinik. It's just my name. I didn't actually create a brand. But if I look at what people are searching about me, I can see, Alex Gnezdinik YouTube, Alex Gnezdinik Udemy. Here's a strange one. Alex Gnezdinik net worth. Alex Gnezdinik book. So people kind of know my sub brands and they search that. No worries. And later in the course, we'll get into how you can make your top 10 of Google like $1 million so that it looks amazing. And making the top 10 search results of Google is called online reputation management. And it's a big part of building up your personal brand, because this is a chance for you to build up a lot of credibility. But we have another problem. Well, I also have the music brand, right? Like Alex Gnezdinik Music. First of all, when I think about other musicians, I don't remember what their name is until I hear it for like the 10th time. I don't have that luxury as a new musician. I need them to remember it right away. So I need to create a really catchy music brand. Right now, my music brand is Alex Gnezdinik Music because I'm early on and it's just a hobby. Honestly, nobody cares about my music. If I change my brand 10 more times, nobody cares. That's the luxury you have when you're new. You can experiment. Now, some techniques to make your brand more catchy is to have an alliteration. Like, let's say, for example, Alex Arpeggios. Arpeggios is just basically like a guitar technique. And most people don't know that, so that would make it a bad brand. But Alex Arpeggios sounds cute, sounds a little bit catchy, and it's AA. You see alliteration when every word starts with the same letter. My last name, problem, it starts with a G. So I'm Alex G. I could make Alex G Music, which I probably will, because G is easier to remember than my weird last name, because I really do want people to remember. But at the end of the day, Alex G, Alex Gnezdinik, when people search for music, they'll find me. And sometimes having this unique, weird name is an advantage because there's nobody like that. If I was Joe Smith, there's a million John Smiths, but there's only one Alex Gnezdinik. After it becomes a little bit of a known thing, people won't mistake it. People will find it. Like, for example, a very famous person with a great personal brand is Gary Vaynerchuk. Vaynerchuk, impossible to pronounce for most people or remember unless you hear it for the 20th time, but he just changed it to Gary V. It rolls off the tongue, it's quick, and there's only still one Gary V. So I can become Alex G. Another technique is to put the brand, the thing that you're doing, into the name. For example, I know of a woman who does a lot of work with pets. So she just literally put her first name, the pet lady, last name. So for me, it will be something like Alex the Pet Guy Gnezdinik. So anytime anybody searches for anything like Alex Pets or something like that, people would find it. So it will be not hard for people to still find you, and it will be somewhat memorable. There's another guy who I worked with some years ago and I forgot his name, but he's also named Alex, and he's Alex Designs. So I remembered Alex Designs because it was a little bit catchy and it's unique. So if I had something like this, Alex Musics, that would be kind of quirky. It's not that great, it's not so professional sounding, but it's certainly interesting, unique, and stands out in that. And it's a little memorable because you kind of do a double take. Alex Musics, that's just bad grammar. And so you think about it. And so as the person is thinking about it, their retention of my name goes up. But Alex Musics sounds a little too silly, so I wouldn't do it. So right now, I'm probably going to stick long-term to Alex G Music. But who knows what the future will hold, because I'm still looking for my personal brand name and I can change it. The only thing is, if you start getting Twitter handles, Instagram handles, okay, then you're stuck with that in a way. So you should check, by the way, when you're doing your research, is Alex G Music available on Twitter, available on Instagram, and so on. And give yourself time to think about it, because once you do pick it, it's going to stick with you. And if it sounds a little silly, it's not good. So think about it, get a lot of feedback on it, and don't rush to grab it, especially a domain name with that brand, just because over a few days or weeks, you might just get better ideas. So give yourself the luxury of time to come up with something great. Don't wait months and months, but at least some days and maybe a week or two of hard thinking about your brand, and then pick something and go with it. Because at some point, not going with it because you don't have a perfect brand will become a source of procrastination, and you really don't want that. So pick something that's like a B-level brand if you don't have an A-level brand just yet, and know that if you do in the future come up with an A-level brand, you can change it. It's a bit of a pain, but you can change it, so it's not the end of the world. Now, let's talk about the part of your branding, which is your photo that you use across the web. Ideally, you should have one photo, like a portrait photo, that you use everywhere so that you're easily recognized. How to make your photo cheaply. Now, you can have your friend film you with just a clear background on an iPhone, take really good pictures. Okay, that's the cheapest way. And then you hire a professional Photoshop person to make you look like $1 million. Okay, that's a totally viable way. The second best option is if you actually hire a professional photographer for an hour or so. It will be a little bit more pricey, obviously, but the photographer can themselves do a little bit of the Photoshop, and they're going to make you look like $1 million. You can come, you can film at a couple of places. You can wear your business casual, a blazer. If you're a woman, you can wear your business professional, however you feel comfortable presenting your look, and you'll have a lot of very professional photos. Okay, so those are the two options really. Either the cheap option where you have your friends take pictures of you with an iPhone, and then you basically just have somebody Photoshop it and make it look much, much better. And that's actually what happened with me. You can see I use this professional picture on my website, and it looks pretty good. This was taken on an iPhone, and then it was given to a someone to just like take out the blemishes, fix up the colors a little bit, and it ended up okay. Like it ended up like a pretty professional, good-looking picture for me. So, and this was essentially for me for $0, because whoever did the Photoshop, they just quickly did it. For them, it took like a couple of minutes. So I spent nothing on it. But if you want to go the extra mile, have a little bit of a budget that you want to spend on this, then definitely hire a photographer. They'll do a fantastic job for you. They'll take they go they take a lot of pictures, and one comes out where you look amazing, and that one goes photoshopped a little bit more, and then that's your amazing professional photo that will look better than 95% of everybody else's photos. And right away that gives you an advantage, makes you already look like the part. It makes you look like a thought leader, look like a real professional. And online, all we have are pictures and text and sometimes videos, but our thumbnails are everywhere. So these thumbnails, they're really important to brand you really well, and this goes a really long way. In this video, I want to give a few examples and talk about how choosing your domain name
should be a part of your brand storytelling. Now, to be fair, often when we start a business, we don't really know how it's going to evolve. It's really hard to tell. So half of the companies you see, their domain name has nothing to do with what their brand ends up being years later. But if you can think ahead about it, it's going to help you that much more. So in this video, I'm going to give you a few examples of companies that got it very right, and then I'll give you a few examples of my own domain names where I got something right, something wrong, but in all of them, there's a lesson to learn. So the first one I want to show you is canva.com. Even if you don't know what this company does, if you think of what does Canva mean, it doesn't mean anything, but you certainly sense the connotation of, oh, it sounds like canvas. You know, like canvas, and you paint on a canvas. For people who are into art or design, of course they will make that association. And this website is precisely for people who create designs. It's a tool to help people design who are not very technical or who don't have perhaps Photoshop. It's kind of a poor man's free Photoshop, essentially. It's a very good tool. It's a multi-billion-dollar business if you're not aware of it. But at the same time, Canva, for people who are artsy, it resonates with their target audience. Now, I also want to give you this example of Coursera. You may know of Coursera because it's an online course company. It's a very big company. But in this case, even though they have the word courses in the name, and I understand courses, the truth is nobody wants to take courses. That's boring. What people want to do is learn. They want to improve. They want to have a transformation. They want to get a job. Those are the benefits they want. But Coursera, courses, I'm like, okay, I know what you do, but it's not inspiring. I'm not connecting with you. So even though Coursera is not a bad domain name, it's fine. It just doesn't have that connection that you would if, for example, if you love traveling, then guess what? And especially if you love traveling on a budget, you know about Airbnbs. And so when you see a domain and a brand like Airbnb, people who love to travel, they might think to themselves, oh my God, yes, I love B&Bs. And all of a sudden they have this positive connotation to your corporate brand. So if you can create that with your name, that would be ideal. So I want to give you an example of something that I tried. It's for a hobby website of mine. And as a hobby, I create music. It's a passion project. I don't make any money with it. In fact, I lose money with it. But I only do it because I love music. And people who don't love music, they could care less. But people who love music, you know what probably they felt at some point? They were at some point touched by a song, right? And so I got this domain, touched by a song, because I thought to myself, what did music do to me? And whatever your passion is, I'm sure you're touched in some way by your passion. In my case, it's music. So I was touched by music, and I was like, well, the people who would listen to my music are maybe people who also have been touched by a song, and I want to create that for others, and so I want to connect on that level. So, of course, my music is not for everybody by any means, but there are some few people who might like it, and they might also, in their own history, have been touched by a song, and so we can connect on that sort of level when they see my domain. This is my own very genuine. It takes a little bit of courage to be so open, right? Like, I'm touched by a song. I can see some people would make fun of that. Like, that's weird, opening up a little too much, right? But I don't care, because this website is for people who also want to connect with music on that level. And especially in music, you see a lot of artists and they put a lot of effort into making themselves look super cool, but not necessarily vulnerable, right? And here, this brand, I chose to meet my website visitors and listeners with vulnerability deliberately, because that's what art requires. Now, that's my music, and I put a lot of thought into this. But years ago, when I was starting my business, I made a mistake, admittedly. I had a website, problemio.com. This is that website. It's my business website. And all the time, people misunderstand this domain. They think problem, and they think of it as a negative thing, where I actually originally wanted it to be problemio, as in, if you're starting a business, one of the fundamental things that you would have in your business idea is, well, what problem does your business solve? So the name of this domain is kind of a hint at the initial business planning. Like problemio, yeah, what problem does your business solve? Of course, nobody really gets that. And it's not people's fault. It's just I kind of misnamed it. It's too much of a guess. It's not obvious enough. So it's an obvious error. And, it takes a lot of work to change a domain name. And I kind of kept this domain name, but I never loved it, because it doesn't have that connection to my audience that I would love to have. And this domain is honestly a mistake that I made. I wish it was a little better. And I tried to fix it. I really tried to fix it. Years ago, I tried to create a blog. This blog is a little bit dormant now. I don't really update it too much, but the domain is glowingstart.com. It's not a great domain, but what I tried to do with it is, because my original website was centered around helping entrepreneurs, well, I tried to say you're going to have a glowing start. But it came out a little cheesy and generic, and I don't love that in the end. So I don't love this either. So if I was restarting this business, problemio.com, maybe, just maybe, an idea would be a domain that makes entrepreneurs immediately understand that I know how they feel and I can help them. So maybe the domain can be something like entrepreneursanctuary.com. Now that's a little weird because, sanctuary is like for animals, or it doesn't make sense. But maybe it would be entrepreneurialcradle.com, or that's also a little weird. Maybe it would be something like Entrepreneur Boost or something like that. But I actually want to show you not an example of my website, but a good example of a colleague of mine, Nick Loper. Maybe you've seen his work from Side Hustle Nation. Now, he has a popular podcast and a blog, but what I love about his domain name and his brand is, look, the name has Side Hustle, so it's obvious that it's for entrepreneurs. But look, Nation. When I see that word nation, the association that I get is that it's a community. We're all in it together. But it's not communicated in this cheesy way like, hey, it's a community of entrepreneurs. But it's hinted at, Side Hustle Nation. So the association I get is that it's a warm, inviting place. And that's why it's a great domain name for him and a great brand. So these are just some different examples of how your domain name is the very beginning of your storytelling about your business to everyone who just comes across your domain name and your main brand. This is people who may not even have visited your website yet, but they already start to have associations about your business. Is it believable? Is it trustworthy? Is it something they might like? Those are all the things that are communicated by how you choose your brand and consequently your domain name. In this video, I want to help you create your own one-sentence pitch for your personal brand that you can use whenever you meet new people and they ask you, so what do you do? Or you promote anything online. This or a variation of this is something you can use to very clearly in one sentence explain exactly what you do so that people can understand whether they're interested in following you or they can recommend you to somebody they know or not. And even though I say one sentence pitch, it's really 1 to 3 sentences, but they are so short and they flow together that it feels like just one statement. So before I get into it, I made kind of an ad lib for you, a fill in the blanks. Let's go through it together. Then we'll go through some examples. And then my challenge will be for you to create one of your own. So here is the fill in the blanks. You start by saying, hi, my name is, and obviously you fill in the blanks for whatever your name is. That's sentence 1. Then you continue, I specialize in, and then I say here, you see in the fill in the blanks, your sub niche. So instead of travel, it might be adventure travel in some area. We'll get into that in a second. But basically, this is where you explain your differentiation and specialization. And then you might want to add something like, and I have and you give the audience size, and then you explain where. So let's do an example with this fill in the blanks so that you can do this on your own. Let's do an example for travel. If you fill in the blanks, you'll get something like this. Hi, my name is Alex Kinedinik. Obviously, you would not use my name, you would use your name. The second sentence goes like, I specialize in mountain adventure travel across North America. You see right away, people know mountain adventure. Do they care? Do they not care? If they care, great. And then you continue, I currently have over 100,000 subscribers or followers across social media. So you don't even have to say where necessarily if you're really spreading your presence across all the social media platforms. But if you specialize, like if you mostly focus on YouTube, then you might say 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, because that might be your main area of focus and you might want to funnel people to just YouTube. So let's look at another example just to solidify this. Here's one for e-learning, and this is one that I legitimately might make for myself. Hi, my name is Alex Kinedinik. I'm an online instructor in entrepreneurship, productivity, and professional skills. I currently have over 1 million subscribers, I should say students, across various e-learning platforms. And just like I made that little error, make sure you don't make that little error. Correctly use followers or students or viewers or whatever the people are called on wherever platform you are present. And now let's just do another one just to really solidify this. Let's say you do something creative. You might say something like, hi, my name is Alex Kinedinik. I am a TikToker with 10,000 followers and I make new dance move videos. Pretty basic, pretty simple, very clear. You can leave off the following that you have, because if you say some big numbers, people may find that as showing off. But it also has a practical aspect to it that if you have 1 million followers, people will really want to work with you. And even though mentioning your follower numbers may turn some people off, it may equally turn some people on in a very useful way. Like they might want to work with you if you're such a big follower. Otherwise, they might not know, like, is this person just starting? If you don't tell them the numbers, they just won't know. And you really don't want your listener to be confused. The whole purpose of this is for them to have clarity on whether you are the right person for them to follow or work with. Because if they're confused, they're not going to engage with you further. But if they're clear and whatever you do is somehow a match for whatever they do, then they'll engage with you further. So clarity is the most important part here. The second most important part here is inspiration. Inspiration can come in the form of enhancing your specialization. I'll give you an example. Instead of saying that I'm an online instructor in entrepreneurship, productivity, and professional skills, you might rephrase that and say something like, and I'll make a copy of it here and we'll do it together. So here's how I rewrote it. Just a couple of extra words. Hi, my name is Alex Kinedinik. I'm an online instructor helping people grow their businesses and careers or succeed in their businesses and careers by teaching entrepreneurship, productivity, and professional skills. And then the rest of everything is the same. So you see, people might think, oh, he helps people succeed. I want to succeed. You see, you're kind of connecting the dots in people a little more like, they're like, oh, I see the benefit. I want this. Whereas the previous one was a little bit bland. So that's my challenge for you. Create a basic 1 to 3 sentence pitch like this, and feel free to post it in the Q&A of this video. I'll see it and I'll comment. And if I can, I'll give some pointers. And obviously for extra credit, you don't want to just have a bland specialization, which is clear. You want to have that plus make it a little bit inspiring and evoking interest. So try to make your own and feel very welcome to post it, although you can keep it private and you don't have to actually post it. In this video, I want to illustrate how having a singular focus on your sub niche can help you create a much stronger pitch for yourself as a personal branded business owner. So the pitch we settled on in the last video was, hi, my name is Alex Gnadinik. I'm an online instructor helping people succeed in their businesses and careers by teaching entrepreneurship, productivity, and professional skills. So this is not focused, right? We have entrepreneurship, productivity, professional skills. There's like 3 different niches. So it's hard to make any one of them amazing. There's just no room here. So here's an example of the same pitch, but only if we get rid of 2 of these. Let's read it together. The first sentence is the same. Hi, my name is Alex Gnadinik. Then the changes happen. I'm an online instructor helping people grow their businesses. So we're only going to focus on growing their businesses. But you see now, instead of saying businesses, careers, etc., we say grow their businesses to over 1 million in revenue within the first 3 years. If you're talking to any new entrepreneur or any business owner who hasn't reached that goal or who wants to get that goal, their eyes would light up. They would be like, oh, I really want this, provided that your pitch is realistic. Now, this is not too realistic. This borders on unrealistic and braggy, and maybe it sounds a little bit too good to be true, a little scammy. It's just my example of trying to make it sound better. This wouldn't be my actual pitch, but it's just an example of how I would dress up my pitch because it's very focused. Instead of 1 million, you can say double in 1 year or something like that. Whatever makes sense and is tasteful for your brand. But the example here is how having a singular focus gives you space to make what you're doing look even more inspiring. So let's do this example with another niche. In this example, we're not doing business, we're doing productivity. So let's read it together. Hi, my name is Alex Gnadinik. I'm an online instructor helping people with productivity, helping them double their work output in as little as 1 month. Who wouldn't want that? Do more in as little as 1 month. It sounds very compelling. People want that. And the rest is the same in all of these. That part about I currently have over 1 million students, etc. So what you can do is, even if you don't completely focus your efforts on only one thing, whoever you're talking to, when you ask them, what do you do? And they tell you, I'm an entrepreneur or I'm a professional. You in turn understand which of your pitches to give them. If they're an entrepreneur, you would give them the pitch about increasing revenue. If they're a professional, you might give them the pitch about improving productivity. It's up to you, but you can have these ready for whoever you talk to. You'll have an appropriate pitch for how you can best help them so that their attention and their interest perks up. And if you're writing these on your social media bios where you don't have a lot of space, it's a choice you have to make. If you're early, the best thing to do is to be extra focused and extra compelling to your best target audience. And as you grow, you can expand beyond that. With this video, let's begin the section of the course in which we're going to start looking at your online reputation management. And this is going to give you a number of tremendous benefits. Naturally, online reputation management will help you with your online reputation for branding. But not everyone is necessarily after branding. Far more people are after actually making more money. That's why you have your online business. And with that in mind, let me actually show you how you can make more money with your online reputation management for your personal brand. When I search for my own name here and I get these results, when I scroll down, there's this fascinating thing that I get shown here. People are also searching for this little section. And the people that are shown here, these aren't random. These are people who are my competitors when I sell online courses. These are also online course instructors. Yes, even Seth Godin, who's very famous, he has online courses. And so the reason people are searching for me and these people at the same time is that these are potential clients actually trying to figure out, should they buy from me because perhaps I'm more credible, or should they buy from these people because maybe those people are more credible or better teachers, etc. And so, of course, myself having better results and more interesting results when people search my name and research me helps me win over clients and make more money. Now, of course, it's also great for my reputation and my branding. Those things don't go away, but I just wanted to show you that, yes, it's also for making more money because that's what most people are interested in. And so in the coming videos of the section, I'm going to be showing you how to position your personal brand so that you look professional and trustworthy. When people research you, they see your impressive LinkedIn, things you've done, perhaps. Like here I have almost 800,000 online students, etc., right? Positioning you as a real professional. Videos with people who are interviewing you, social media, your website, etc., etc. Perhaps even books that you've written. And then people will be like, "Ooh, wow, this person has a lot of experience." Not to mention that, let's say some people who are researching me are looking to get into books or online courses. Well, then they can immediately see, oh, this person knows a lot about books and courses. I really would like his coaching, or I really would like to work with him, or at least network with him. And obviously, it didn't take one day. It took a long time. Although some of the things here you can do quickly to build up a real reputation, it does take a while. But in the coming videos, I'm going to show you how to actually start setting much of this up in one day or just a couple of days, and how to create search results that come up in Google that are very, very impressive. So with that, let's proceed to the coming videos. When people search your name, one of the first things that almost always comes up, and one of the more traditional ways people look you up professionally, is through your LinkedIn. And it's no different for me here. So let's actually click on my LinkedIn here and let's browse it to see how you can craft your LinkedIn. So what you really want to do is fill out all the things that have to do with your basic information, like your thumbnail image, your basic profile, where you are, where you went to university, your website, things like that. And by the way, you see here, I'm logged out. So I'm looking at this as a regular visitor might see it. And what you really want to have is also the About section filled out, because you see it also appears here above the fold. And you really want to have a strong byline, like top 1% Udemy instructor, successful entrepreneur, and 3-time best-selling author on Amazon. Okay, great. Obviously, to read it, you'll need more. Here, I'm just logged in with an incognito window, so I have to log in. And most people will be logged in, so let's actually log in. And as we scroll down, you'll see that About blurb. This is what you want to fill out some more. So you see here, I made it readable. Like, I use a lot of numbers. I use white space to split up long paragraphs, so I don't have any paragraphs more than 2 lines, just because it's hard to read on a screen. So I want to make it easier for people to read. And also you want to fill out the rest of your LinkedIn profile, like your experience, etc. But generally speaking, this is it. So just what you want to do is search for your name on Google and look at what information is pulled from your LinkedIn that appears for other people. So in my case, it's this blurb: top 1% instructor on Udemy, successful entrepreneur, 3-time best-selling Amazon author, ... And then this part, learn more about Alex Kinedinik's work in education. That comes from LinkedIn, but this blurb is the one that's important. This blurb is where you position yourself in the most amazing way possible. So you go to your LinkedIn and you see they pulled that information from right here. This is your byline. So if I go to my profile, like I'm actually going to click on my name, and this is really it. Okay, the first sentence right here. Also, of course, the website. That's really important, but that's pretty standard to fill out. You just fill out your website right here. But the byline is where you get to really show how amazing you are. So in your case, spend a lot of time thinking about this. You can also put this through ChatGPT or anything else, or take feedback, but definitely position yourself extremely professionally and as good as possible for your potential clients. Because look, on the right side, they show me people who also viewed you, also viewed these people. And the first, second, and third of these people are also instructors. So it's not like people are looking at my profile for fun. They're trying to see if they want to buy my courses or the competitors' courses. And of course, you want to position yourself in the most amazing way. So whatever you do, for whatever you want people to hire you or engage with you or work with you, bring that out in this byline, because that's going to increase the click-through rate of people being on the search results page and clicking on your profile. And then in your profile, fill out the profile in the best way possible. Have a professional photo. You can even have a professional branding image created for you here. This is a default stock image, but you can have it professionally made on Fiverr by a designer. And so there's a lot of attention to detail that you can apply here to inch your way forward to impress potential clients more and win over business and actually make more money. So it's, yes, for branding, but also for revenue. That's a very underestimated and very understated fact here, that yes, it's for branding, but also significantly for revenue. So that's how you manage your LinkedIn. And also, of course, don't forget to fill out the rest of your profile, all the sections, all the about, all the details, as much as you can in the best way you can, because it has a chance to make a real impact on your work and business. Now, when I search for my name in Google search, after LinkedIn, there can be a number of different social media websites that come up, like Instagram, or here I am on X, which is formerly Twitter. And if you're popular on, let's say, TikTok or something else, those platforms may come up. So let's click on one of them and see what the similarities are. Most of the social media platforms, whether it's Twitter or Instagram, like we see here, you get a very tiny blurb about who you are. This is my business Instagram. I'm not very active on it at all, so I'm even a little bit surprised that that ranked in Google, but sometimes you just never know what Google decides to rank. But generally speaking, if you want to self-brand, you want to use your name. But if you have another brand, like for example, on Instagram, I also have another brand for my music, and that's kind of like Alex Ginadinik Music or something like that. So if you have a business brand, you want to use the name of that business brand that you're promoting. And generally speaking, you have full control of your social media profiles. So the ones you want to rank, just keep posting nice things. If you can, be at least semi-active on your social media platforms. I realize not everybody is into social media, but even if you're not, post every once in a while so that you get a little bit of activity at least, so that even if people do find you, your activity on these platforms looks good. Because it's one thing for people to find you, but that's not really the goal. The goal is when they find you, they should be impressed. Like, this isn't an impressive page at all. And I am surprised that it ranked in Google like that, because I literally haven't updated this account for a couple of years. But that goes to show you the value of searching your name in search and seeing what comes up. Some things that come up will be very complimentary. Some things are not. And the ones that are not, you don't have a tremendous amount of control of what Google does. So what you want to do is, okay, if you see my Instagram is coming up, then I can make a point of, all right, it's coming up. I can either take this Instagram down, like I'm not really using it at all, so I can make this account private, or I can actually start using it and posting like once a week or once a month, but at least posting nice things so that the account does look good. But generally speaking, the main point of this video is that if you want to rank your social media profiles, make sure that in them fill out your profiles with the brands. You see, the brand is here is Alex Ginadinik. That's my name. Fill it out with that brand that you want to be discovered by. The name and the little bio blurb that they give you. In this video, I'm going to show you how to get a lot of interviews to be featured on. And as you can see in my own search results, this is an interview, this is an interview, this is an interview, and a whole bunch of the second page results are also interviews. These two interviews, this is an interview, this is an interview. So you see there's a lot of interviews, and some of the interviews, they rank on the second page only because I have so many items that rank on the first page. But in your case, if you don't have a lot of items that rank on the first page, you'll be able to get a lot of interviews to rank on the first page. The reason they rank is because a lot of the interview sites, they are very authoritative sites. For example, let's look at the Entrepreneur on Fire interview. You might actually know this podcast because it's a really popular podcast. Now, you can see that they mentioned my name. So obviously the SEO for my name happens, and they mentioned my name a few times. So if I search, they have it, Alex Ginadinik, a couple of times, right? And by the way, a pro tip, if the interview page doesn't mention your name many times, you can literally ask them to just mention you once or twice more, just so that Google kind of picks up that, hey, this is really about you. Now, how do you get on these podcasts? Okay, so there are two websites I'm going to show you that will enable you to get so many interview appearances.
The first one is radioguestlist.com. Second is podcastguests.com. They both work the same way. You sign up, you give them your email, it's free. Every day or every few days, they're going to send you a list of podcasters and radio show hosts who are looking for guests to talk about some topics. The topics might be whatever niche you might be covering in your expertise. And if some topic that they're looking to interview someone, if that's a match, then you reply to that email and then you tell them, hey, I feel like I'm a really good potential guest for you, and chances are they'll invite you. Usually I get about a 1 in 5 applications invite, which is a pretty good result, because if you try to go on big publications elsewhere, you'll see that you'll get a far worse invite rate. And so this actually, it's pretty easy to get on radio shows and podcasts. And by the way, these shows usually, they have show notes page, which is what this is that I was showing you, right? Even though this was a podcast, this podcast had a show notes page, which is exactly this. And the show notes page is exactly what's ranking. So not only do these shows actually give you immediate traffic and potential clients that you can get in front of that you otherwise wouldn't, they also give you sometimes a link for your SEO, but they also are a fantastic thing to have in your top 10 results for your name, because these shows position you in some of the best ways, right? Because the host of the shows, they want to make you look like $1 million, because that makes their show look like $1 million, right? It's their incentive to make you look amazing. You get to have a professional introduction. You get to promote your products. You get to say whatever you want to be said about you by you and by the host. It really reinforces your professionalism, your thought leadership, because guess what? People who aren't thought leaders, they don't get on radio. They don't get on podcasts. So this makes you stand out for people who research you online, for potential employers, or anyone who wants to network with you. This shows you as an individual or professional of worth. I get interviewed. People want to hear what I have to say. And that's the benefit, the nth benefit, right? You get so many benefits from these podcasts and radio shows. So that's all the benefits from getting on these shows. So it's very, very easy to do. Just sign up with these two websites. Just a quick note, these websites, they're free to join. They also have like a premium service you can buy, but you don't have to. You get quite a lot of value just with the free service that they have. So you don't need to buy anything. But if you want to get even more interviews, then it's like something like $5.99 a month, which is negligible. Then they have some kind of upsells that they sell you, but it's very, very reasonably priced. So that's it. radioguestlist.com and podcastguests.com. Join these today and begin getting those interview emails and begin applying to get on podcasts and radio shows.
After social media, which is very fast and easy to edit and update and requires no money to do, the next place you want to explore is your website. Now you see, my website actually doesn't rank tremendously well. It ranks only below social media and Amazon and my Udemy, which is kind of surprising. You would think that your website would rank. But again, for different people, it will rank in different places. So here's my website, and my website is self-branded. If you have a self-branded business, of course, you want to lead with your name, both on the homepage and for sure fill out the about and contact. Have your name there, have your accomplishments there. Make yourself as credible as possible for two reasons. One, well, for the human visitors who will come here. But two, now more than ever, Google's artificial intelligence algorithms, and similarly with other social media websites, when they look to what posts should they promote, whether in search or on social media, with their algorithms, they will look at the credibility of the author of that page. So if you have no history of your online work, that's not so much credibility. But if you're like me, like I have some online work that I've done, like a lot of coaching, I've written books, I've done online courses, and I have some big audiences in different places. It's really great to lead with that. Here, I don't do it as much. I kind of just link to places. It's really for SEO purposes. But next time I rewrite it, I would actually use numbers like 1 million people here, 700,000 people there, because that credibility actually influences a lot of the algorithms, because there are so many people posting everywhere who have no credibility that right now these websites like Google and other social media sites, they're looking for people who are actually credible so that they can promote those people more. So I do a little bit of that here, like coached over 1,000 people, taught 700,000 students, etc. But I can actually do more of that and really bring out my experience. And your website is that place where you can control anything. You'll never be able to control everything anywhere else online. So the website is the most flexible. You can write anything you want about yourself. You can link to any of your work. So definitely use this to build up your personal brand and your personal reputation. And that will really impress your visitors. Not to mention, well, where do you link from, like your Twitter, your Instagram? Very often, you see, if I go to my Twitter, here is the link to my website. You see, so very often, a lot of your social media sites, like your LinkedIn, your Twitter, your other social media sites, they'll link people to your website. And your website is kind of like the final destination where people can ultimately learn everything about you. So you definitely want to create your website, even if it's a very basic one, and just use it as your online resume, so to speak. Even if you're not looking for jobs, it's still a place to impress people the most. And if you don't have your own website, it's very easy to create one. You can get a free domain name with a whole bunch of hosting services, like Bluehost, for example, is known to provide free domain names. Like you see the middle option here, WordPress hosting, and one of the options, the first bullet point, free domain name for a year. So it's very, very cheap to create a website here, and you get to have your own domain name, even if it's your name, like joesmith.com, $3 a month essentially. You very quickly put up your website, get a free domain name. So there's a little bit of upkeep, but having a personally branded website will bring you back more money long term, because it will win you more clients. It will help you stand out. You can write a blog and attract SEO traffic, etc., etc., etc. So you can do many more things than it costs you. So even if you don't necessarily have a personally branded business, you can still have a personally branded website where people can discover everything about you and all your accomplishments, and you have the most flexibility of how to write about yourself and position your personal brand. And obviously, you don't have to get Bluehost hosting like I suggested here. There are plenty of hosting companies that also give you a free domain name. This was just an example.
Now, I want to introduce you to a new website, about.me. It's your one-page online resume. So if you don't have a website that's self-branded of your own yet, if you aren't comfortable to put too much on a personal about me on a website or on some business website, then this is a fantastic solution to either replace that or to reinforce that. This is essentially very fast to create. You create it maybe in 10 or 20 minutes. You put your picture, you put a little bio, put your social media there, and that's essentially it. And they have a couple of formats in which you can do this, and that is it. You can then link from this to from your Twitter, anything, and people can very quickly learn without any confusion what you do. Also, because your name is up there, you can repeat your name. It's also going to rank for your name because putting your name there many, many times, and it is free. So basically it says get your free page now, and you just go through the application process and be done with it in 10, 20 minutes, under an hour, and you'll have your About Me page. Just make sure to promote it a little bit on social media so that it kind of starts to rank in Google, and eventually, because this is an authoritative site, it will end up ranking for your name, especially if you repeat your name a couple of times in the bio, which is a natural number of times to repeat your name, not too much keyword stuffing, just to tell Google that, hey, this is about me, my name. So that's it. And this is another good alternative, if you don't have a website yet, or just to reinforce that.
In this video, I want to show you how to make YouTube videos come up when people search for you in Google search. And you see here, I have a lot of videos that come up. And if I scroll down, there are often more videos like here. So let's talk about how you can accomplish the same things for yourself. In this particular case, these are all interviews of people who have interviewed me. And the truth is, you see, They use my name essentially, like online course business strategies with Alex Gnadinik. So when you search Google, sometimes Google likes to bring up YouTube results that rank well for the search. And in this case, the search is for my name, Alex Gnadinik. And so the videos that rank best for Alex Gnadinik will come up. And you see, they generally have my name. Even this one where the name got cut off in the search results, but my name is here. See, when I click back, that name got cut off, so you couldn't see it, but it was there. So in your case, you can easily do this yourself. You don't have to have an interview. You can do a bio video, like, hello, here's a video about me, and use your name and use your personal brand. And of course, in a different part of the course, I show you how to get a lot of interviews on podcasts, on YouTube shows, by using different tools. So you can do that as well. But even if you don't get invited to those shows, you basically just have to fill out your YouTube title and the description and the little tags area with references to yourself and your brand. And then YouTube will know to add videos about you. And in a video, you can really present yourself well. You can say everything you want about yourself and make it very impressive. And even though it's nice to have interviews of me, like it looks good when I'm interviewed on shows, it's almost better when you make your own video, because let's say years later, like you want to improve your video, you can take the old one down, refilm a new one that's way better and upload that one. But I cannot change these interviews because they're on somebody else's channel, so I kind of have to live with it. So that just goes to show you that there are benefits to either option, creating your own video that would rank for your name or being on interviews. And you don't have to be on interviews to succeed here with having your video come up. You can do it by yourself. Now, when you search for your name, one of the things that you see comes up for me is my Amazon author profile, where if you click on it, you see all these books that I've written. And at first glance, it looks impressive because, I've got like a bunch of books. So a lot of books, and some of them are bestsellers. And in fact, one of the books is actually used in a number of universities. That fact actually, to me, is actually impressive. But most people will just get impressed if you have a book, because having a book immediately positions you as a thought leader in your industry. And so in this video, I want to talk about how easy it is to create a book. Today, you can create a book pretty fast. You can use ChatGPT. You would ask it to write your book. You would edit it, of course. Don't just copy and paste, but edit, give it to another editor perhaps. You want to have your own voice, but the writing can happen infinitely faster. Similarly, you can do voice to text. You can talk into your phone, and the phone will just transcribe whatever you say into it as words, and then you can give that either to ChatGPT or a human editor, and they can edit it into a book, and then you can create the formatting. Basically, you can outsource all of this either to software like ChatGPT or to freelancers on Fiverr.com who will do it reasonably inexpensively, and suddenly you have a book. Similarly, with the book covers, you can just get a book cover created by somebody on Fiverr, and you essentially go to kdp.amazon.com. KDP is Kindle Direct Publishing. I'm logged in here, so you're not going to see a screen like I see because you have to create an account and all those things. But essentially, you very quickly, once you create an account, there's a create button here, and you can easily create and upload your book, and the book will be live in like 1 or 2 or 3 days after going through this process. So you can have a book and an Amazon profile today. It's very easy. Now, of course, the quality of your book is really important, but not so much when it comes to your online reputation management, because all people see is, hey, you have a book. That's amazing. They're probably not going to read your book, but they'll see you have a book, looks interesting, and it doesn't have to be that long. Like traditional books are like, 200 plus pages, but you can have a book that's 100 plus pages or even 50 plus pages. Again, people won't necessarily look that deep. Some people will, they'll click on the individual book, they'll research it further, but most people won't. So yes, you can have a longer book, but if you're short on time or if you don't want to spend too much time on this, you don't have to have a particularly long book, but essentially within days you can have your own book. Now, in my case, I wrote all my books by hand. I wrote them before ChatGPT existed, but now it's much faster for you. You can either do voice to text recording, so it's actually your voice and your ideas, or ask ChatGPT for advice, and you can have a book about something in your industry. And for extra credit, like for example, you'll see here, if I click on the book, you can go to the categories. If you scroll down, and what you want to do is research one of the categories, should be very simple, so that you can rank highly in that category, because when you become a number one in the category, you become a bestseller on Amazon. Nobody's a bestseller forever. People kind of become bestsellers, then they stop being bestsellers. To be a bestseller, basically, you have to, if I click on the categories here, you have to be number one here. So it's really, really hard to stay up here the whole time, but different books kind of fluctuate. So if you discover a category that's not too competitive, you can also become a bestseller easier. But in any case, this is how very quickly you can have an Amazon author page with your book listing, which will impress people, because that's one of the more impressive things that you can have, is you can say about yourself, oh, I'm an author, I've written a book. And that will give you a lot of authority in your industry. In this video, I want to show you how to make the right images come up when people search your name. Of course, Google is going to pull images that you use on your website and your LinkedIn and your social media, naturally, right? Because here's my Udemy thumbnail, and here's that image bigger. It's actually on my website as well. Like if we click on my website, that's also the image for me. Now, let's talk about how to do this. And obviously, there are 3 ways to do it. Google can pull this naturally from your social media, but it might also pull images you don't love. So let's talk about 2 other ways for how you can control this. Now, if you create your website with WordPress, let me show you how to use the right image tags to really show that this image is you. So my music website is a WordPress website. My business website isn't WordPress. So I'm going to show you an example with WordPress by using the music website. And let's look at the inside of it in the WordPress dashboard. If I go to any of the posts and click on just all posts, we're going to pull up any post, just for example, just the very latest post. And let's say I want to edit this post, and usually I have some videos, so I don't have a lot of images. But let's say that you want to add an image, like right here. I'm going to click plus, and it's going to ask me what I want to do. I want to add an image, and it's going to give me an option for how I want to find this image. Let's say we're going to upload this image, and let's say that the image that I want to use is some kind of like a cool music image. And I kind of like this image, me on fire playing guitar kind of passionately. So let's say we use this one. When we have this image, you see on the right side here, we get some options about it. Like we can adjust height and width, etc. But we're not after that here. We're after, hey, this is Alex Ginedinik. And let's say, of course, that I don't want this image to come up for my name. Maybe I want my business related content to come up when people search for my name, but I want to have this come up when people search for Alex Ginedinik music. I'm going to say here, Alex Ginedinik music. So basically, there's an alternate text here that you can add, and that's the field you want to use so that Google knows this image is you. And that's how it's going to associate these Google search result images with the one you specified. That's how you connect the alt tags of your WordPress posts, in the images in those posts, and direct Google as to what your images actually are. And let's say that you don't have WordPress. Let's say the other option, you had a designer or yourself, you wrote your website by hand by using HTML. Here is the HTML for that. It's a very, very basic HTML code. You see the image. This is the path of the image, and then the alt tag. So in this alt tag, that's where you would put your name, but also in the image title. So instead of a random image title, you would put your name, like joesmith.jpg, and alt would be Joe Smith. And that's a way to increase the chances that the images you want will come up for your name here when people search for your name.
And let's talk about not how to get more pages to rank higher about you, but what happens if there's some page about you that says something bad or something you don't want to be said or shown about you. And of course, most likely that's not going to happen to you, because most likely you run your business just fine. People are mostly happy, everything like that. But it's inevitable. If you do business for a while, you are going to get maybe some mentions that you don't want. How do you get rid of those? Few strategies. The easiest one is to reach out to those website owners and simply nicely ask them to take down that post or that URL. Maybe they did that in anger or frustration, but guess what? Time heals all. Just reach out to them like a month later or two. They probably forgot it. They probably don't care anymore. There's some big chance they'll be fine with it and they'll just remove it because they'll understand, hey, this hurts you. If you can't get it the nice way, sometimes you can offer to pay money. Money really opens doors. It's crazy. If money seems like maybe not the right situation to offer money, you can offer other things. Maybe you can offer something nice, which is actually always the right way to go about asking for something, is to first offer something nice. You can offer a little bit of promotion. You can offer some help with anything else, discounts, something that you might feel might be a good carrot, so to speak, for that person who can help you remove your bad mention, for them to actually go ahead and remove that bad mention. So you can incentivize them, so to speak. Money is incentive, other favors are incentive. That's better than just asking. Now, 30% of the time you might be able to remove them, but sometimes you might not. Then your option is to just build more good pages about you so that you will push down those negative search results. Usually the safe way to look at it is if you can push the negative mentions of you to Google's page 4 or Google page 5 or page 6 or later, which is something that's naturally going to end up happening if you keep on building publicity about you, mentions about you. All those things are going to rank higher. That's going to push down the negative mentions. And naturally, people just don't go to page 4 or page 5. They would have to obsess about you to go there. So you'll be able to essentially make them nearly invisible in search results, in almost as though they are not there. Did you ever wonder how many people search for you online? Actually, you never know, right? They never tell you. Before I did what I'm going to show you now, I thought like maybe 2 or 3 people Google me online. And then when I use this tool, this is the Google keyword tool. It tells you pretty much what people are searching and how much they are searching. So for example, if I search for something like business plan, it's going to show me how many people in a month search for the word business plan. And it's going to show me, okay, 300,000 people a month search for that. It's a kind of a, for people who want to start a business. But what about your name? I thought that nobody, maybe like 5 or 10 or 2, whatever. But, oh my God, like 320 people search for me. This is per month. And I'm like, what the hell are these people? What do they want? How do they know my name? This is weird. And also funny, also things that they also kind of search and related searches, like business opportunities, business ideas for women. I don't know. Do I have business ideas for women? I have no idea. Anyway, but I had no idea. This is really the first time that I entered my name into this tool. So actually, I'll be very curious. If you enter your name into this tool, how many searches do you get? I thought literally I was going to get maybe under 10. I was blown away that it's 320. Who are these people? Anyway, that's it. Just wanted something super funny and curious. I just wanted to share. So you see, in your case, there may be many more potential clients who search your name, who might be researching you far more than you think. Because I think most of us underestimate how many people are researching us, whether it's to hire us for a job, to do business with us, to buy from us. And just like I might have underestimated how many people are searching me, perhaps you are underestimating how many people are searching you, which is good news because it shows that there is a far greater opportunity in this. If you impress people with your online reputation management, that they will take the next steps of working with you. In this video, I want to introduce you to a service. It's a free service, Linktree, linktr.ee, that is really helpful in cases when you have many links, like a link to your Twitter account, your Facebook page, your Facebook group, TikTok, Instagram, your website, your YouTube. There's a million links. And sometimes people will ask you, where should I go to learn more about you? And it almost doesn't matter what you're promoting. Maybe it's a website, maybe it's an e-commerce business, maybe it's a book, maybe it's apps. You'll always have many links and it's hard to manage and you never know which one to mention, because maybe one person is interested in your Twitter account because they're comfortable using Twitter. Another person's comfortable using Instagram. Another person hates social media. They just want to go to your website. This is solved by this tool. So let me just show you how it works, how to sign in and register. This is the only link you ever need because you'll have a free homepage here with all of your links. So people only have to come here. And then from here, they access all your links. And it says, you can even collect payments, right? People can give you donations for your work. So this has actually many benefits. And one way to decide, do you really need this? When I promote my courses, I don't really need this because there are only a few places where I promote my courses. That's just the case for me in my unique situation. But I also make music. For music, this is crazy, right? Because you got TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, my website, different links to songs, latest release, all this, right? It's a nightmare. So we'll quickly set this up. I'll just show you the pricing so it's clear. There's a forever free account, so don't worry about it, right? You can link to as many places you want. You can still collect payments and tips. You can embed your content. The main value of the service you can get for free. The bonus features that you get, they're actually not all that useful. So really the free account is where you get the value. So let's sign up and go through the whole process. You click on sign up on the top right and you get your username. Now this is important. It should be something easy to remember and spell because the problem with this site is that the domain is already weird. Okay, linktree.ee. If you say that to someone in a conversation, they'll be like, what? And there's an extremely high chance a person will forget it. So at least make your username easy. It should be something on brand, like it could be my last name. I know it's not taken because I have such a weird last name, but this is sort of last resort. I would love Alex, but it's taken, obviously, right? It's just such a short thing. So I'll just do Genedinik. I agree to this. So I'll enter my email. I'll enter the password. And I'll say sign up with email. Then they ask you your name. This is just very basic steps. And then select the category that best describes your link tree. Entertainment is the closest thing they have. And then they give you secondary options. Music. Perfect. So I'm going to say yes. Okay. Continue. And then they really want to upsell you the $6 thing, right? $6 a month, but you select the free one. So you sign up for free. And then you just continue to your link tree. Now, they tell you that to publish your profile, you need to verify your account because they send you a confirmation email. Let's just do that now so that we get rid of this. You would get an email from them and you just say verify email and they're going to tell you you've been verified. Great, continue. And now it's time to add your links. What you'll say is add a new link and maybe it will be like Instagram. So I'm just going to go get it and paste it in. So this is my Instagram. You can give it a thumbnail. You can do this on your own time just because it will take a while to make a unique thumbnail for every link, but you could do this. The next link might be the YouTube. Then you go and get your YouTube URL, paste it in here. On YouTube, what's actually kind of cool is you can actually ask visitors to subscribe. Amazing, right? Then your website definitely should be there. And you get the idea. You get all of these links. You might not want to have like 20 links because it's too much for people to focus on. But what you do want to have is your main things that is important. So for music, this is important. I might want to also add my TikTok. And just as an option, instead of promoting your entire account, maybe you can post a link to your best, something best on TikTok. So maybe some specific post on your TikTok. And then of course you can drag and drop. So maybe TikTok is least important for you. And maybe Instagram is second more important, and then YouTube has my best stuff, but then my website has my everything. So this would be the order, right? And then you can see your link tree right here. So you can actually share it like, hey, I just created my link tree. You can share it on all your social media so that your social media followers can follow you elsewhere. That's one thing you can do. But you can also check how it looks like. So you will click on it yourself and you see, boom, very easy. Of course, you want to fill out your thumbnail. So there's some branding. But essentially, whenever somebody asks, hey, where can I learn more about you or your work? You can tell them this. You can also put this on your business card if you still carry around business cards. But mostly, this actually helps you retain and attract real potential followers and cross-pollinate them across all the places where you are prominent and active online so that they know where to go and they can follow you in multiple places very easily. So that's Linktree, and that's how you use it and set it up.
With this video, let's begin a new section of the course in which we're going to talk about creating your own show. This can be a podcast, this can be a YouTube channel, and you might think, well, I don't want to create my own show. Let me first explain to you the benefits, and then you decide. You see, when you have your own show, maybe you're interviewing some guests about something, maybe you're the one presenting, maybe it's a combination of those two. You see, you have 100% control, because wouldn't it be wonderful if you went on some very popular podcast or YouTube show as a guest and were interviewed and then got all the traffic from them? Of course, that would be wonderful. It's free and you get the traffic. You see, but that only happens rarely and maybe once or twice. When you have your own show, it can happen every day for you or every week, depending on how often you publish episodes. And so having your own show established is tremendously powerful. It's great for branding, authority building, because if you go on somebody else's show, at the end of the day, they help you, but you're kind of building up their show and you have nothing. But if you build up your own anything, a podcast, a YouTube show, and consistently over the long term improve it, grow that traffic, of course that will lead to sales, but it will also lead to tremendous branding and authority, because you will start to become a recognized individual or brand in your industry. And then suddenly people are going to start to network with you. It's not going to be the other way around where you're hoping to network with some popular people in your industry. Those people will see the value in networking with you. Why? Because now you are the one who can invite them on a podcast that's big and drive them traffic to whatever they are selling. You see, now you hold the keys. So there are tremendous benefits to it. Those are the benefits. Of course, the obvious thing is that it requires a lot of work. But so does most marketing, because a lot of it has to be done consistently. So the trick is to really plan out your show, really think, do I want to do this long term? What format am I comfortable in? What am I passionate in covering? And can I do this long term efficiently so that it doesn't take away from my other activities I have to do for my business and my personal life, because it can be a time drain. And if you can figure out how to fit all that and have a show become one of your marketing strategies over the long term, not right away, because these things usually take a while to ramp up, but over a long term, a show can be one of the most powerful marketing strategies there can be. Because imagine if you interview 100 people in your niche who are powerful. Well, your Rolodex, your list of contacts has grown tremendously. If you need any favors, if you're launching anything, now you have not tremendous friends, but business contacts, buddies, for whom you've done a favor by having them on your show. They've benefited. So, it gives you a little bit of leeway to ask for something you need, favors, recommendations, etc., promotion. So these are all tremendous benefits of a show. It's optional. Don't feel like I'm pushing you into it. You don't have to do it. But on social media, this is one of the most powerful ways to build up traffic, sales, and your brand. So with that in mind, let's begin this coming video about what to think about when thinking about how to create a show. In this video, let's talk about what your goals for the show should be. And you might think, well, my goal is to make money. Duh. Not so fast, because you can have a goal of selling something, sure, and making money, or you can have a goal of branding, or you can have a goal of getting traffic. And of course, they're a little bit synonymous. You get more traffic, you get more sales, you make more money. They are very related, but they're not the same, because I want to introduce a term called friction. Friction is a term often used in startups when they think about, should we grow quickly or should we monetize? They understand that selling something or putting ads in their products or services is okay with most people, but turns some people off. So they achieve the fastest growth when they monetize zero. So the high growth startups monetize zero for a long time or minimally because they want to not lose the people who would have gotten turned off by the monetization. Because they don't care about 100 people now, 1,000 people now, 10,000 people now. They care about the 10 million, 100 million, billion people in 5 years. That's what they're after. They're after that growth, and then they monetize and make a wildly larger amount of money. Same is true for shows. If you start your show with the mindset, I want to make money, I want you to make money too. But you'll make more money if you remove friction and not make any money now, but focus only on engagement and growth, which means no ads, no sponsorships, none of that. Just only focus on what is the absolute best thing for my viewers or listeners. If you can do that, you'll attain faster growth. Now, I'm not telling you to do either one. I'm just explaining the dynamic in this, because just about all of us, when we start out making episodes or shows, we're thinking, well, I want to monetize it a little bit. It's fun to monetize. It's fun for me too. I fall into that same trap, but I know that if you invest time and effort now and sacrifice the short term and stay persistent, it's going to pay off in 2, 3, 4, in 5 years. You'll be glad you did. If you monetize now, you'll be glad you monetized. But if you monetize in 5 years, you'll be much happier. So if all things being equal, if I'm not pressured by finances, I would not monetize. Of course, most people are, in the real world, most people are, to a degree, pressured by finances. They're creating content, they want to make some money. So what you can think about also is to what level you can grow to attain various sponsorships or make your ads monetize. Because if you're just starting and you want to get a sponsorship, well, they're going to ask you, what's your traffic like? And you'll say, well, my grandmother just watched the show and 3 of my friends, and they're like, well, that's worth not so much money as an audience. But if you can tell them, hey, I've got 1,000 people watching every episode, or 10,000, that's monetizable. So again, you don't have to wait to get to the millions of viewers, but you can at least wait to get to some reasonable spot, and then start including maybe ads, maybe affiliate products, maybe a little bit of partners, so that you monetize kind of a little bit. Don't make your entire episode about, hey, and we're promoting this, and then there's another ad for this. Don't make it like that, but just undersell so that you still make money a little bit, but you mostly focusing on growth. Because with shows, with all these podcasts, YouTube, what you really want is the large potential. That's really why you do it. So that would be me sharing how I would view it. If I was starting a show today, I would have the strongest impulse to make money now, but I would also have this on one shoulder. There's the I want to make money now. On the other shoulder, you need to be disciplined a little bit and tell yourself, the more you wait and the more you focus on growth and engagement, the more in the long term you'll get the outcomes you're after. Now let's talk about, if you have a show, if you produce content, where you can repurpose, meaning post it twice, 3 times, 4 times, what kind of formats you can reshuffle it in, and the platforms where you can post it. Because the more platforms you put it on, obviously the more traffic you get, the more exposure you get. And in something like 2015, it was simpler times, because all you had to do was like record a video for YouTube, transcribe it and edit it, and that would turn into a blog post, and you can take the audio from that and turn it into a podcast. And so I call that era simpler times. Now it's far more complicated, because you have, first of all, growth of live shows, YouTube Live, Facebook Live. You can go live on Twitter, you can go live on Instagram, you can go live on TikTok, and many other platforms. So short video is getting more popular now,
And you can put it on many, many places, far more places than before. And one challenge is that it's nearly impossible to repurpose everywhere well. Whereas if you just had a video, transcribe it, turn it into a podcast, you could kind of do that well. But now the problem is that if it's live, you're more engaging in the moment, but usually you don't have the option of editing. So you have some bad parts, some good parts, it's live. It might not go well. You might forget what you're saying. You might be like, I just lost my train of thought. And you know what? That's live. That's right there, bad quality video. So it's not really good for repurposing because you have a lot of lower quality video. But the thing is that if you're live, you can live stream to Facebook Live, YouTube Live. There's software that allows you to stream it to many, many platforms live at the moment. So you kind of have to choose short form video or long form video and what makes sense for your situation. In the past, you didn't really have to choose, but now you kind of do have to choose. Try to take all of this into consideration as you think about what's the ideal long-term format that will achieve your goals. And I'll give you an example. If you have an informational kind of a show, when you talk about something, well, here's like a interesting thing you can do. So if you start out by creating like a grand outline, like if this was a book, for example, it would be like a 500-page book, meaning you're giving the subject matter extensive coverage. And then for every topic in that outline, every week or every day, however frequently you create your content, put out short videos. And the videos can go on your social media, podcast, and YouTube, or wherever else you post. And it's going to start getting you traffic growth and branding. And of course, the transcriptions for those short videos become blog posts. And long term, let's say a year from then, when you created all those videos, when you created all those blog posts, they actually turn into a full course that you can sell and a book that you can sell if you put together the blogs and just edit them a little bit, but all the content is already there because you've been creating it. So at the same time, you created a course and a book, but at the same time, you've been growing your audience on social media, and now you can sell to that audience. The only caveat is, of course, you cannot sell all the content that's already been free. So usually what people do in that situation is they just create extra 10 or 20% extra insightful content that goes into the paid products, the course and the books. And so then it makes sense to have it all in one place. And most people don't even know that all of this is available on like YouTube or podcasts, but they will find it on maybe like Amazon or Udemy or maybe your own site if you sell the course. So this is kind of like a grand vision for total content repurposing that gets your branding, gets your sales, and gets you products in the end of the day.
Now let's talk about how to monetize a show, which is a very exciting topic. First, I'll give you your options, and then we'll talk about some of the pros and cons of them. Well, the most basic option is ads. If you have a YouTube show, you can just run basic ads. You're going to earn approximately $5 per 1,000 views, sometimes a little more, often a lot less, depending on the country from which your traffic is coming from. So it's approximately $5 per 1,000 views. So you can see that if you're getting 1,000 views, 2,000 views, 3,000 views, it's not a lot of money. The next step up is affiliate marketing. This is where you sign up for some kind of a product to resell some product, and you get a commission if you resell some product. So if you talk about socks and you become an Amazon affiliate and you sell some socks on Amazon from your recommendations that you would make in your show, then you get a commission. Again, the monetization there is also not great because you're getting a small portion of the sale and people actually have to buy, which will be very few people. A lot of people will see ads, but very few people will actually go and buy the socks you recommend. So again, the monetization is not a very strong one. You can do it and you can supplement ads and affiliate. They're not mutually exclusive. So that's an option. They can work together. The next step up is sponsorships. Generally speaking, sponsorships work like this. Sometimes when you grow to large audiences, let's say 100,000 subscribers wherever, or you're getting maybe 10,000 views on every piece of content you make, Sponsors will find you because large companies have in their marketing departments somebody in charge of partnerships, and all they're doing is searching for creators in their niche who can promote their product. That's their whole job, is to find you. And their criteria is, do you get the traffic? Do you get engagement? These two things, traffic and engagement. Because very often we think of numbers, 10,000 people watching, but how many of them comment? How many of them go to take the next steps? If you can track your engagement and say, hey, when I sold this affiliate product, or when I told them to sign up for my email list, I got this many signups. And if you get positive, optimistic sounding engagement numbers, that will be very attractive to sponsors who will ask you those things. They can see your views, but they don't know the level of engagement, so you can strengthen your argument to them. But if you have like 100 people watching per piece of content, it's very unlikely that you're going to get those people to contact you. They're looking, they may be seeing you, they just may not be contacting you. You need to grow. There's the flip side of it. You can think to yourself, how can I get sponsorships? Now, if they're not contacting you, you can research companies who will potentially be a fit for you to promote in your show so they can sponsor you, and you can reach out to their marketing department. It's usually very easy to do because their contact information is on their website, and you can either through support or somehow get to the email of a marketing department representative and ask them, would you like to sponsor my show? The problem with that is you don't know if that particular company currently has a budget, and if their budget, even if they have a budget, you don't know if they're going to want to spend with you, because they'll ask, hey, so what's your traffic like? What's your engagement like? Because they currently, if they have a budget for this, they currently already have a number of other influencers with whom they're advertising who may or not be better. They're going to compare you, right? Once you see the nuance here is that when they find you and contact you, they want you. It's easier for you to negotiate your deal terms. Everything is easier. When you contact them, they don't want you necessarily. You have to make them want you. And that's hard because they have to get budget approvals from this manager, that manager. It's so much harder to get sponsorships if you reach out to companies. I've done that myself. Personally, I get 1 to 2 to 3 emails of some companies who want to advertise with me. Mostly I reject them unless they're like super perfect for my content and my audience. But when I think, I'm creating some content, this company would be so perfect, and I reach out to them, very likely I don't even get a reply very often. And even if I do get a reply, it's not a great reply. It's like, oh, I have to ask my manager. And then that conversation sort of dies down in the email exchanges. Actually, I've never sold a partnership that way, but I sell like 1 to 2, generally 1 a month, for a 4-figure, sometimes even 5-figure price point. That's rare. Usually it's a 4-figure price point for me, at least a month. So I do that when they contact me. The key is grow your channel. So all of these monetization strategies will work with the more traffic and more engagement you have. Now, lastly, you can also just sell your products. You don't have to sell affiliate products. You don't have to sell products of some partners. Instead of running ads, you can sell your products. Let's say you create some content, maybe you're positioning yourself as an expert. Why don't you make a course or a book or something else, some product that your brand owns? You get 100% of the revenue, it's fantastic, and you keep the traffic within your own ecosystem, because if you run ads or affiliate marketing or sponsorship, what you're really doing, in case you are successful, you're taking people and telling them, hey, go somewhere else, go to another company. Why would you want to do that? You want to keep them in your ecosystem of your business as much as possible. Of course, if you're selling your own product, but you also have a sponsorship, probably not going to say no to that sponsorship deal. It's lucrative and profitable, so you can manage that. But if you have the options, you can always think, okay, I can't do everything. I can't put ads and sell products and have sponsorships and sell affiliate products, because my audience will just get overwhelmed with all these offers, and they'll think that it will cheapen the show. Too much advertising and promotion and ads, it just cheapens your show, and your audience will leave. So you have to be tasteful about which products you promote and how much promotion there is. Some, a little bit, is tolerable by your viewers or your audience. Too much will turn them off and they'll easily leave and you'll never hear from them again, which is bad. That's not what you want. So you want to be tasteful in what you choose to sell to them. And if you're just choosing one, for example, selling something of your own, like your own product that's owned by your brand, that's better because it's within your ecosystem. The second best is being big enough for sponsors, because that's lucrative, obviously. And then just having ads or just selling affiliate products here and there. You see, that revenue tends to be small. And you have to grow to such crazy sizes to make that revenue significant that in most cases it's almost prudent to forego affiliates or ads, the YouTube ads or whatever, the basic ads, so that you don't give friction to your audience. They can engage with you more and you can sell the more profitable items and still not lose your engaged audience. So that's kind of how to manage all of these different monetization strategies. Of course, different businesses operate very differently. They have different things they can sell, but this is generally your options for how to monetize shows and some of the ways in how to think about it so that you retain the largest possible growth while maximizing your revenue without turning people off. Now let's talk about how frequently you should publish episodes of your show. And of course, there are multiple answers to this. There's a different publishing schedule in the very beginning when you launch and over the long term as you progress. Now, before I get into the details, what I want to point out is that there's a sweet spot. There's a marriage of retaining the highest possible content quality with the fastest possible production schedule, while at the same time making sure you don't run out of episode ideas and the show doesn't take over your life and overwhelm you, because you want to keep it fun, because this is something that you should do long term. A show isn't something that you start this month and quit in 2 months. It's only something that you might start and keep doing, because the benefits of a show, yes, you'll get some today, you'll get some next month, but the greatest benefits are in 5 years. Think of it that way. When you reach millions of people instead of 100 or 1,000, the 100 or 1,000 should ultimately feel minuscule, because you're ultimately after the millions of people. And with that in mind, you don't want the show to be a burden to you in terms of schedule, or you're not excited. It should be fun and enjoyable for you as well. So that confluence of factors. Importantly, high content quality and high publishing frequency. Now, let's talk about when you launch your show. You should have a few episodes built up and recorded before you launch, because the way a lot of platforms work, podcasting platforms, YouTube, etc., the way they work is you might promote your initial launch to some audience, and they know who the audience is. It's on their platform. And so when you launch your second episode, those first viewers or listeners will get a notification or some kind of an alert, usually. Hey, this content creator that you watched an episode of published another one. And if they consume that, then when you publish your third one, they'll show that third one, hey, this is an engaged person. They watched the first and the second. We should show them the third. And by the way, if those initial audience members watch a lot of your show and consume it well and show good engagement metrics, then those platforms, the YouTubes, the podcasting platforms, they'll think, oh, this is good for this kind of a type of audience member profile. Let's show this as a recommendation to other people of the same profile. They might like it. And that's how, as long as you keep doing this regularly and building up your audience, those platforms will show your content to more and more people, as long as it's good. As soon as, because of content frequency, you start having slightly less good content, then you're sending slightly less good engagement signals to the algorithms of these platforms, and they recommend you less and you don't grow. So you want to find that sweet spot. It's super important. So usually what people do is when they launch, they have like a first month plan, very aggressive if possible, every day launch, or maybe 5 days a week launch a new episode. That's not sustainable long term unless this is exactly your main business. But for most people, it's not their main business, it's a promotional tool. So what you would do is maybe do 3 times a week, 2 times a week, whatever is reasonable that you can keep up high quality content. And then over time, you want to ease into a production schedule. A lot of things will be faster for you. It's way slower to film the first episode than it will be to film your 5th episode. By the 5th episode, you'll be like, boom, boom, boom. I figured out this already. A lot of it is just things you've already figured out. How do you edit that part? Where do you stand? How do you talk? Easy. By the 5th episode, by the 10th, easy peasy. By the 1st, it's all like hair pulling. Oh my God, I'm wasting so much time on this. It's always like that. So you got to persist. And so ideally, you would become very, very efficient. You would find that the kinds of topics and episode styles that work for you, that get good traffic, good engagement, you would figure out how to efficiently create it, how to efficiently launch it, where to launch it, how to promote it, and it would be kind of like a part of your schedule without hopefully taking too much time. And that's the ideal goal. Taking less of your time, but still growing. And so, however efficient you can become with it is very related to how frequently you can publish the episodes. And that will come with time. So hopefully the idea is that you'll be able to keep cranking out maybe 3 episodes a week, 1 episode a week at least regularly, something regular, not like 1 episode today, maybe another episode in 3 weeks. That's a lot less common. Regular content, and then as frequently as you can without making yourself go crazy. If you're going crazy and you're giving yourself anxiety, slow it down. That's better than the alternative. So that's pretty much the content schedule that's ideal to adhere to, that molds to whatever your situation is. In this video, I want to give you an example of a website that has a combination of newsy and evergreen topics that uses it to dominate its niche, and this is search engine land, because every day the search engines change. There's all kinds of differences and changes in Google and Bing and all that, and Yahoo, and it's all search engines, and they cover that. You see, they have daily articles just because right now they are a big site and they have a lot of writers, but in your case, you don't have to write as frequently. But the idea here is that some of these are just news of the day, but some of these are things that are going to stay. So I'm going to give you an example of one thing that happened in like 2010, which was like the Google Panda algorithm. So as you can see, I searched Google for like, what is the Google Panda penalty? And that site, Search Engine Land, is right here. So they're still getting traffic, they're still ranking. So that news happened in 2011, they're still getting traffic to it from this big keyword, because that was a very fundamental change in Google. The Google Panda penalty is still something that people talk about. This is something people still search for, and they're still getting traffic to it. So if you have a show, a blog, you can think, oh, I can also create a YouTube video for this, so the YouTube video can keep on getting traffic for this kind of a thing that has a name that people search for, and it's going to have longevity, most likely. Of course, in 2011, we didn't know how much of a longevity this will have, but you can try to approximate, because you can see, oh, this is a big change here. It has a name. This is something people might reference and search, and it turned out a lot of years later, it's still relevant and there's still traffic on this. So this is a fantastic way to take a subject matter which has topics that are newsy and evergreen as well, and then intelligently post the content depending on where you think you're going to get most long-term traffic. Because you don't have to make a video for every topic, because a lot of topics, they're news today, nobody's talking about it tomorrow. But if you do think of there's a topic that is worth covering for the long-term benefits, then that would be a good example to also create additional content on it, like on YouTube. Now let's talk about how to make your show creation very, very efficient. And of course, that conversation is about what you can outsource or automate so that you don't have to do it. But before I talk about what to outsource, I want to talk about what not to outsource, and that is you. You're the one who should appear on camera, talk in a podcast. Your brand, your personality, your humanity is what people will have a relationship to. They'll enjoy watching or listening to you or not. They'll trust you or not. So if you hide behind the camera, right? If you hide behind images, or if you want to show that's faceless and nameless, you can have that. But in most cases, that's not the right practice. In most cases, you want to be human, vulnerable, interesting, and letting your humanity be what's attracting people to your show. Now, having said that, almost everything else you can outsource. And if I was talking a few years ago, I would be talking about freelancers. But today, one of the strongest freelancers is, artificial intelligence. So you can, before you create a show, what do people do usually? Pre-script. Not everybody scripts completely, but as I've got gained experience in creating videos, I don't necessarily pre-script. Sometimes I do, but I definitely have an idea of an approximate script and approximate points that I want to make. And depending on the video length and complexity, I either only have the major points I want to make, or I pre-script. But in any case, what you can consult for that is with ChatGPT. But don't just ask artificial intelligence, hey, can you pre-script me this video? Ask it, read it, ask it to edit it. You maybe make some edits, have a back and forth, so that the ideas are still yours and they're preserved, but they're maybe expressed better. Maybe artificial intelligence will remind you of some points you're missing that you're going to think, oh yeah, I forgot that. Thanks for reminding me. I often have that where I can think of many points I want to make, but usually artificial intelligence kind of remembers more at one time, and it's a very good assistant in that sense. Now, of course, you can also use it to create images, your branding, your YouTube thumbnails, all that now you can create with artificial intelligence. You don't have to hire freelancers. You could if you'd like, if you love a freelancer that you work with and they make content and images that you love, by all means. But very often, artificial intelligence can be a good option because at least it can save us time. So that's something you can also incorporate. Now, there are also many AI-based tools. You don't have to use those. You can use a human freelancer to maybe answer questions on social media and handle your social media, because maybe you don't like posting on social media and maybe you're just busy. But you can hire a social media manager. They're going to post for you. They're going to reply to comments, and they won't just reply like very quickly, like one line, like you might, because you don't have a lot of time. They might reply thoughtfully because that's all they have time for, is being your social media manager. Of course, that's expensive, but if you have a larger company or at least a budget, you could, in theory, outsource that, because here we're talking about what you could outsource. And of course, your sales copywriting is something you would also outsource. So like copywriting for your YouTube video or podcast titles to make them more attractive, the descriptions, your sales pages of whatever products you sell, all that you can get artificial intelligence to help you, not do it for you, help you create all that sales copywriting, and you check it and work with it to create the absolute ideal best to ultimately place on your website or the episodes you're making. So those are generally the kinds of things that you would either outsource or automate using artificial intelligence, and they'll save you a lot of time, including video editing as well. That's a big one. Obviously, if you're creating podcasts, there's no video, but there's audio editing. That can be a large amount of footage. You can give it to an editor, or today there's even video editing software packages that use AI that edit the videos for you. They do that with varying degrees of quality and success now, but they're going to get better and better, and soon they're going to be great. And similarly, I did say you should not outsource yourself. You should be the face of what you make, but you can outsource parts of video or content that you make to AI. That's being done commonly now, because AI can put B-roll footage over a voice that mimics your voice. So yes, you should be present, your face, appearing on camera, appearing in the podcast with your own self you can do that. It's highly recommended, but you don't have to be 100% of the time, because you can also create AI generated video or audio, of course, if you disclose it with all the correct ethics to your audience. But today it is being done where, like, I can say a few sentences into AI, various packages, and it will know my voice, and it will create the rest of the content in my voice. And instead of the video, it will just have some other footage, not me, like some other footage it chooses, so that it seems like I'm talking, but it's really AI created it. But again, you have to edit it. It's not always, it doesn't always get it right. But these are all the things you can outsource and automate that will save your time tremendously. With this video, I want to begin talking about what is today the #1 way to engage your audience and build trust with your audience, and engagement and trust at the same time, of course, give rise to sales. And that is having a live show. What I mean by that is either having a Facebook live show, YouTube live, Instagram live. You can do all of them, or you can do just one wherever your audience is. And because you're live, you're creating a stronger connection with your fans, because they can interact with you directly, and that creates a much stronger bond and connection between them and you than pre-written or pre-recorded content. Plus, during the live show, because you're also interacting with people, you're able to see who is the most engaged, and you can make a plan for either selling something to them on the show or reaching out after the show and saying, hey, I noticed you showed more interest in this product. Would you like maybe to get on a sales call? You wouldn't tell them it's a sales call, but it would be a quick sales call. Or you would tell them, hey, would you like a discount to something? So actually having a live show, it does let your audience build a stronger bond with you, but it also gives you insight into which of your audience members are most ready to buy something premium or get engaged with one of your products. So a live show is not easy to create. It's not for everyone. A lot of people are shy. There are many factors preventing people from having a live show, but it does build more trust, more social sharing, more buying. And while you are live, you're able to get extra promotion, because all these social networks like Instagram, YouTube, they send alerts to your followers saying, so-and-so is live, join now. And if you run ads to the show, it's cheaper and easier. So you're actually able to get new people to find you because you have a live show. But very importantly, more importantly, you're able to re-engage your existing followers and start turning them from followers to potential clients who are paying. So with that, let's begin exploring your live show options. In this video, I want to talk about how to actually run your live streams. And we're going to talk about how to run live streams when you're presenting something from sitting on behind your computer or something like that, not when you are like live at some concert or event, or you see some sort of thing happening outside, not that, but pre-planned structured live sessions that a lot of businesses do. And they run like talking type genre live sessions. That's what we're going to talk about in this video. So first of all, you want to start with a very interesting and compelling topic of your live session. At least some part of what you're going to present has to be pre-planned. And it's important to have an interesting topic, because that's going to be part of your marketing when you promote it on your social medias. When it's boring or not compelling or bland, nobody joins. If it's something interesting or people get something out of it that's unique, then a lot more people will join, and they will join during the session as well as you're streaming, just because the title sounds compelling. And that will help you promote each stream, because you want to do live streaming on a regular basis. You have to choose ahead of time. Are you going to do it monthly, weekly, or daily? And you want to do it at a regular, not just the day, but time, so that people can plan it ahead and put it in their schedule. Because if I can't make it now, I can't make it next week, I might make it in 2 weeks. If people know that they want to, first of all, make it in there, if the title is interesting, and they know when it's coming. And on every live stream, you want to say, hey, the next one is next week. Or tell them every day, tune in at 7 p.m. or whenever it is, so that people know, okay, I got to go, so that it's really clear. If there's confusion, they're not going to pre-plan for it. If there's no confusion, they'll be able to much more easily keep it in the back of their mind. And when you start your stream, you want to discuss your main topic of conversation for the first 15 minutes as people join. And during that time, you want to encourage questions and welcome new people who joined and mention them by name. Just get people to engage so that after about 5 or 15 minutes of your initial presentation, when you're done with the presentation, you can take questions and engage your audience. You want to do that because the people who are the most engaged, they're having the most fun, they're going to be much more likely to share your stream, buy whatever you're selling during the stream. The ones that are engaged are the people you really care about, and you want to engage them extra because their comments, their questions, their reactions, they're going to make your stream look like it's alive. And then next people joining, they're going to be joining something that looks like it's fun, like a party. It's already going on, and not themselves be the first to the party, because nobody wants to be the first to the party, but everybody wants to join a good party. So really, your engaged audience, that's your key to make it look like a party. Now, what happens when you first start doing your live sessions? They're not really a party. You might get like a few viewers, like 3 viewers, and they're just basically friends that you invited. And a lot of people get discouraged and frustrated. And yes, it is discouraging and frustrating, 100%, but you've got to keep doing it, because the way to grow is to just keep doing it consistently. And of course, you want to invite everybody from your social media as much as possible. And during the session, be very entertaining, engaging, friendly, provide a lot of value, and make sure you do it regularly, because that's when it's going to grow. If you do all this, eventually it's going to grow. Now, when is it going to grow? I don't know. You don't know. But it's going to grow basically depending on how interesting it is for people, because that depends on you. And of course, if you're starting out with no audience, it's a lot harder to get this going. But posting pre-recorded videos and sometimes doing live sessions actually will help to reinforce each other, because they'll both be getting you subscribers, and those subscribers might join your live sessions. They might watch your pre-recorded videos, so you can cross-pollinate your subscribers and get yourself that boost. And keep in mind, your live sessions, when they're over, you have an option to keep them as pre-recorded sessions so people can watch it anytime later on as well. So that's essentially the high-level overarching recipe for successfully running a live show that grows over time.
With this video, I want to start a new section of the course in which we're going to talk about Instagram marketing. What we're going to cover is the Instagram algorithms. There are a number of algorithms that you can leverage to get large growth on Instagram. And what you can do with that large growth, of course, is to build a brand, build a following, and eventually make sales of whatever you want to sell. But like all social media, business owners want to get on social media and promote whatever they have. But the way it truly works out is, first you get on social media, create good content, engage people, re-engage, build trust, make people feel like they have a relationship with you as the creator, and only then sell, but sell much more. And that's the approach we'll have in this section. I'll show you the algorithms, but all with the mind for how to leverage these algorithms to, one, attract new followers, but not leave it there. Make sure that you warm them up, get them interested in what you do even more, get them more curious, trust you more, and eventually engage so much that they move on to buying and stay customers long term. That's the perspective we'll have in this section. It will be largely algorithm focused, which is actually what you need. But within and in between the focus of algorithm, we'll also talk about how to truly engage people so that they become true fans, so you can build a brand and sell at the same time. So with that, let's begin the section on Instagram marketing.
In this video, I want to go over different possible Instagram posts, because one of the biggest areas of confusion for people who start out with Instagram is that there are just so many different things you can post in so many different ways. It's very overwhelming, and it makes people feel confused, and it makes people not want to do them. It makes people want to stay away from Instagram. And in reality, this has nothing to do with the individual. It really is true that right now Instagram has too many things going on. It's a little confusing. So let's go over and distinguish between different kinds of posts so that we can dispel any kind of confusion or apprehension you may be having if you're not sure when and how to use any of them. So first of all, let's start with the basics. Of course, you can post regular posts that are just photos or just videos, right? Those are basic posts now. In fact, now you can post as a basic post a longer video. In fact, yesterday I posted a 4-minute video as a regular post. Those posts are seen as a grid when people come to your profile. When they scroll, there's like a grid of pictures and videos. That's all your posts. And of course, you want to post some photos, some videos, so that people have a variety, because some people like videos, some people like photos, etc. You want to have something for everyone. Now, in addition to regular posts, you have stories. They're a very different animal. Stories usually only last for 24 hours, and they can include polls, questions. They're a good way to engage people. You can also have shopping tags on them, but they usually go away from your profile within 24 hours. Sure, you can pin some elements of them, but the idea of stories in general is that they're temporary. You post something, maybe a little poll, something to engage your followers, something to keep them updated on something, and then it's not meant to stay on your profile forever. Like, it's not a great post that you make that should remain there, and it will go away quickly. So that's stories. One way to look at it is that first you want to populate your account with photos and videos so that when people come to your account, they have a lot of things to browse. And once you have that and people are actually following and you have some audience, then you want to start with the stories. Of course, if you just have a personal profile, your stories can be messages to friends, keeping your friends updated with what you're doing. But if you have a business that you're promoting, first you just want to populate your account with content that stays there forever. And after that, you want to focus on stories. Beyond posts and stories, you have other types of content you can post. Like, you can go live. You can have an Instagram shop in your account, actually. But again, if you have a business to promote, you want to kind of wait on these until you have an audience. With the only exception, really, that live streams, if they're good, if they're engaging, can get you a lot of attention during the stream. So let's say you're in the middle of some newsworthy event and you're actually live streaming it. Well, people are going to want to see it because you're faster than the actual news. But that's a really rare thing, and very few accounts can make use of that. So in general, this is the hierarchy. You want to populate with posts, and then you want to start getting into more advanced types of content. Because ultimately you want to have a big variety, but generally you're always probably going to stick with and err on the side of posts, which are photos and videos that stay on your account forever.
With this video, I want to start a series of videos which are going to explain to you the different algorithms on Instagram. And many people, users, they talk about the algorithm. But as you'll see, there are actually many algorithms, and we're going to explore these algorithms in this article by Adam Mosseri. If you are not familiar with who Adam Mosseri is, he is the head of Instagram. You see, head of Instagram. So who would know the algorithms more than him? No one. And this article, as you can see, is posted on the Instagram domain, about.instagram.com. So it's directly from the authoritative source. And in the next few videos, we're going to explore the ranking on Instagram in terms of how you rank on the feed, how to rank in the stories algorithm, how can you rank in the explore algorithm, what are these things if you're not familiar just yet, and how the Reels algorithm works as well. So this video is the introduction, and the next few videos, I'm going to break them down with a video focusing on each algorithm so that it's not confusing. And if you ever forget, you can very easily go back to these lectures and only focus on the algorithm that you're interested in so that you can easily refresh your memory. So having said that, I'll see you in the next video where we're going to start looking into how Instagram ranks the feed algorithm. So we'll do that in the next video. In this video, let's explore how the Instagram feed algorithm works. If you're not familiar, the feed is your personalized home base, essentially, like your homepage within Instagram. This is where you are shown the posts made by your friends, family, and things you're interested in, which means that your feed will have a mix of content from the account you've chosen to follow and recommended content from accounts that Instagram thinks that you'll enjoy, and of course, some ads. And what you'll see is a mixture of videos, photos, and different carousels. And of course, by the way, I'll have the link to this article attached in every lecture as we talk about this article, so you can always come here and read it in more detail. But I'll just get to the important parts, because what you're likely interested in is how do you rank your posts higher in other people's feeds. As marketers, that's what we want to know. So they start by defining a set of things that could rank. And out of that, you see, with feed, we consider recent posts. So recency is obviously important. And that's very obvious, obviously, because most of the time in the feed are things people recently posted. They also consider posts from accounts you don't already follow that they think you might be interested in. And they determine what you might be interested in by whom you've already followed, liked, or engaged with recently. So recently. So like if you have a lot of people you follow that you follow about soccer, but you followed them a long time ago, but now you're into tennis, they're going to be smart enough to show you a lot of tennis content. And they try to have a good balance between content from accounts you already follow and new accounts you don't already follow but might be interested in. Also, they mention here that they take into consideration the format of the posts, like photos versus videos versus carousels. Some people like one kind of content, some people like another kind of content, and whoever likes what, they'll show them more of that. So for you, that means a variety of content formats could be more helpful than if you just post one sort of thing, like only photos or only videos, so mix them up. And here in these bullet points are kind of the summaries. So they look at the user's activity, what they liked, shared, or saved, or commented on. So similar things to that will be shown to them in their feed. Then they consider the information about posts, how popular a certain post is already. That means you want to give your posts a boost when you launch them, a natural boost, not a boost by fake users, but a boost by real users, hopefully your audience who like it, engage with it, share, and then ideally that will help the Instagram algorithm think it's a good post and show that post to more people. Then they consider the information about the person who posted the content. For example, if it's a popular Instagrammer, that post is going to be more likely to get promoted by Instagram, but that's not the only factor. So if you're not popular yet, what you want to do is keep working up in your popularity, and not just the follower number, but engagement on your post, sharing and resharing of your post, liking, commenting, so that Instagram thinks, oh, you're a new riser, a new star in the making, and they're going to promote you to more people. Alternatively, if you have been posting kind of low quality content, maybe you want to slow down on that and improve your content, because if they see that you're getting very little engagement on your post, that's going to be a signal for them that maybe they shouldn't promote your posts to others. And of course, another reason to have quality posts is that when people like your posts, they'll interact with it, and then you'll build up a history with your followers that they engage with your posts. And when they engage with your posts highly, Instagram takes that as a signal and promotes more of your future posts to them as well, higher in the feed algorithm. Now, as I scroll down, you see in feed, the engagement signals that are the most important are how likely a person is to spend a few seconds on a post, or how likely a user is to comment on it, like it, or share it, or tap on the profile photo. The more likely the people who see your post in their feed do any of those actions or a few of those actions, the higher up in the feed your post will appear. Now, there are also a few things to watch out for. There are some reasons why Instagram may ban your posts from being shown in other people's feeds, and that is if you violate the community guidelines. So I strongly encourage you from this link to click on the community guidelines and read through the long version of it, because the long version is not so long, but it basically, if you endanger people, if you do something illegal, like sharing photos that you have no right to, or show or encourage something dangerous, or other things that might be mentioned here. You just want to make sure that you follow these guidelines so that you don't violate any Instagram guidelines and don't get penalized. So that's the feed algorithm. The great thing that could happen to you as an Instagram marketer is if your posts or your reels get such great engagement that Instagram begins showing your reels to new users who have never heard of you. This is essentially the most common way to get the wild growth of getting new followers. How you engage those followers is a different story. We'll talk about that. But you see, you can get discovered by new people who like the subject matter of what you're posting if what you're posting has great engagement signals. And that's what you want to focus on. Encourage people to comment, to like, to share, and make genuinely likable, commentable, shareable content, and keep working to improve your quality of your content, because that's going to be the biggest factor in whether you're going to rank highly and get wild growth or stagnate. So now that we looked at the feed algorithm, in the next video, let's look at the stories algorithm. Now let's explore the stories algorithm on Instagram and see how to rank your stories highly. Well, you see, stories are a way to share everyday moments and engage people who already follow you. So whereas the feed algorithm is what you want so that new people can discover you, one of the great ways to engage and re-engage the people who follow you is with stories. So if you're thinking, what should be my strategy? Generally speaking, for most Instagram accounts, you want a healthy combination of trying to get new followers, but then engaging them. You don't want just a number like +1 follower. You want an engaged follower. And this is where stories come in. Make your stories exciting, because you see, what's important here is your viewing history. This looks at how often a user views an account's stories. So if you have a great story or a great reel that you made and a user is really engaged with you, they're going to be very likely to prioritize choosing your next story. And if that story is great, they're going to prioritize choosing your next story. But if one of your stories kind of drops the ball and just isn't as insightful, there's a chance that this user will get kind of disengaged and disinterested and just start following other accounts more and clicking on other accounts and prioritizing those. So what you want to do is just strive to make the most entertaining, the most eye-catchy posts so that people can stay engaged, and that's how you're going to get prioritized in the stories algorithm. And of course, there are some things that you can't help, like they look at how close a person is to the person posting. So if you're a true friend or a family, as it says here, of course, you're going to get priority in the stories. But beyond that, what you want is to truly engage a user so that they keep choosing your stories. Like, for example, when Instagram alerts users saying, hey, you have 10 new stories or 20 new stories to catch up on, the first ones will always be the ones that the user is the most engaged with, and you really want yours to be those. So don't just post stories just to post, but make them super personable, super interesting and entertaining, and really bring your personality and warmness or humor first, whatever you lead with, whatever the value of your account is, so that people really engage with that and kind of feel like they're building a relationship with you. That's the path to strong engagement by users to your stories, and for you to dominate the story algorithm. In this video, I want to give you a few strategies for how to optimally use Instagram stories to attract new followers and engage existing followers. So to attract new followers, as you can see, I'm on my profile here, and when I scroll down a little bit, what you'll see is this little row of circles above my posts. These are pinned stories that I chose strategically. The strategy is anybody who discovers your profile before they follow, they click on your profile, and this is what they see. So the stories you want to choose are stories that represent your brand really well, deliver a lot of value, and are some of the best content that you have, because they're right on top here, and people very often look at those, and those get pinned so they don't move. Whereas the posts you make and the reels you make, with everyone that you add, they kind of go down the list. And so you don't always have the control of what appears on top. Maybe it's your best, maybe it's not your best, but that's the control you have with the stories. The stories are going to help to convert visitors to your profile to people who follow you. And again, the strategy to do that with your stories is to make them super on point, super valuable, super entertaining, your absolute best. Now, most of the time, the way stories are used isn't to attract new followers, but to engage and re-engage existing followers. Because every time you post a story, your followers get an alert and a push notification saying such and such accounts posted a story, and the stories only live for 24 hours. And what you want is for your followers to be really curious about what you're posting next. The strategy to do that is to first be really warm and smile when you talk in your stories, and really make the viewer feel like they're an integral and valuable part of your online community. Be warm, be engaging, because this is less to attract new people when you post your daily stories. The stories I'm talking about are not the stories you plan to have pinned. Of course, you still want to be warm in those, but just the stories you post daily or on a semi-regular basis. Those stories, that's where you want to be warm, engaging, inviting. Whether you're doing this for a personal brand or a business brand, you want for people to connect, because this is to re-engage them. And whereas when they follow you, they have an interest. What you want to do with that interest is let it build, and blossom, so that when you do promote something, people are very engaged with you and trust you and feel like you already provide a lot of value, which would imply to them that in your paid offerings and whatever you're selling, you might provide an infinitely greater amount of value. And so that will increase the chances for them to buy. Now, when should you promote? Because this is to engage and re-engage, you want to only promote things in your stories like 1 out of every 15 or 1 out of every 20 stories. Because if you're too promotional, people will just disengage because they want value. Which really brings me to another point, because there's a common question: how often should you post stories? Some people post stories every day. If you can maintain a high level of quality of your videos, then of course daily is fine, as long as you can actually keep that up. But most people find that hard, and the quality of the content tends to thin out. Like, if you were to post once a week, that post would be really well thought out. You would have time to think and film it for a couple of days. But if you post daily, you just don't have the time to conceptualize, film, and edit your stories as well, and so you'll have slightly worse content on average. So what I would recommend is, if you are really ambitious, you can try to start daily and see how it goes. But generally, you probably want to scale down, maybe 5 times a week, 3 times a week, so that your content quality stays amazing. And with every story you make, your followers learn that you post amazing content. It's really worth spending the 20 or 30 seconds on your content. Because remember, you're competing against other stories that are posted, so yours must be really good. And when yours are consistently good, your users will prioritize your stories over the stories of other accounts that post stories. And that's really how you engage and re-engage and get people to warm up to eventually buy from you when you have something to promote. So this is the way to use stories. Use stories to get more of your profile visitors to follow you, but also very, very importantly, use stories to engage and re-engage and re-engage and get people to really become a fan of your work. And when they're a fan, then when you sell something every once in a while, they'll flock to what you're selling. And that's how you make your account really valuable, because then you can sell from your Instagram account when people are super engaged. And stories are one of the great keys to doing that. In this video, let's talk about how the Instagram Explore algorithm works. Explore isn't one of the more common terms, so I want to show you where this is. You see, if you click on the little search option on Instagram, you'll get a whole bunch of suggestions for what you might be interested in. Well, obviously Explore, right? And so they explain that Explore Well was designed to help you discover things. And that grid they show you is made up of recommendations like photos and videos that they think you'll like because you liked similar ones before. And you see one of the more important ranking factors is information about the post. So they're looking at how popular a post seems to be. This means that the first focus you should have is just getting engagement on any post. This, of course, starts before you make the post. It starts with planning of your post, to when you launch your post, to getting that post promoted on social media, etc. And of course, that means that what you really want to focus on as your account grows is not just focusing on growth, but focusing on engagement of the people who follow you and re-engagement. Because when you make new posts, the idea is that if your followers are really, really, really engaged with every post, you'll get more activity on every new post. And at some point, you'll start sort of challenging other popular posts for real estate on the Explore part of Instagram. And they'll start showing your posts there as opposed to showing your competitors' posts there if you engage and re-engage your audience. So the super engagement and re-engagement is extra important. You cannot have bad posts. Every post must be amazing. You have to think through and ahead of time about your posts. And then once your users are like, oh, wow, every post this person makes is amazing, and they'll be very likely to click on your next one because it satisfies them so much in whatever they need from you. That's how you give yourself the chance to rank in that Explore algorithm. Because the Explore algorithm has other ranking factors like whatever the user's activity is in Explore. Well, you cannot control that. You just hope to capture the attention of the users who like your niche, the niche in which you're in. And then the user's history of interacting with people who posted. But there is no history. This is for new people finding you. So there's less emphasis for you as a marketer on this and more emphasis on engagement, so that Instagram thinks your posts are going to have a high chance of getting great engagement in the Explore if it shows your posts there. And of course, as you get more popular on Instagram, they're also going to weigh this item, information about the person posted. This will be you. The more you grow on Instagram, the more this works in your favor. And as I scroll here, they emphasize that most of the content shown in Explore is from people you don't know. So it's for having new people discover your content. Having covered that, in the next video, let's talk about how to rank Reels, which are very, very big and important part of Instagram. In this video, let's talk about the Explore algorithm in Instagram. On the bottom left, that little search icon, that's the Explore. You can tap on it and it will bring you search. You can search on top there, but also you can browse a bunch of different pictures, reels, and it's comprised of things that are within your interests. So you might see that, okay, I like soccer. There's a bunch of soccer here somewhere. Like there's soccer. I like MMA. I like other things like fitness. I like sports. And let's be fair to me, I have more intellectual interests than just that. But here, that's what they are showing it to me so far, because many of the things that I naturally like that I'd click on are visual here, right? Like MMA. But for example, like I like philosophy. It's not visual. It's very hard for a topic like that to compete with others here. So what would happen is once I start interacting more with the philosophy content, I'd get shown more related results here. So here I want to discuss what would it take for your content to show up here, because this is where, let's say you're philosophy and you're one of the top philosophy accounts and you're ranking here. It's amazing because you get a lot of people, millions and millions of people browsing this. Nobody's obviously here for a long time, but even if you're here, let's say for a day, 24 hours, millions of people will have the chance to follow you. So what are the algorithm factors for your posts to appear here? The first is obviously what I just mentioned, your previous engagement and signs of interest with certain content. Like if I had no sign of interest with MMA or boxing or soccer, they wouldn't show that to me. They'd maybe show me one like that or two just because maybe those are trending overall, but they wouldn't emphasize it. But the second thing I want to mention is really interesting here. Let's say you have a relatively new account and it's not something ultra competitive and you have a chance to show up here even if you don't have a tremendously big account. the speed and acceleration of engagement on your posts, likes, comments, shares, people saving your post, and not just people doing that, but the speed with which they do that. That speed is one of the determining factors of getting your posts shown here. And of course, the percentage of people interacting. So like if you have a bad post and not many people interact, even if you run ads or influence this in some other way, you're not going to show up here. But if you have a highly engaged post per person, right, it's just a good post overall, and you do something that accelerates your likes, comments, etc., it increases your chances of appearing here. And when you do that, of course, you go viral here and you get exposure to many other people and your account really grows like crazy. This is one of the key core strategies that I really want to emphasize and overemphasize and then overemphasize. This is fully in your hands, because imagine when you release a post and it's one of your good posts, you're proud of that post, you can speed up your engagement by doing many free organic marketing things like post on Twitter, post on YouTube, post everywhere else that you posted on Instagram. That's going to get you a small trickle of people, fine. But you would combine that with an additional gigantic flood of people if you run ads. You can run ads and maybe spend some money, $20, $30, $50, $100, let's say, just with the hope in one day, or maybe in the first 2 days, or maybe you have a bigger budget that you can play around with, and you would spend all that money just with the hope that you go trending here. That's your shot, right? You're paying for the chance to go trending here. Of course, you'll be getting natural followers. You'll be growing your account. Yes, so it's not a waste if you don't start trending here, but really that's the moonshot, right? You have this moonshot chance with every one of your posts. So that's the big, big, big opportunity that I wanted to outline and emphasize here, that anyone can do as long as you have good posts. Now, let's talk about the Reels algorithm. Reels are designed to help people discover new things, and you see they right here with an emphasis on entertainment. Now, I will say that being entertaining is very important, but entertaining doesn't mean that all you do is sing and dance and jump and make jokes. Great educational things are also entertaining in their own way. So don't necessarily feel like you only have to entertain. Yes, being interesting and entertaining is important, but it's not the only way to succeed here. Essentially, providing great value for whatever you do in your niche is the way to succeed here. Now, when Instagram looks at which reels to recommend to people, you see the most important predictions of how entertaining a reel might be is how likely people are to share a reel, watch a reel all the way through, like it, or go through the audio page, which is, they say, a proxy for whether or not you might be inspired to make your own reel. And of course, most people are not really making their own reels, so I don't know about this ranking signal, how strong it is, but the other ones are. And here they list the most important ranking signals. You see, they even say the most important signals roughly in order of their importance here. So the activity, this is the user's activity. We look at things like which reels a user liked before, which reels they saved, shared, commented on, and engaged. And these signals help them understand which content might be relevant for them in the future. Similarly, if they've interacted with different creators before, that's also a ranking factor. Then they collect some information about the reel, like details of the reel, like what is the audio track, what are the visuals in the video, and what is the reel's popularity. So again, popularity is one of the great ways to really influence these algorithms across the board. So you really want to get the initial promotion going after you launch a post. And like I mentioned before, sometimes you don't need as much initial promotion if your existing users really interact with that reel in a great way. And also, just like in other algorithms, the information about the person who posted is really important. So again, what are the takeaways here? Grow yourself to be more authoritative over time and launch your posts better, and make sure that they're not just made for great launches, they're made for longevity so that people can constantly engage and re-engage and re-engage and re-engage. And when you do that, Instagram will become like a wave that you surf and grow, 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 followers, engaged users, and with that, sales of whatever you are promoting. In this video, I want to talk a little bit more about Reels. On the bottom right, you see the little play button. If you click that, you'll get to the Reels, and it will show you various Reels that it thinks might be interesting for you. And of course, Reels also show up in your feed sometimes. And Reels can be up to 90, that's a minute and a half seconds long. And what I would recommend is making them really catchy and have a great hook right from the beginning and get right into it, because engagement on it matters, and it matters whether the person watches the second time and the third time. So one trick that people use to boost engagement is to make the end look a little bit like it's not the end, or similar to how the beginning looks like, so that people who are watching don't really know that the video just ended because it plays on repeat. But generally speaking, what you want to do here is have a great concept. You want to think about your Reels ahead of time, because not only they'll live on your account for a long time, but if you have a great Reel concept, well thought out, well filmed, well edited, has a great hook, that gives you a Reel the biggest chance to get promoted to your potential audience by Instagram after Instagram collects really good metrics about your Reel. So definitely put a lot of time. It's a short video, but on your end, you're putting a lot of time into the planning, conceptualizing, and also working over time from Reel to Reel to Reel to making them better. Next one better than the previous one, and so on and so on. So that over time, these get to a fantastic quality level. And once they do that, this is how you go viral on Instagram, is when Instagram senses your stuff is great, they'll just promote you on its own. This is one of the most important algorithms there is here. Influence it with great video, great editing, great quality. Now let's talk about carousel posts, which can sound maybe a little confusing, but it's very simple. So here's an example of a carousel post. Let's say we're looking at an account now, which I follow actually, and this account is about music events. And so let's say they had an event, some kind of a show, right? And there were different artists. So I'm going to tap on the first row, third from the right. And what you see is they have on the top right, 1 out of 10. So I can actually swipe right and see the different artists, how they perform. And different artists, when I tap on them, their handles come up. And so actually I can go and follow those artists. It doesn't matter who those artists are, but what I wanted to show you is that this is a carousel post. Now, what's the use of this kind of a post, and when is it good to use this over a standard one image or a one video post? This is good for telling a story. So let's say, for example, I went to do a show and I played in the show, and I wanted to get more people to come next time to buy tickets or something like that. Then what I could do is maybe post a really cool looking image as the first image so that it will get people's attention. And then once people click on it, I can tell the story, like, here's me going to the event, here's me playing, here's the venue, here's how cool it was in the party afterwards, here's us having fun and having drinks. It's like a story, and it paints a picture of a really fun night for everybody, not just it's about me playing. It's not as interesting for other people, and other people might not come. But if it's a story like that, that makes a good case for creating a carousel post. And studies show that these usually get a little more engagement than single videos or single images. And studies show that the best number of items to use in a carousel post is actually 10, which actually coincides with how these guys post here. If I look at the next carousel post, it's also 10. You see 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10. So these guys know what they're doing. They've done their research. They know Instagram marketing pretty well. They're doing exactly what research also reinforces. So you might wonder, like, how often should I do carousel posts? When should I not do them? Well, if you can tell a story, or if your post is good enough with one video or one image, you're fine. But if it really enhances things to have different images, maybe of a whole evening out or a whole event or something cool, that different images tell a different, bigger, broader story, then of course a carousel post is much better. So those are carousel posts, and you would make them in a very similar way as you would make non-carousel posts. You would just go to your profile, tap on the plus on the top here to create a post. You would tap on the post, and then you would just tap on many things that you want to select, not just one, and that will be your carousel post. So that's it. Now you know exactly the difference between carousel posts, what they are, and how they're different from single image or single video posts, and when to use each.
Now, I want to show you something. You see how I have almost 5,000 followers at the moment? These actually happen to be mostly fake followers that I did not try to get. I really did not. Let me tell you the story of exactly what happened so that you learn sort of the inside game of Instagram once you start posting. So let's say I click on any of my posts, this one, right? What you'll see is that I use a lot of hashtags. You see in the post here, and the hashtags are all about like music love, music lover. It's a song that I posted, right? And it's muted now, but it's a song that's supposedly playing. So these hashtags get monitored by a bunch of marketers. So whenever you use these hashtags, and maybe different hashtags in your niche, like let's say you're doing fitness and you use a fitness hashtag, okay, there's a bunch of people who monitor those hashtags automatically and send auto-generated messages. And so if I go to my inbox, I'll show you what those messages look like. So I'll click on home, and then I can click on inbox. And then, for example, this is the guy who promoted me. And if I scroll all the way to the top of our conversation, this is it. Essentially, you see that's the account. He has 100,000 followers, and he has a few other accounts that have many other followers. So you can click on the profile, see it's pretty active. You can click on different videos here, and you see that this video has 9,000 views. So it looks legitimate, right? It looks reasonable. It doesn't look immediately like it's fake. And the message that he sent me was like, hello, do you want to be featured on his page, et cetera, et cetera. Then we talked about the price, and we talked about all his options, and we negotiated, blah, 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 blah. The idea was that he was going to get me just views. I was actually just hoping for views on my videos. I had like 100 followers or something like that. It was a pretty small account. And instead of just views, as soon as he started promoting me, I started getting all these what really look like fake followers. Like if I go back out of here and if I go to my account and we look at the followers, a lot of the accounts, like if we scroll down to the ones that he created, right now they don't look so fake, but if we click on them, they're all kind of like this with very few pictures, not much going on. Is it real? Is it fake? This one looks kind of like it's real, but a lot of these seem to have been a little bit fake. And I hired two people like this. Really, the promotion was not fake followers. Like this, it was not what I was buying. What I thought I was buying was legitimate promotions on legitimate accounts that are related to music, because I'm promoting music here. And who knows how legitimate these accounts are, but what I ended up getting are these extra almost 5,000 followers. And at one point it was like 5,200, 5,300. And then over the days afterwards, every day I had like minus 25, minus 50 followers. I don't know if they're just leaving because they're bots and they're getting suspended, or they're just people who don't care about my music, whatever reason. But the follower number has been declining a little bit. But the point of this video is to explain to you, hey, if you'd actually want to, it's not that expensive, and you can get your account to look like it's an awesome account. Not an awesome account necessarily with 5,000 people, but at least not a beginner, right? Because what do you think of an account when you see it has 100 followers? It sucks probably, right? Like it's not interesting. They're just starting out. And so you kind of move on. It doesn't inspire you to look further. Whereas if you see an account with 5,000 followers, it inspires you to look further. That's actually really helpful, because I really do want people to look further, because I feel like there's a lot of value in my music. I feel like, it's not the best music in the world. I'm trying to get better, but I think it is pretty good. I'm proud of it. I do want people to look further. So this is what's called social proof. I kind of accidentally got all this social proof, which actually is pretty good. Like anybody who would look at my account now, let's say I go do a show and I play music and I say, hey, follow me at Alex Kinedinik Music, and people look at it and they're like 5,000 followers. Okay, I'll see what's going on there. I'll follow. And it just makes my life as a marketer that much easier to get new people to follow if there's already social proof. That's all it is. So should you engage with people who spam you and kind of offer their marketing services? I look through a bunch of these messages. Like if I come here to home and then messages, you can see that I have a bunch of people like this Susan, this Singer's Fame, and a bunch of Music Nation, Solo Nation. You see, most of the people here, they're actually people pitching me music promotion services. They just bombard my inbox. They're mostly the same. Some of them are different. Some of them are more expensive. Some of them are less expensive. Here, just because I wanted to try, I got this person's expensive package for something like $60 or $70, but he also had a package for $25. And it was just an easy way for me to populate my account with some fake followers, but make my account look good at first impression. And I could have maybe done the same thing with Instagram ads, maybe for a little bit more expensive price, but the Instagram ads would have brought legitimate people who like music. So in this video, I just want to sum up what I wanted to show you is when you post, when you start using hashtags, you'll start getting bombarded by these marketers. They kind of tend to overpromise how good they are, but it's not all terrible. And as long as it's reasonably priced, you can experiment with one or two just so you can see how it works out for you. But know that they're not your only option. You can also, if you're spending money, run ads. So you don't have to risk buying influencer or fake influencer traffic because you know that you can buy real traffic with ads if you're spending. So that's just a little bit of me being fully transparent in exactly what happened with my account, so that if something like this happens to your account, you know that you're not the only one dealing with this. And you know the pros and cons of decisions in this situation. In this video, I want to show you how to enable insights, which is essentially analytics for your posts. You see how here in the middle of the post, I have insight, there's edit profile, promotions, and insights, and I can tell all kinds of data and information about my posts and different things I posted over a different amount of days, and I can look at what happened. Like under this post, you see there's view insights, and I can tap view insights, and it will tell me exactly who engaged and where they came to my profile, all this very helpful information. How do you get this? In order to get this, you need to set up your account to be a creator or a business account. It's very easy, anyone can do it. You go to your settings. So from the three lines on top right, you tap that, and then you find settings, you tap on settings. Then you find the option for the account, you tap on the account, and under that, this will contain an option to switch to a creator or business account. Now, I've already done this, so it doesn't give me that option because I already have this enabled. But you just basically would, switch account type. You see how I have it on the bottom here, and you will do that. So once you do that, it's pretty simple, it's free, anyone can do it. And once you have it, you'll have these insights enabled right away. And the way you would look at it is either through a post, like any individual post, like I'll click on this post, and then I can see insights, and I can see what happened with this post recently. So that's one thing, and you can scroll down and you can see who watched it, like people who don't follow, people who follow, is it reaching a new audience or not? You see there was a big spike in the beginning when I posted, and then almost nobody's watching it, etc. All these sorts of things. So you can look at it from this way, or you can look at it from the settings and then tapping on insights, and it will give you a general information about your account. So right now I'm running an ad, and I posted something yesterday. So you see I have a lot of activity here. There's a lot of things going up. It's just because I'm running an ad, but I'm probably going to pause that ad just because it's a small ad. And you can compare that to the 7 days or any time in the last month or so. So you can have all kinds of this information. It just gives you insight so that you can see what's performing well, like which posts have done well and which posts have done less well, so that your future posts can do more of what's doing well. So for anyone trying to grow their Instagram account, this is essential. Like you can't not have this if you're growing your Instagram. Everyone uses this. This is standard, and you should be doing this as well. So right now, enable this on your account.
In this video, I want to show you an example of something viral, catchy, that you can post on Instagram,
but this is kind of one of those short videos that also goes on YouTube Shorts, TikToks. And what's really good about this example is that it's by an expert in a certain niche who just does something kind of unique and cool that people in that niche recognize. So this is a drum lesson creator. It's basically somebody, as you can see, if I scroll down, they just show how to do drums. We don't really care about the drums in this video, but the reason it's interesting is because it's a unique niche, and that person is really just targeting people in their niche. And so they're showing how to do different cool drum things. And what I want to point your attention to is how they take some expertise in their niche, which whatever you're talking about on your social media, you have some expertise, you're talking about some niche, and you take something in that niche that your audience will really appreciate. Not a global audience necessarily, but an audience that appreciates what you talk about. And then you create this kind of a viral, catchy thing. In this particular case, it's a reveal at the end. So if I play this for you, what you'll see is that it's very confusing, like what's going on here. And then what you'll actually see is that he's drawing the notes. So he's going to show how to write the notes for a really cool drum sequence. But you don't know this starting out. He's just drawing things on the paper, right? He's drawing as the drums are playing, and then as he's drawing, the drums are getting more interesting and elaborate. So I'll play this for you all the way through so you can see how it works and how there's a reveal at the end. And if you don't know anything about drums, I don't know much about drums either, but what I want you to think about is how for your niche, you can create something cool like this, surprising, entertaining, showing some value, teaching something, but also with a cool reveal at the end. So let's play it again. You see, he's just drawing notes, right? It's confusing. What's going on? But it will become clear. Notice how the beat slowed down as he's drawing single notes. And by the end, you see the note sequence of that cool drum roll in the beginning. So in the beginning, it was really cool like this. That's how it goes full speed. But at the end, you can see how as a beginner, you can go boom, 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 boom. And then later once you get good. The only thing that I don't like about this is that it's a little bit slow getting going. So if you can make the opening a little more catchy, that would make this video really great. And this is also an example of storytelling, right? This is big reveal at the end, kind of mystery storytelling where something is going on, but you only learn the main point at the end. So there's a lot to learn from this kind of a short video that you can then apply to your social media videos to make them more viral and different and interesting. In this video, I want to show you how I edit short videos under 60 seconds that can become either YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels or TikToks, whatever you want. But you see the editing is just very different because in these videos you have very little time and space to do anything, but you also have to make it super entertaining and keep the viewer's attention. So let's talk through the editing, and I'll show you an example of a short video that I made that I posted on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and I posted it on also Instagram, just with very minor edits, but 98% of the video is the same. So even before we start, I want to introduce you to my video editor just a little tiny bit, just because there are so many different video editing software, like ones made from Adobe and many other ones. In my case, I use something called ScreenFlow. I'm just kind of comfortable with it, but you may just not be familiar with the interface, so I just want to explain what's happening. Here is the video that I'm editing, and then you see here is the actual video editing area where I can make changes. And so the black things are the captions, and this that I'm overviewing is kind of actually the video itself, the footage. And you see there are many layers. That's because on every shot, for example here, there's a shot of the video, and then there's an overview. Over it, there is a caption. You can use software to create your captions, but I find that because these are so short anyway, it's pretty easy to make captions. And when you use software caption creators, sometimes they don't quite get your captions right anyway, and you have to go and edit it. And so it's time consuming either way sometimes. But that's a personal preference. For me, I kind of like to just fix my captions here because I already am editing it. In any case, that's the interface. For many creators, the interface can be more complex, and the complexity comes from how many things are being shown. For example, I can make something really cool, like I can add images. So I'm going to get an image from my library, for example, and let's say I kind of have this very motivating image. It doesn't fit this video particularly, but I just want to show you as an example. You can have, I'm going to make him a little smaller in scale. So it's too big now, but smaller, and maybe he'll go here because here I'm talking, and maybe I'm talking about something very motivational. So I'll make a little graphic. It doesn't fit here, like I wouldn't use it, but you can see you can basically make things more complex in each shot. And that's interesting because what you really want to do is grab and keep the viewer's attention with different things happening all the time, which segues well into how to start the video. Sometimes you want to just start with a bang, like, hey, here's what's going on, or here's a really great value that this video is going to give you. Like this particular video that I'm editing is just a random example, but it was, you see, poetry and song about Audrey Hepburn that I wrote. And I thought that for my audience, for the people who would like that, that would be a cool start. And it's in 30 seconds, so it's pretty quick. Although on the other hand, whenever I mention poetry, I notice a complete decline in the views. Like if it was just song about Audrey Hepburn in 30 seconds, or how to create a song, or something like that, I can bet that that kind of a video would get a little bit more attention or views. But in any case, whatever your audience you think you would like, you start with that really great value. Like, so I thought this would be reasonably good value. Like, hey, kind of very interesting topic, at least to my audience. Poetry and song about Audrey Hepburn in 30 seconds. And obviously, if I'm going to use keywords and hashtags like Audrey Hepburn, it's going to appear in front of fans of Audrey Hepburn. So for them, it would be really cool, right? So you want to start with something really valuable so that the viewers know exactly what they're going to get, and it's going to be intriguing. And then what you want to do is create little cuts. So in my case, you see I have a sentence right there. There's like a little cut. I'm going to get rid of that image. You see right there where the marker, the red marker is, they see there's a cut, and it looks like this.
3 seconds. Start with just
Basically a slightly different shot. It's kind of okay. You could just say this whole thing for the first about 14 seconds. I talk, and then the shot changes. Like I talk about how I took a little bit of footage from the show My Fair Lady. Here's how. And then you see it goes to that. Then very quickly I play that. Then it goes back to me. Then it goes back to my original video. Then I say something briefly, and then it goes back to my original video that I made showing it. You see the cuts are very quick. And then I show the video, obviously. And that's it. And generally speaking, even though you have up to a minute usually, I find that actually shorter videos have done well for me. So if you can trim it, trim. It doesn't have to be like 59 seconds. Trim to what is the most dynamic yet still very valuable video with a lot of little cuts and little movement and a lot of grabbing attention and keeping attention. And what you want to understand is the concept of pattern interrupt. That's basically when a person is paying attention to something and they're getting a little bored, and when you create a new visual, a new something popping up on the screen, a new sound, it goes boom, oh, what, what's going on there? And so it wakes up the viewer's attention a little bit and keeps them intrigued and watching. And for these kinds of social media videos, you want to either be providing amazing value, or the pattern interrupt should happen in under 10 seconds. So every 10 seconds, sometimes even 7 seconds, something new, something cool, something new shot, new angle, new caption. And that's how you edit your videos and give them potential for greatest retention and ultimately virality. In this video, I want to give you 10 viral themes for short videos that you can post on Instagram, Reels, TikTok, or YouTube Shorts, or wherever you post short videos. These are kind of like almost classic, if you can use the term classic in a social media setting where there's no classics yet. It's all pretty new. But these are time proven these are trends that don't go out of popularity. And the first is listicles. So you only have 60 seconds in most cases, so the lists are going to be very short, like top 5. So you can have top 5 anything. Top 5 tools I use for productivity. Top 5 mistakes I made. Listicles. They're kind of viral because, and they've always been viral, before social media. When people are just posting blogs, it's like top 10 list of something, because people are looking for, maybe this one item doesn't work for me, but maybe the 7th item will, or in social media cases, you only really have enough time maybe for 5 items, so maybe the 5th thing will work. So these are good for your engagement. The second timeless thing are these memes you might have seen. This is how it started, this is how it's going. You want to make these funny and endearing. You don't want to show off like, hey, now I'm a millionaire. You could, but you want to have people have positive emotions associated with you so that they can feel good about following you, supporting you, sharing you, all those things. So how it started, how it's going, you can have success, but in a humble way. That's number 2. Number 3 is the all-time confusing but ever popular unboxing videos. Let's say I make content, you probably make content because you're watching this video. Unboxing, how do you unboxing a new microphone or unboxing a new product or something for some super weird reason that nobody can explain in the world. Those are very popular videos. And number 4, very related to that, is showing people the background of your workspace. Again, not sure why those are popular. There's a little bit more insight in those than in unboxing videos, but still, like, here's the behind the scenes of how I work. Those can be really good popular ideas. And again, it can help you be humble because you're kind of coming down from your crystal palace in the sky and really showing people, hey, my workspace is pretty humble. It's pretty simple. Here's how it is. Here's a cool gadget I use, but it's pretty simple. Here's my computer, here's my microphone, it's all I got. And very related to that is my journey through the day. You might have seen these videos like, here's my day in the life of a web developer. Here's a day in the life of an airplane pilot. Here's a day in the life of a nerd. Maybe that would be me. And those actually are pretty interesting because they really do give you an insightful look behind the scenes, especially if people are kind of becoming fans. They're curious. They want to see maybe what you sacrifice, how much time it takes you. Is it hard? Is it easy? Are you skipping some steps? Do you have shortcuts? Do you have productivity tips? Those are all things that go into it. So those are all, and people really want to see inspiring stories. Like if you have how it started, how it's going, and then follow it up with day in the life of, here's how I became an online entrepreneur, here's how I made my first $1,000. And a lot of people will say, oh, that's not a lot, but a lot of people will want that because many people are on the outside looking in. They haven't made any money online. So if you make even a humble video, here's how I struggled to make my first 1,000, it's humble, you're still likable, especially if you show the struggle, but it's one of those that, hey, here's a day in the life of me. And very related to that is something also honest and sincere and humble, mistakes I made. Mistakes you made are hard to share, and that's why there are few of those videos, because everybody wants to appear like superhuman. I can do anything, I never fail. But you're very vulnerable when you show, hey, even though I'm a little bit successful, I made a lot of mistakes. Here's a mistake I made. Can you believe I made this mistake? And that will really connect because people make their own mistakes. And if they see somebody who's further ahead than them also making mistakes, that will actually really encourage them and motivate them and give them a lot of belief that they can do it too, even though they're making mistakes. Because sometimes people feel that they're the only ones making mistakes. So when they can relate to someone else who is more successful, who also is making the same mistakes, that will really help people connect with you. And very related and similar to the mistakes I made is a type of a trend of, I wish I knew this before I got into this. So in my case, because I make music, there's a million things I didn't know I was getting into when I was getting into music, because I thought, I kind of sing as a hobbyist and the hardest thing was going to be to play guitar. I had no idea. The hardest thing about creating my own original music is the vocal performance. Nobody told me. I had no idea. So when I got into this, I thought it was going to be mostly about learning guitar, because you need to make music, and then you learn to play the guitar, but then you sing like a cross between a whale and a chicken. Nobody not only wants to listen to you, but people run away. And so you're like, oh, it's the vocal performance. And then you realize the levels of depth in quality of vocal, because you can't just sing. You have to sing in a way that resonates with somebody else's heart, right? It's wildly difficult, much harder than actually playing guitar, which people tell you where to press the chords. You press them. It's just a skill. But singing well is far beyond that in what I discovered. And it's not something I knew. And it's something interesting and the kind of reveal and the revelation. It's also a little bit mysterious, because what else did you not know? Okay, I also didn't know what production was when I first started, because like a modern production has like 40 tracks in one track. There's like little drums and a little guitar and a backup guitar and a backup vocal and a little sound effect and a little sound effect. And if you listen to Taylor Swift song recorded, you hear just her singing, but what you don't know is that what goes on behind the scenes is like 40 little tracks that somebody else made, a whole team of people contributed to make that song. And if you can show those 40 little tracks and show how they sound, that is mind-boggling to a person who has no idea how to produce music. Things like that. And one very, very powerful way to go viral is to show not your own case study, but your client case study. For example, I have a client who sells on Amazon. It's unrelated to social media, but I took him from making just dollars a month, and I guided him with all the strategies. We worked together over a long period of time, and now he makes 10 figures a year approximately, which it got to so much money that I don't even know how much he makes, because he got private naturally about it. But it's a 7 or 8 figure business a year, fulfilling his dreams beyond ever what he dreamt of. When he told me, I want to start this business, I want to be successful, we really took it to some level that neither one of us thought. And now, when I showed that case study of me working with that one person, everybody who's selling on Amazon wants to work with me. Before that, it was a regular sell. It wasn't an easy sell. Some people wanted to work with me, some people didn't. Now, people's eyes light up. So when you show successful studies by clients, it doesn't have to be an example like that, because that's a rarity. But even if you can show small wins in clients, hey, if you're a personal trainer, this person used to bench press just once, a certain weight, now they can do 10, and it only took them a month, or they lost 5 pounds, small wins, you can show case studies, and there are many, many of those. These are similar things that you can do for yourself. If you don't have clients, you can show, hey, in my case, like my last song, I only got 3 views, and it was only in friends, but this song got 1,000 views. Let me show you how I did it. And people are going to be curious if you're showing the behind the scenes of a success that they can replicate, or at least find insight in. And lastly, what you want to do is to identify and jump on social media trends, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, or TikToks, trending style of videos or trending audio. And I'm going to talk about that in the next video in a little bit more detail, so you can know how to find what's trending, quickly jump on it the same day, make your own videos on that topic, use those same hashtags, and then of course jump on those trends and hopefully go viral as that trend is trending. So we'll do that in the next video. In this video, I want to talk about how you can find what is trending now, because many people find there is a big mystery. How do you find what's trending now? Like, I know what used to be trending, but what's trending now? Now, there is no mystery. The reason people sometimes are confused as to how to find what's trending now is because they are overthinking it. The only thing you need to do is to understand that there are trending themes and there's trending audio. To find both of them, which is trending, so you can kind of latch on to the trend and either reuse the audio or make a video in the same theme. To find any of that, all you do is scroll through your feed. So it's the discover part of, and this is whether you're on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reels, they all work in slightly different, like the feed works slightly differently in terms of how you navigate to it. But the truth is, is very easy to navigate. Just start browsing and scrolling the feed. And within the first 10 things it will show you, almost I guarantee, are going to be things that are trending now. Like these are not trending individual videos, but trends that creators create. So for example, you might have heard this audio. I'm going to mess it up, but it's something like, this is a work of art. This is BS thing. You might have heard that. That was kind of a trending audio. It's only 8 seconds long. But if you made that, but you made it on the theme of your business, then you can, to make that is really easy. What does take time is to think of kind of a funny thing to do for your niche, and then it will have a chance, not guaranteed, but have a chance to go viral in your niche. And that's what you want. You want people who are your potential fans or customers to discover you, which is what that's going to help you do. So you can find trending audio that way, or trending themes. You might also have seen this kind of a trend. I don't know how long this will go on, but it's where two people are kind of doing this boxing thing to a boxing music, and then then the other person goes and then they kind of go psh, psh, and it's kind of dumb looking, but it's a little bit funny. So as long as you can make it catchy, that's great. You give yourself a chance. And to find it, just scroll the feed. And what's really important is, okay, like you don't find if you don't find it in the first 10 items, just keep scrolling. It will become very apparent and obvious. And what you want to do is, sometimes, the reason I mentioned earlier in the same sentence, YouTube Shorts, TikToks, Instagram, is because sometimes like a TikTok trend will go well for you on Instagram or vice versa. You don't know, but you can repost it everywhere. So you can find trends that are happening in whatever platform of choice, but it's a no-brainer to repost it because it's 98% same thing, maybe for a few difference of a few captions, or it's identically the same. Sometimes the caption will say like, do this on YouTube or do this on TikTok, but if you repost it on Instagram, then you just have to change the caption. But sometimes you don't even have that kind of a caption or call to action, so you don't have to change anything. But that's how you find, in a very simple, foolproof way, what's trending now. It's a trend you can jump on now. It's basically watch some things in your feed. If you don't typically have that behavior, like if you don't use it typically browsing the feed, it's kind of addicting, so I don't recommend to do it too much, because you don't want to get hooked on this mindless entertainment kind of stuff. But what you want to do is just use it to find a trend that you can jump on, and those tend to get a lot of views. Again, not a guarantee, but increases your chance, tends to get a lot of views. So that's how you find what's trending now, any day of the year. In this video, I want to talk about how you can find what is trending now, because many people find there is a big mystery. How do you find what's trending now? Like, I know what used to be trending, but what's trending now? Now, there is no mystery. The reason people sometimes are confused as to how to find what's trending now is because they are overthinking it. The only thing you need to do is to understand that there are trending themes and there's trending audio. To find both of them, which is trending, so you can kind of latch on to the trend and either reuse the audio or make a video in the same theme. To find any of that, all you do is scroll through your feed. So it's the discover part of, and this is whether you're on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reels, they all work in slightly different, like the feed works slightly differently in terms of how you navigate to it. But the truth is it's very easy to navigate. Just start browsing and scrolling the feed. And within the first 10 things it will show you, almost I guarantee, are going to be things that are trending now. Like these are not trending individual videos, but trends that creators create. So for example, you might have heard this audio. I'm going to mess it up, but it's something like, this is a work of art. This is BS thing. You might have heard that. That was kind of a trending audio. It's only 8 seconds long. But if you made that, but you made it on the theme of your business, then you can, to make that is really easy. What does take time is to think of kind of a funny thing to do for your niche, and then it will have a chance, not guaranteed, but have a chance to go viral in your niche. And that's what you want. You want people who are your potential fans or customers to discover you, which is what that's going to help you do. So you can find trending audio that way or trending themes. You might also have seen this kind of a trend. I don't know how long this will go on, but it's where two people are kind of doing this boxing thing to a boxing music, and then then the other person goes and then they kind of go psh, psh, and it's kind of dumb looking, but it's a little bit funny. So as long as you can make it catchy, that's great. You give yourself a chance. And to find it, just scroll the feed. And what's really important is, okay, like you don't find the first if you don't find it in the first 10 items, just keep scrolling. It will become very apparent and obvious. And what you want to do is, sometimes, the reason I mentioned earlier in the same sentence, YouTube Shorts, TikToks, Instagram, is because sometimes like a TikTok trend will go well for you on Instagram or vice versa. You don't know, but you can repost it everywhere. So you can find trends that are happening in whatever platform of choice, but it's a no-brainer to repost it because it's 98% same thing, maybe for a few difference of a few captions, or it's identically the same. Sometimes the caption will say like, do this on YouTube or do this on TikTok, but if you repost it on Instagram, then you just have to change the caption. But sometimes you don't even have that kind of a caption or call to action, so you don't have to change anything. But that's how you find, in a very simple, foolproof way, what's trending now. It's a trend you can jump on now. It's basically watch some things in your feed. If you don't typically have that behavior, like if you don't use it typically browsing the feed, it's kind of addicting, so I don't recommend to do it too much, because you don't want to get hooked on this mindless entertainment kind of stuff. But what you want to do is just use it to find a trend that you can jump on, and those tend to get a lot of views. Again, not a guarantee, but increases your chance, tends to get a lot of views. So that's how you find what's trending now, any day of the year. In this video, I want to show you how to either be creative on your own or use help of artificial intelligence to come up with more catchy hooks and themes for your videos that absolutely grab attention. And what I'll be showing you is how to do this with AI, but you don't have to use AI. You can just think along the lines of what I'll be showing you. So here I am in ChatGPT, and I asked it at first here, if I'm making a video about Leonard Cohen's breakup songs, what can be a spicy title that will attract interest and clicks? And it gave me this kind of a title: Heartache and Poetry, Leonard Cohen's most soul-stirring breakup anthems. Now, what I would recommend for you to do is, if you're going to be a marketer, you have to be a lifelong student of what's called sales copywriting, because you have to recognize what's good and what's bad about this so that you can ask it follow-up questions to improve. I'll give you some things that are wrong here. You don't want to necessarily use words like anthems, because big words are kind of sometimes good because they're different, but very often you want to actually use simpler language. And also this heartache and poetry, it's a little bit of a, if you've heard of this phrase, show don't tell, it's a little bit like too direct. It doesn't inspire. You don't want to just say, you're going to have heartache. Nobody has heartache after seeing the word heartache. They have heartache after experiencing something. And you have to make the person see some imagery to have them experience a little bit of what you're alluding to. And so this is missing a lot. And so, of course, I didn't like that. In your case, this is the kind of thinking you have to do. You really have to evaluate either if it's your ideas or if it's ChatGPT giving you an answer. You have to scrutinize it and think about what's wrong with it, not to criticize it, but to improve it. So here is my follow-up question. I asked it, avoid using the word poetry, because first of all, a lot of people just don't like the word poetry. Even if they like poetic things, they don't know that they like poetic things, but once they experience, they like it. But the word poetry itself, to many people, can be a turnoff. It's a turn on to me. I love it, but it's an acquired taste, and I understand that, so we want to move away from the word poetry directly. So I said, avoid using the word poetry and make it more emotional. And here is another attempt. Broken hearts and raw emotion. I don't love that. It's still like too blatantly direct. Like, I don't have a broken heart after reading the word broken heart. It just doesn't work that way. So that part that still doesn't work. But here is something better. Leonard Cohen's most heart-wrenching breakup songs. This can be kind of a hook. You see, it's not making me feel things just yet. But if you saw a video in your social media feed and the title was Leonard Cohen's most heart-wrenching breakup song, that could be interesting because it's a little bit clickbait. You have to click to find out what is the most heart-wrenching breakup song, and so you'll click and there you are on this video. And part of the reason I like this kind of a title is that it's clickbaity, but not too clickbaity. It's still within reason, but this can be extended to any artists. Leonard Cohen's or the most heart-wrenching breakup songs of the 60s, of the 70s, of the 80s, of the 90s, or any artists like Bob Dylan's most heart-wrenching breakup song, or any plug in the artist's name. And so while I'm not satisfied yet with the title that ChatGPT is giving me for this particular song, I am getting some tidbits. Like this will be something I would save for my list of content I would create later. I'm like, well, I could create a lot of videos like this. It's a pretty recyclable, reusable title that I think would work really well. So I might save this as an idea for later. But what I want to show you next is you can ask ChatGPT for emotional words. Before ChatGPT, I would just kind of use my memory, which is human. It's not so great. I can't remember hundreds of words in 1 second that are specific to what I need. Or I would, in the past, Google for like top emotional words. And there are a bunch of articles on this. But ChatGPT is better at it. Let me show you what I would do. So I asked it, can you come up with 20 tear-jerking words that could be put in such a description? And it gave me some. Heartache, despair, sorrow, longing, melancholy. And so all these words, I'm kind of looking for imagery. What if it was, for example, this one? The Leonard Cohen song that will torment you forever. Now that's a cooler title. And by the way, a song that will torment you, it's a little bit more of that show don't tell. You can kind of see a person being tormented by a song, being haunted. Interesting, right? So you can pick and choose words, and you can kind of even save these for your own reference for any video you're making and maybe reference them. This is like a thesaurus essentially, but already you looked it up, so why not just keep what you looked up? Now, what if you're doing something else? For example, the same thing, but I don't want the romantic thing. I want controversy. So maybe, what if we search for words that inspire disgust? And so I asked it, what are the top words that inspire disgust? And here we have some words. I'll pick one, let's say filthy. What if you make a video about the filthiest but most poetic lines in music or something like that? Or maybe you might make a controversial video. Was Leonard Cohen a filthy poet? Now you would have people up in arms. Of course, in your video, you might say something like, no, he wasn't filthy, he was great, but here's some filthy lines, and you would literally show, hey, this line is quite filthy. He has actually some really filthy lines in some songs that he masks as like really beautiful and poetic, but if you think about them, they're just dirty and kind of sometimes raunchy, but not directly stated, so it doesn't appear so filthy, but if you think about it, it's filthy. So it's not wrong, and you can show it in your video, but this hook would work better because it's very unexpected. It jumps out at you because you see 100 videos of, oh, he's so great, oh, he's so wise, oh, he's so amazing, blah, 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 and he is. But we're not trying to be the same as everybody else. We're trying to stand out and inspire emotion. And here is a way you can inspire emotion while still being on your brand, interesting, controversial, but controversial in a intellectually stimulating way that you can also back up with facts. And so now, if you have a video after this exercise, something like the filthiest lines in Leonard Cohen's poetry, people will want to see that more. Now, it might be off-brand to use words like filthy for you, but if you just think about it, it seems like a video like Leonard Cohen's filthiest lines would be much more clickable and watchable. It would inspire more interest and actually secondary emotions, as opposed to Leonard Cohen's most beautiful and poetic lines. Because the beautiful and more poetic lines, it's a little too predictable. It's a little like been there, done that. The filthiest ones, We haven't been there and done that. I haven't seen anybody making such a video, certainly. And that's why this has a more of a viral component, would have a higher click-through, would have higher retention, would have higher emotional response to the video, and have all these kinds of elements that you at least want to experiment with in a manner that's tasteful, for whatever tasteful means for your brand and your views. Tasteful, still within reason, but at least a little bit more out there, a little bit more risky, because we don't want to never take risks in social media. We want to push the envelope a little bit and see what can we do that's a little different, what can we get away with, and experiment that way. One style of video that's very good on social media for virality and getting attention is to make a video commenting or responding to another video. And very often what you want to do is pick somebody who's really, really, really well known in your industry, who maybe yesterday said something like, or even today, if you're quick, they said something really unique or different or controversial, whatever. And people are talking about it. And what you want to do is think about, maybe you want to make a video on top of that, like a response video. They can be even in the background of your video, and you can play a tiny clip of what they said, the soundbite quote, and give your own opinion about it. Maybe equally controversial, maybe not controversial, maybe explaining, maybe having some great insight. And those kinds of videos go really well because you're using that person's hashtag and that person's name. Those social media sites know that that person is going viral now. People are going to want to see that content, and they're going to be more likely to share that content that you're making with more potential viewers who would otherwise never discover you. So definitely stay on top of your specific industry. Don't make it about random people. Your specific industry. Follow them on social media. Check what the discourse is. And if anyone says anything that's like kind of controversial, like for example, I follow this very, very well-known musician. He has like millions and millions of followers, and he basically trashes the current top 10, whatever the Billboard top 10, the top 10 songs are. He basically shows, hey, this is just absolute garbage, here's why. Don't want to comment on that because it's obviously controversial, and we're not here to comment on that. But if you commented in your video, let's say on that, if you were in music and he's in music, obviously, then you could kind of piggyback off the name of that person and whatever they are saying. So you can get recommended to people who are watching content by this person. Basically, that brand has millions and millions of views at the moment, and you would be getting some of that, which would feel like a flood because maybe you're a much smaller creator. So definitely pay attention to anything people are saying in your industry, people who are very well known, and you could jump on responding. The quicker you jump, the less thought out your response will be. So you want to give yourself at least like 10 minutes, think about what they're saying, maybe write it out. I kind of like to write out a script. I don't always use the script, but I like to flush out my points, because the worst thing you can do is make a video and be very not clear and don't express your point well, and then your video is just not good because you might have had some point in your mind, but you know how sometimes we have a point that we want to make in our mind, but we just haven't found the right way to express it. So you take a little bit of time so that the video that you make is good, and then when it gets shared, it really gets shared and hopefully goes viral. Now, because social media marketing websites love videos with retention, what you can do is use the listicles strategy, which is a timeless marketing strategy. It's been around for a long time. It's basically top 10 lists used to be popular, like top 10 this, top 20 this. With online social media marketing videos, you don't have a lot of time. Like most of the videos are like 1 minute or less. So it's usually top 3 this or top 5 that. And there's not a lot of time for more than that, which actually makes your job easier. So the other day I actually made a video of top 5 best Leonard Cohen's lyrics, top 5 most poetic lyrics or something like that. And that actually has gotten really good response so far. Like it's actually one of my best launched videos. It's early, obviously, but It's not a strategy that I made. It's a proven, timeless strategy because people are watching. They're like, well, maybe I'm on this first or second one. It's not so good, but maybe the fourth one is good and the investment isn't so much because it's just a few extra seconds for them to watch. And so they stick around and watch. It's not the end all be all because if the top 5 list isn't great, they're not going to really get retained. But if the top 5 list is great, the listicle nature of it will actually improve the overall retention. So you don't have to make all your content listicles, but every once in a while sprinkle in a listicle because they're easy to come up with. Top 5 this, top 5 that. There's so many top 5 anything. I can make top 5 best Leonard Cohen, top 5 most romantic, top 5 most vivid imagery in his poetry, top 5 most catchy. They're like, you can make dozens. And then if you, for example, if I made one like that with Leonard Cohen, I can make like that with Bob Dylan and the next artist and the next artist and so on. So listicles, try it. Nothing is a guarantee to work, but it's one of the common proven strategies to gain retention. And on social media sites, that also means a little bit of virality.
With this video, I want to introduce the section of the course which is going to focus on social media growth through TikTok. And what I'm going to show you is a case study of my own music account on TikTok. It's going to be a fully transparent case study where I'm going to show you how I went from 0 followers to, at this time of filming, I'm around 2,000 followers. And I'm going to show you how I did it with very little effort, with organic strategies and ads in an easy way.
In this video, I want to explain to you the most important TikTok algorithm ranking factors so that you can trigger those and have your videos go viral on TikTok. Now, most people think that getting thumbs up, likes is really important, but because these are so easy to manipulate, it's actually not a strong ranking factor. The first ranking factor you always want to look for is percentage of watch time, because if people aren't watching, if they see the beginning of the video and they click away or they choose the next video, you've lost that viewer, and TikTok cannot have that because TikTok needs to retain viewers and show them content they will really love and watch more, because as a business, they need to retain viewers and users and get the watch time up from video to video to video to video. They need to addict viewers. It may not be ethical, but that's their business model. So retention is key. So to manipulate and influence that, the watch time, there are many things we're going to talk about in this course, obviously, but a strong opening with some kind of energetic, interesting hook is a really great way to immediately boost the watch time so people don't click away at least. Now, the next thing you might really want to focus on is engagement in terms of comments. When people comment on your video, you want to comment back, unless you have like a million comments, and you obviously can't. But even in the beginning, you want to comment, encourage comments. If it fits your style of video, you might want to ask for a question. Like you might say, here's the 5 best things to eat when you're vacationing. What do you like to eat when you're vacationing? And people will comment, and that will raise the comment engagement. It doesn't make or break your video, but it just adds a little bit. To also add to people commenting, you want to evoke emotion and some kind of a response. Either they learned something, or they agree, or they disagree, but it's something interesting. It cannot be bland. You have to really engage people with your videos. And the other thing that you want to do is also something that helps TikTok with its own engagement: sharing. When you share videos, that brings people back to TikTok. Either TikTok users, or maybe you share through Google or through email or through Instagram. That takes viewers from other platforms back to TikTok. TikTok loves that. And it's also a very strong factor in determining that, hey, this is such a great video that people actually shared it. It's hard to manipulate sharing because people won't just share bad things with people they know. So it's an algorithm factor that's hard for marketers to manipulate. So you have to make better videos. Again, shareable content usually is super useful or super entertaining or super educational, like wow level. Just good isn't good enough. And that also brings me to relevance. Okay, it's all good for certain people, and the way you build relevance is, of course, TikTok has underlying algorithms that understand what your video is about, but you can help it a lot with the right caption, a nicely written caption full of descriptive words that are also keywords, and the right and chosen hashtags that you add to your videos, so that you aid TikTok in presenting this to the right audience. Because the way it's going to work is, if the algorithm deems that this video is good enough for testing, then it's going to show your video to maybe 100 people, 200 people, 300 people, and it's going to collect some metrics. Is there any sharing, any factors that it's good? If yes, it's going to share your video to more people. If no, that video is going to die. You're going to have a very big spike in the beginning, hundreds of views, but then those views are going to go away in a matter of hours. It's just going to, your chart of viewership is just going to drop to zero or near zero. That video didn't work. But if there was enough sharing, enough comments, enough everything, they will show that video to a bigger cohort of people, and then evaluate the metrics. Like, did enough people share? Did enough people comment? Did they watch as much as the previous cohort of people it showed it to? If yes, it's going to show it to more people. If no, it's going to kind of die down. The traffic is going to just die down. So relevance for certain audience that really engages that certain audience is really great, because TikTok will look to match your video to the audience. And that's going to be really important. Now, for most videos, unfortunately, of course, I want your video to go viral. I really do. Same with my videos. Every video I post, I have the best hopes for them. But unfortunately, most of our videos have that negative experience. They maybe have no views or few views, or maybe like a little spike, but then the views die down. This is a moment for soul searching, because you want to think about your video, and even if 10 or 5 minutes ago you thought, this was a good one, I really improved from my last video, maybe it will go viral, and it doesn't. Time for more soul searching in terms of, what could I have done better? Could I have created more interesting captions? Could I have used better background music? Could I have spoken in a more energetic tone just to hook the viewer? Maybe it just wasn't interesting enough for the viewer. I thought I was so interesting, but it maybe wasn't. And you have to open your mind up to the fact that maybe it's just not enough there, because your video is competing against some of the best videos on TikTok that are really entertaining. Maybe there's something better about your videos, but there's something really good about other entertaining videos, and you want to look in your niche at other videos to see what's good about them, and try the same things that other videos are doing. Not copy, of course, but just get ideas and get inspiration, so that you can keep on improving your videos, do all the right things you're doing now, but keep on with every video. Give yourself a little time for soul searching, a day or 2 or 3, maybe get feedback. You'll get one piece of information of like, that's what I'm going to improve next, and that's going to be your video. Knowing that you have to emphasize in your next video, you optimize for comments, optimize for watch time average, and you optimize for sharing by being very entertaining, educational, etc. That's what you optimize for, and you test it in the next video. If you have better engagement, you're on the right track. If you don't improve engagement, more soul searching. Soul searching is a little bit of a dramatic word, but you basically think of, how do you improve? How do you improve? How do you improve? And you might think, okay, I've improved 5 times. There's no number of improvements. It maybe will take you 20 times. Sometimes we just have to be patient, but the being on the right track is every time watching those metrics, soul searching, improving, testing. Cycle that again and again and again, and that is combined with persistence, the recipe for ultimate success on TikTok that I truly wish that you attain. And hopefully you do attain and come back to this course and ultimately let me know, hey, this ended up working. But definitely try to stick to these algorithm factors, because these are the most important things on TikTok. In this video, I want to explain the accounts I use in this course. When I first started on TikTok, I thought I'd be promoting my business, like my books, my online courses, etc., all my other products. And I used the account at Alex Gnedinik, and I thought I'd promote my business. But within a day or two, I quickly realized, TikTok is more for entertainment. So I had a secondary account at Alex Gnedinik Music. That was just for my music. It's a hobby. But then I kind of killed off at Alex Gnedinik, and I also kind of killed off at Alex Gnedinik Music, which you might see some examples in this course from at Alex Gnedinik Music. But that's kind of dormant now. The only account I'm using now is at Alex Gnedinik. So if you want to check me out, if you want to interact with me, it's all on at Alex Gnedinik. Don't try to go to anything else. And the only content there is my music. I don't try to make money from my music. It's a hobby and a passion project that I'm just sharing. So now that you understand that the only account that I have is at Alex Gnedinik, but some examples in this course may be from my other accounts, I just wanted to explain that. And now that you understand that, let's talk a little bit about how to help each other. You and I can follow each other on TikTok. So if you want to, you just follow me on TikTok and then message me on TikTok and tell me that you're from this course, and I'll message you back. And then I'll follow you back, and then we can like each other's posts. What that does is when you have more likes, more hearts on TikTok, more people watching, that sends positive signals to TikTok and increases the chance that TikTok will promote you in their algorithms, giving you bigger potential. So that's one great way you and I can benefit each other immediately. Now I want to show you when you're in your TikTok and you see I'm just starting out, when you click on me and you click on the red button in the middle, edit profile, it's going to take you to your profile. And then the very first thing after you set up your account, you want to set up your screen name. The screen name should be a couple of things. It should be short. Mine is not short. I'll explain that why I'm doing that in a second. But yours should be relatively short, easy to spell, easy to say, easy to remember, or catchy, or funny, or on brand. Okay, so if your music, you see mine is Alex Gnedinik Music. If your humor, it should be comedy, or something that people will know immediately from your account that, hey, you're serious about pursuing that thing that you're on brand about. If you don't have a brand, if there's no theme, leave the theme out. But short and catchy. Now, why is mine so long? Alex Gnedinik Music, and my last name is impossible to spell. The reason it's like that is that my name, Alex Gnedinik, I'm not so known, but it is relatively known. I have a large profile online. I have millions of people who know this name. And I have a big YouTube following and Udemy following and so on and so on. So actually, the most recognized thing about personally me is my name. So that's why when people look me up, they will look me up especially by my name, because my name, I've been building an online profiles for like the last 10 years. And even though my last name is so brutal, a lot of people have gotten used to that last name and they know it. So that's my screen name. And now you know how to set up yours. Just a reminder, the guideline for you is as many of these as possible, accomplish them in your screen name. Short, on brand, catchy, funny, easy to spell, easy to say, easy to remember. Because sure, a lot of people are going to click on it, so there's no need for them to spell it. But sometimes you will tell people, hey guys, follow me on TikTok, I'm ABC. Now, if you're ABC, nobody will forget that. But if you're a long, like ABC 123 XYZ, okay, then people will have a harder time remembering that. So in your case, you would just change yours. When you set it up, it will let you edit it. You see in very small text here, you can change your username only once every 30 days. So think very hard about it, because you're not going to be able to change it for a while. And then when you make it, post it here, and you'll have your screen name, which is one of the very important things, because then once you have your screen name, you can start promoting your account elsewhere on other social medias, on other platforms. So that's your screen name. It's the first thing you set up after you create your account. Before this video starts, I actually want to mention something about the audio quality of this video. The audio quality is not as good as in my other videos when I record the screen on my phone. So videos that have the screen recording off the phone, I'm not able to actually use a professional microphone. I'm only able to use the built-in microphone of my phone. So there might be a little bit of extra noise problems, a little bit of extra outside noise. I'm sorry about that. I'll try to keep it to a minimum. Anyway, I just wanted to explain that. Now, okay, once you have your account created and once you have your screen name set, the next thing is you've got to import your friends because this is the first source of activity. So on the top left, you see a little man icon with a little plus. Let's click that. And we're going to go into the settings where you find contacts and find your friends. So obviously I don't want to show my contact lists because I don't know if those people want to be shown here, but you would go through that and you would literally go through all your contacts and invite them to be friends. Not to mention that you will also directly go to your Facebook, to your Twitter, and post, hey guys, I just made a new account on TikTok at so-and-so, and please follow me on TikTok. So importing your friends, you see, I haven't done that because I don't want to bother my friends with my music too much, more than I already do, and my business things because, they're my friends and my business is my business. So I kind of want to keep it separate just because I don't want to annoy my friends. But if you are open to inviting your friends, that is a fantastic advantage because a lot of people these days, they have hundreds and hundreds of people on social media, and you'll be surprised now, a lot of your friends will be on TikTok, and guess what? A lot of them will be struggling to get followers, and they'll be happy to follow you and you follow them. So they are going to be your initial source of likes, followers, all that. And when you post new videos, those videos are going to have initial life, which is going to show the TikTok algorithm to, hey, maybe promote you higher in the hashtags and so on and so on. So this is a way to start building up your audience literally from scratch, literally not only on day one, but like on hour one. This is one of the immediate things you should do right after you set up your account.
In this video, let's talk about what to expect when you first start out. So you've made your account, you created a screen name, you maybe imported some friends, now you're ready to post, but you're not sure, right? Like on all the platforms, starting is always the hardest. So just be easy on yourself. There's a lot of awkwardness, like how do I post? Are my posts going to be good? Is it going to be embarrassing? Are people going to lose respect for me? Oh my God, this is so stupid. Oh my God, there's a lot of apprehension. That's okay. It's normal. Like literally everyone goes through that phase. We just have to defeat the awkwardness. That's the first step, nothing else. So you have to give yourself time. Don't be too hard on yourself. And you can ask your friends to show you how to use it. And you can ask freelancers to help you a little bit. And of course, you can take a course like this. All those things will build up your comfort level. It's the only thing you want to do. Build up your comfort level. After that, you'll start posting and you'll do great. But without a comfort level, it will be awkward, frustrating, scary, and you're going to maybe quit or not continue with it. And most people don't succeed because they quit. If you're persistent, you will succeed. So the first post you're going to make, or the first couple of posts, you might have seen my TikTok account from earlier. I posted 2 music videos. I have like literally 2 followers, and those are people that I know. So I'm not worried about it. My first goal is just to build up a comfort level with each post. I'm trying to do just a tiny bit, little extra. In the last one, I tried to experiment with effects. They didn't work, so I didn't use them, but I tried some things, right? So I'm going to try a few things, and then I'm going to get used to the different features of TikTok and how to navigate it and all that. That's my only goal. And that's all normal. Now, there are some things that are not normal. Here's what not to do. Don't compare yourself to successful people because it's very easy on TikTok. The home screen shows you popular videos and you click on everybody and they're like 1 million followers, 1 million likes, 1 million views. You cannot compare yourself to successful people. If you do that, you're going to feel kind of stupid about yourself. You're going to say, oh my God, like I'm a failure. These people whose videos are not even that good, are going viral? Why am I not going viral? What's wrong with me? You're going to have all these negative thoughts creep into your head. Don't do that to yourself. That's like self-torture, because that's not the right comparison. They have more experience. You'll get there at some point too. But you need that experience, and sometimes you don't know it from looking at their accounts, but sometimes they might be famous from somewhere else. Maybe they have a gigantic YouTube channel or something else, or maybe they're like a minor celebrity in some niche. So you don't really know what advantages they have. So don't jump to conclusions and immediately lose confidence in your own abilities. You're going to be just fine. You just have to have reasonable expectations in the beginning. Just do not get frustrated and quit. Remember, the first goal is just to get a comfort level with the platform, nothing more. If you want more, you're going to distract yourself. You're going to make yourself feel worse. If you just focus on gaining a comfort level, you're going to be fine. So that's the goal in the beginning. And that's the right mindset to keep you happy using the platform, not frustrated. In this video, let's talk about how to use TikTok hashtags, because hashtags are really popular and important on TikTok. It's a way a lot of people use to discover new content, new videos, and even brands look through hashtags to find influencers who they want to sponsor. And really, you can think of it as categories. So some of the biggest categories obviously have a lot of people browsing them. And if you climb the hashtags, you're going to be able to get a lot of visibility. So let's talk about all this. The place where you put the hashtags is the caption of your video. When you upload a video, before you press submit, TikTok will ask you to write a caption. The caption is 100 characters long. And some of that 100 characters you may use to write a very brief description of the video, but also in the remaining of those characters, you may use hashtags. Some of the very popular hashtags are for, like number for you, then the word for you, then hashtag trending. And there's a lot of other popular hashtags for specific types of videos. And one thing you can do is look at the trending videos of that day and see, is there like a trend that day? Is there something in the news? You can piggyback off that and use that to get visibility and followers. Also, you can stay on your topic. What I mean by that is, well, let's say you're doing music, but the popular hashtag of the day is cooking. Well, even if you rank in that hashtag, how much help is that really going to get you? A questionable amount of help. If you're doing music or if you're doing sports, you want to stay in hashtags within your niche. And there's two kinds of hashtags, and you can think of them as, if you're familiar with SEO, in SEO, there's long tail keywords and short tail keywords. The short tail keywords are the very popular ones that are hard to rank for. The same is true with hashtags that are popular. So if you're doing comedy and you're trying to target the hashtag comedy, well, that's a tremendously difficult hashtag. There's millions of views on that. And you're going to be competing against some of the biggest influencers. So if you're just starting out, or if you're relatively new, it's going to be too hard to compete, so you might get no visibility. The solution to that is, in addition to the very popular hashtags, to use less popular hashtags, which of course don't get you as much traffic, but they will get you at least some traffic. And that's really what you need, some, so that you can get momentum. The way the algorithms work on TikTok is that the more momentum you have, the more likes, the more everything, the more activity around your video you have, the more people discover you, the more people follow you through that video, the higher you rank in a hashtag ranking. So if you rank for a lot of little hashtags and get views from that, that's actually going to influence your ranking for bigger and bigger hashtags. And as you grow your followers, those followers will give you a lot more activity, and you're going to be able to rank for tougher and tougher hashtags, but not right away. So right away, you want to go for the very non-challenging hashtags, at least get some views. Now let's talk about how to find good hashtags. And the easiest way to do it is make a list of the top influencers specifically in your topic, in your niche, because they're already using some of the good hashtags. Look at the captions of their posts. You'll find a lot of hashtags that are the competitive ones, but also a lot of the easy ones that you can also piggyback off of. And you can even piggyback off of their branded hashtags. So for example, my website is problemio.com. My branded hashtag could either be my name, like Alex Gnadinic is the only name like that in the world, or my brand, like Problemio, which is a weird word I made up. So if there's a popular influencer and they constantly use a hashtag and you want to get some of their followers, you can use one of their hashtags in your videos, so at least you get some visibility in that non-competitive hashtag. So with the strategy of looking at the hashtags used by other influencers, you'll get new long tail, less competitive hashtags to try in your post. And actually make sure that the hashtags you do use, be selective, because you only have 100 characters. If there's some hashtag that's like a very long hashtag, like Sunday fun day in the park, okay, that's too long. Because instead of that, you could have used 3 or 4 shorter ones. So shorter hashtags are a little more productive, unless there's really a nice hashtag you're going for that is long but might give you a great chance to rank. Then okay, you can use that. But pound for pound, shorter hashtags are better because they leave you more space for your actual caption and for other hashtags.
Now, in this video, I'm going to show you how to post a new video, and I'm going to show you how to find good hashtags for it. So let's get started. So I'm going to post a new video. Before I post the video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Discover. On the bottom, you see there's a Discover tab, and I'm actually going to go and try to discover hashtags. So let's say I'm going to try to do music. I'm going to discover hashtags, you see, you can scroll that to the left, and you can browse very popular music videos and see what hashtags they're using. For example, you see the guy on top right here, he is using the hashtag for you page. We're going to use that. We're going to use the hashtag viral. We're going to try that. We're going to try to use other hashtags like K-pop. Obviously, I'm not making music like K-pop, so I'm not going to use that, but you can actually get ideas for these hashtags, and you can spend a long time browsing hashtags. I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to let you do that on your own. What I am going to do is I'm going to go on the top. There's an option for hashtags, and I'm going to click that hashtags, and I click that hashtag, and then I'm going to scroll all the hashtags. There's so many, and look on the right side. I'm going to experiment with finding relevant hashtags for me that don't have too much competition. So for example, I'm only going to stick with things that have in the millions of views, right? So the first one, music, has 11.8 billion views. It would be great to rank there, yeah, but maybe too competitive for me for now. Then I'm going to scroll, and I'm going to see, okay, what is this musica? I'm not going to do that because I don't know what that is really. Musically, not going to do that. Then I'm just going to scroll. Maybe Music Life is an interesting one. It's relatively small. Maybe Music Lover, you see here. Then I'm going to go maybe Tick Music. And then really I want to find hashtags that are relevant for me, for the kind of music that I make. But I don't think my music is sad music, but I see this hashtag sad music. I'm going to do that. And as I'm scrolling, I'm actually writing down some of these. Maybe I'll do hashtag trending music. Maybe I'll do feel music. Maybe Music Life. Maybe music cover. And then let's keep looking. I'm really hoping to find something like for classical music, classical guitar. I'm not doing classical music, but I'm doing classical guitar. I don't know what is this, humble music, but let's try that. And really, you see, I'm going for relevant things, but also on the right side, you see humble music has relatively few views. I mean, 16 million might seem like a lot, but when you compare them to 2 billions, it's not as much. Just because I'm recording this video, I'm not going to keep going too long. So I took some time on my own, and I kept going down, and found a ton of hashtags, really more hashtags than I can fit, because remember, I can only upload a caption with 100 characters. So let's get out of this, and we're going to go and we're going to maybe create a new post. Now, in this video, I also want to address when are the good times to create a post. Usually it's when people are up in the afternoon. Like if I'm on US Eastern time, that means if I post in the afternoon, like noon, then people on the West Coast, it's 9 a.m. for them. They're awake, at least hopefully. And people in Europe, they're awake, it's evening for them. And I might even catch people far east for me, and for them it's nighttime. So the whole world is available. Now in this case, I'm filming this early morning, so I'm kind of not filming in an ideal time, but I just want to show the use of these hashtags. In your case, when you're posting, you want to post at a time when you think most people who will be in your audience are awake, and it's around afternoon time for them or early evening. So I'm going to press the plus. I'm going to upload the video.
Along the
Then I'm going to go next.
Along the Smolensk Road.
Then I'm not applying any stickers or effects to this, so I'm going to go next. Now this is going to be my hashtag time. So here are a bunch of hashtags that I put together. And of course, I edited out that me typing these hashtags because I didn't want you to sit through that, but I just want to go over it with you. Okay, so anyway, I reached my limit of 100 characters. I'm at like 97 characters or something. So you see I have For You, viral, and then I have music related things, right? Old music, music live, trending music, Russian music. This is a Russian music cover that I translated into English that I'm uploading. So I think that it might end. I sing this song in both languages. I don't know how far I'll get on TikTok because TikTok only takes 60 seconds, the first 60 seconds. So I maybe just in one language there. But anyway, so that's why I have the Russian music, because it's a Russian music cover. And then musician, tick music, music lover, sad music, rock music, and music cover. So those are all the hashtags. Now let's look down. Who can view this video? Make sure it's public. Of course, if it's private, you're not gonna get that sharing. Allow comments, yes. Duet and react. That's for people to make videos on top of your video. And then save to album. Okay, whatever. We don't need that. And then you can share posts to other places like Instagram. At the moment, we're not going to do that. So we're just gonna go post. And hopefully this gets a little bit of action, and we'll see in the next 24 hours what happened through those hashtags. So I'm just gonna go post. Then you see I have my third video posted. You see on the middle video and on the video to the right, there are some views. You see right on the bottom of those videos, there's a little number there, like 68 and 33. That means those are the views. And this new song on the left, there's 0 views. So actually, let's go to that song. And you know what? You can do something like your video, which is gonna give and then I'm gonna comment like, thanks for watching.
There are milestone posts and posts,
And what that does
and the long
is
small and scroll are shining like your eyes. Two cold evening
this
stars
actually, see, it gives me better
looking
statistics,
down
not only
at
on my
me.
profile, but also on this
And the
song.
long, the
So
small
when people
and scroll
come
are
and watch this song, they
shining
think, oh, this song is already getting some plays, and some people are liking it, even though it's just me liking it. So just to recap, we just uploaded a new song, and we found a bunch of interesting hashtags, and we used the hashtags. So in 24 hours, we'll check back to see if we're getting followers on this, or just to see what activity we are getting on this. So less than 24 hours later, I want to show you results of what happened. You see, I only have 6 likes and no extra followers, but if you look at the individual videos, I have around 250 views on the music in under 24 hours using these strategies. And this is having less than no audience because I didn't even make my friends follow me. I have like literally starting from nothing, right? A lot of times people import their lists of friends, lists of family members, and those people share and like and recommend and watch, and that gives the creators more life to their video. The video grows a little more. In my case, I used none of that, but at the same time, in under 24 hours, I got, let's say I had some views from before, so instead of 250, it was around 200 views. But I did get 200 views, and I'm still getting views because prior to filming this, I refreshed from like an hour ago and I got like 4 more views. And this is not me watching all over again, and I don't know who's watching because obviously my friends and family don't even know that this is happening. So this is all organic, all through TikTok. And if you're doing music and your goal is to get people to listen to your music, okay, then somewhat of a goal accomplished. Now, it could be that my music is not that good, so that's why people are listening but not subscribing. Well, that's something that I need to improve, and I will try to improve that. But at the same time, I did get some good views. I mean, 200 views in under 24 hours with minimal audience. That's actually not bad at all. So that's the update on these experiments with hashtags. In this video, let's talk about another way to get seen and discovered on TikTok, and that is through challenges and trending hashtags. So if you go to discover on the bottom, you will see a lot of things that are going on like literally right now. So like this, see the first hashtag is winter break. So a lot of people are posting little things that they're doing on winter break, and it's a lot of funny stuff, entertaining, and you can jump on this. You can make a video that's like, you know, the theme is winter break, just as long as you add your own unique flavor to it. And there's a lot of challenges, and daily there are trending hashtags. You just have to browse through them and think creatively. What can you do? What fits your brand? And if you can create a new video using these hashtags, they're trending. So that means you can get a lot of visibility by joining these and
right away, when they're trending, you'll be able to appear not on the homepage, obviously, because only the best videos sort of come up through that, but somewhere in there that when a lot of people are scrolling, they'll maybe see you. And of course, the more fans you have, the more people who follow you have, the more activity you'll get on your videos, and the easier it will be to get up to the top of TikTok. So it's not like you can get there immediately, but this is a traditional way to get extra visibility, especially if some hashtags you're noticing are just getting started, or some trends are just getting started, or some challenges are just getting going. Then jump on those so that you're not competing where there's already like 1 billion views. You're competing where there's a lot less views, and you have more chance to get discovered. And if you do have a good video, you can get it shared quite a bit, and hopefully get visibility that way. In this video, let's cover another way to get followers and to get a little bit of visibility, and that is to start networking with other people in your niche. So I'm going to click on Discover on the bottom, and in the Discover tab, we're going to discover, in my case, it's music, obviously, because it's a music thing. And I'm going to go into the hashtags, and I'm going to go into maybe like one of the hashtags that I used when I posted. So for example, like music life. And then I'm going to see what everybody else is doing. So let's say this first person, you can like their stuff, you can comment on their stuff, right? Like I would say something like, great playing, and it warmed my heart, or something like that. I'm not going to say that now because that's just an example. But your job is to write a really nice comment that they will see and they will like. And when they will see and they will like, they will click on you, like, who is this person? And they might actually follow you. And you can heart everybody else. They'll see, oh, somebody hearted my stuff, and maybe they'll see you, and maybe they'll click on you, and maybe they'll navigate to your profile. So commenting and liking stuff, that's really good, because that sends an alert to this person. Now, if this person has a lot of people who are following them, they're probably not responding to every alert. But if they're a relative beginner on TikTok, they'll see every alert, and especially every nice message will be special to them. So you can also add them to favorites. And like this person, he has like 42,000 followers. Probably, and you see he only follows 5 people. So there's no chance he's gonna follow me back. So for him, it wouldn't be a good investment of time. But that's okay. You go to this next person,
this song?
and you see what they're doing. Same process. You click on them. Okay, they don't have a lot of followers. They're like a more or less regular person. And so if you follow them and you start networking with them, okay, great. And then you can just keep going down. And it's always good to network with people who are in your industry, not only for the immediate promotion, but also for longer term benefits, because you can learn from each other, you can promote each other. And that's actually what you would do is, once you start promoting and sharing their stuff, they might share your stuff, they might comment on your stuff, you might comment on their stuff. So that's what you do. So here's a guy that's kind of like me, right? Guy with a guitar. And let's see what he's doing. He has under 1,000 followers, so that's cool. So this kind of person would be a good person for me to network with, because we have the same music. Now, because we have the same music, if I click on him,
All right, I can
and
do
I
this.
stop this, I can actually take a look at what hashtag he's using. And he's using, see, for me, there are some hashtags that I would use maybe. He has the hashtag singing. Okay, that's a cool one for me. I would write that down. And acoustic, I would write that down, because for me, those are good hashtags. That's what I do. That's way closer to my niche than other hashtags that I've been using so far, like general music ones, because those would be more specific. So going around, liking, commenting, and networking with people is a good way to build up your initial few followers and even supporters who have affinity towards you, precisely because you've been nice to them at first, and then they'll hopefully share your stuff, like your stuff, and those are the people who are going to be more likely to give all your future videos extra life. Now, of course, this takes a little bit of time. It's a relatively annoying process, but it is a thing that you can do on day one.
In this video, I want to show you how to use a little bit of influencer marketing to promote your TikTok account. And you're going to go to fiverr.com, and you look, all I did was search for TikTok. Most of these people will say, I'll give you a shout out. These people have 5 million followers that they claim they have, these people have 30,000 followers, they claim they have whatever. Altogether, it's quite a lot. And some of them will be super fake. Some of them will actually turn out to be very helpful. Some of them will help you with video editing, all these kinds of things. And some of them, by the way, can help you, teach you specific things. Maybe for your niche, you need some specific things. They can help you improve whatever you need to do. So look through these, especially if it's good if you can have an account that's related to your account. Like if you're comedy and you find a comedy influencer here or freelancer here, then of course that audience already likes comedy. So you basically can look through these and see what makes sense for you. Just see who can help you. And this person will even see their services. I will find TikTok popular influencers. So you can actually get a lot of ideas for what you can get outsourced to do from these people. Now, keep your expectations low because a lot of them, they use big numbers of extremely unengaged or at times fake fans. So this will be more like experiments to see what happens. If they have 5 million followers, don't expect like all of them will rush to subscribe to you. No, it's maybe just a tiny portion of that, but it's at least something to build up your initial audience. And that initial audience really is that biggest hurdle, because after that, you'll have an army of followers who will like and watch all your future videos, and your future videos will have a lot more success. So it's really hard in the beginning. It gets easier later. And so these initial shout outs, that's how you get past the beginning stage. And by the way, since we're talking about having people give you a shout out, this doesn't have to stop at Fiverr promoters. You can look at Upwork, but you can actually reach out to, for example, like YouTube promotion, let's say, or like you can find YouTube promotion, and you can ask people who have good YouTube channels, hey, can you promote on your YouTube channel? Can you promote my TikTok? So you can actually have a lot of people promoting you, some of them for very reasonable prices, you see here, like $10, $5, and it will just expedite your TikTok growth. And of course, anyone that you know in your niche, you can ask them to do maybe a collaboration video on TikTok or on YouTube and to help promote your TikTok. So those are all ideas for how to tap into other people's audiences and get people with large audiences in your niche or large audiences overall to promote your TikTok. And this is, again, something you can begin doing on day one. Now, the one mistake not to make is to do this too early before you have a library of content available. So you see, when I started out, I have like 2 videos on my TikTok. Now that's a very uninteresting TikTok account. If I had 10 videos or 20 or 30 videos, that would be a far more interesting TikTok account. That would show people that, hey, this guy is doing something. And also the fact that I have like 2 followers also makes me very uninteresting. So doing the steps like building up a library of content a little bit, doing the steps like importing your friends, those steps should come first, and you should write your bio in your profile so that your profile looks more interesting, so that when you do these promotions, more of the people who see your profile actually follow you because you will have made your profile more interesting. If you don't make your profile more interesting, then these promotions will fall flat and will have very bad results, because even though they might get people to your account, those people will see, oh, this account has very little content, very little followers. I'm not going to follow this. Bye-bye. Right? So you don't want that to happen. So you need to build up at least a basically attractive account at first. That's your job before doing this influencer marketing. With this video, let's begin talking about how to start filming. And you can just hold your phone and point the camera at you, but the video is going to come out less good. When you're holding the phone, it's going to shake in your hands. That's going to make the video quality immediately worse. So the solution is to have a little stand. You can have a little stand like this. You see, it's very, very cheap. That can stand on your table. Now, one caution is that if you're doing something on the table, or if you're touching the table, or if you have your hands on the same surface as the stand is on, it's going to actually shake the stand a little bit and shake the camera a little bit. So you're actually still going to have poor quality of video. So if you can put this kind of a stand on an independent surface, and it's going to be able to stand about your head level, not higher, not lower for most videos. That's fine if you can do that. If not, you might want to have a taller one like this, or attach it to a taller one. See, so there's two kinds, right? There's one you can extend the height, or there's one that you can have a little tiny tripod and put it right on your table. So for every situation, there's different ones. If I was doing this, I would actually get both, because you don't want to have them restrict you, because for some of them you need to be up close, for some of them you need to be a little further. You don't want to have constraints from camera angles, because you'll have a ton of other constraints like your setting, everything else, so that at least you should be free to choose how far away you are, what angle you want to have at you. So they're not too expensive, so I would get kind of one of each. So the sound quality is very important. You can use the built-in microphone off your phone, but if there's a lot of external noise, if you're outside, if you're maybe doing something, if anything, a lot of unnecessary background noises can creep into your videos, and you want to minimize that and actually use a better microphone to even enhance the sound quality of your voice. So you can use a lapel mic that is specifically made, like you see here. I search for a lapel mic for iPhone. If you have an Android, obviously you would search for Android, and you might need some extra adapters, because you see some of them have a cable that might not plug into the type of phone that you have. So like you see right here, there's this 3.5 cable, but obviously for some newer iPhones, they don't have that jack, so you need to get a little adapter for it regardless. But a lapel mic like this might not be too visible or interfere with your actual video quality, but it will immediately help to enhance your audio quality. You might notice when I do my videos for this course from the phone, I don't have that mic at the moment, so the sound quality is a little worse. I hope it's not too noticeable, but there is a difference. The reason I don't have a mic like that is because most of the videos I make are pre-recorded and then I upload them. And I record them using different cameras and different microphones. So for my TikTok, I actually pre-record like my music videos or something like this. I pre-record them using like a really fancy microphone, and then I upload them. But my case is not common. Most people will probably use something like this. That's a very inexpensive option to have really great audio quality that is much better than the built-in microphone that your iPhone or Android phone has. And audio quality is really important, because if a lot of videos, if you talk, if they can't understand you, or if they don't have a good time listening to you, it's going to decrease the engagement of your videos, and you don't want that. You want to maximize engagement. In this video, let's begin setting up our TikTok ads. To do that, we have to go to tiktok.com/business, as you see here. Once you get to this page, they'll tell you how great their ads are, whatever. But you'll basically just create new. That's how you start your ad setup. And you choose a sign-up process for yourself. I'm going to sign up through email. Very standard so far. Enter your email. Choose your password. Then click send code. They're going to send you a verification code to your email. But before that, they have to check if you're human. I went to my email and they gave me a code. Right? They send me a code through my email that I provided. Then I go back to TikTok and I enter this code. And I click sign up. Before I click sign up, just read this that you're agreeing to. Checkbox for, by clicking here, you agree to their terms of service. So yeah, you have to agree. And TikTok for Business will send you emails and messages. You might want to avoid it, like about their news, events. Basically, they're going to, for the most part, spam your inbox. So I would uncheck that. But if you want to get their emails, you can. So you can make an account here. You can also sign up with your TikTok. So I'll click sign up with my TikTok just because I already have an account. And you can choose any option that's convenient for you. I'll use my phone and email and username. I chose for them to send me a code. You see, they're going to send me a code. I'm going to enter it and I'm going to say login. Then they're going to ask me if I want to authorize TikTok for Business. I'm going to say authorize. Then they give you another form that you fill out. Then you fill it out. Then you click, by clicking here, you agree to their terms of service. Fine. Okay. Then you click yes, register. Then they give you a form to tell about your business. So the company website is my music website, because here I'm not promoting my books or courses or my business. I'm promoting my music TikTok. So I'm going to enter my music website, https www.touchedbyasong.com. Then they want you to enter their billing information. So your billing address, whatever that is for you. And I grayed out what I filled in just because I didn't want you to see my business address. But whatever it is, it may be residential for you. Just add that. You choose your payment, automatic or manual. Make your life easier if it's automatic. Just make sure that you stop it when you're ready so they don't keep taking money out. If you're worried about it, make it manual. Then they ask you if you want the simpler ad experience or the more complicated one with more bells and whistles. If you're just starting out, which is why you're watching this video, you want to choose the simplified one, and don't worry, you can switch anytime. So later you'll switch, but for now it'll be simple. And essentially they start taking you to the first campaign setup process. So you're no longer setting up your ad account. Now you're setting up your actual ad. And once you go through these steps, campaign, ad group, ad, and you click submit and you enter your payment information, your ad may begin to run if it doesn't have any problems. So we'll stop this video here because this video was about creating your account. And in the next video, we'll start creating an ad campaign. In this video, let's set up our first campaign and our ad on TikTok. So I'm in the TikTok ad manager. When you're creating a campaign, you want to always create a nice descriptive name for the campaign because over time you'll have many campaigns and you want to be able to recognize your campaigns quickly. So in this case, I'm going to name my campaign the same as the song that I'm going to be promoting. So I have a song that I released recently. It's called Guardians of Souls, and I want to promote that one. So I'm going to make a obviously easily recognizable campaign name. Then I'm going to choose what I want my goal to be, like website conversions. That's if you're selling something or getting people to sign up for some form. App installs, obviously, if you have an app. Lead generation is if you're trying to collect leads, which has a little bit overlap with website conversions, but website conversions can also mean sales. And there's also website traffic. This is the easiest to get. And for most of us, this is sort of the easiest thing to set up. And this is the goal for everybody. Not everybody has something to sell. Not everybody is trying to get leads, but certainly we all want our TikTok traffic to do something else. Maybe go to our Instagram, our YouTube, our website, etc. So let's choose website traffic. So we'll choose website traffic and the campaign name is Guardians of Souls and we'll click continue. Now, here's how it works. They ask you for your ad group name and you might wonder, like, why do I need to do that? Because I just gave the campaign a name. What's the deal here? And you see on top here, you see one campaign can have many ad groups and each ad group can have many ads. This is usually how ads are organized. It doesn't matter if you're on Facebook ads or YouTube ads. This is the structure of ads online for the most part. And so you want to give your ad group a good name as well, so that when you have other ad groups, you want to distinguish them. You could just say first ad, just to make your life easier. After that, things get a little more interesting. Placement and targeting. So the placement type, this is where your ads will appear. So you click that and it will tell you select placement or automatic. If you select placement, you get to choose in which spots you want your ad to be. So some things I don't want, like this top buzz thing, I don't want that necessarily. I just want it to be on TikTok, right? So those might be less effective for me, I think. So I'm going to select not to have them. Great. Location. For now, I want to advertise in the United States. You can even choose which state, but right now I'm not going to choose any state. I'm just going to choose all of them. And I'm going to get out of that. And I'm going to collapse location because I already picked it. And then gender, age. This is also important. So for my music, it's probably not for kids. So I want to make sure I don't advertise to kids. So I'm going to select 25 to 34, this and this. And I don't know if I want the older demographic because that can get much older, like in the 80s, people who are 80 and over. I don't know that my music will just resonate with them. It's nothing wrong with them listening, but I just don't know if it's for them. I don't know if it's for their taste. And same thing for younger people. Maybe it's not for them either. I'm happy if they listen to it, but I think most of them would not enjoy my music. I hope they do, of course, right? We all hope everybody enjoys what we do. But realistically speaking, in this case, if you advertise to the wrong demographic, you're losing money, right? So you want to have your ad dollars go to the most effective traffic. And then languages, we'll just do English. And then you also want to get into
show more options, because this is important, right? I want people who like music, because if somebody doesn't really like music, for sure they won't like my music. They're just going to have limited interest. So we don't want that. So let's look at interest and behavior. So in interest, we can have, let's say, entertainment and music. That's just in my case. For your case, obviously, it would be different. And I want to see, can it get granular enough? Like, I want to find music, not really finding anything. This is a lot about television, right? So I don't want this. This is the wrong kind of entertainment for me. It's more like TV and news and celebrity. This is not what I'm doing. So this doesn't fit. And if something doesn't fit, you just want to leave it, because you're just going to waste money. And also, what I want to point your attention to is, in this news and entertainment, right? If we drill down, and if we drill down in culture and art, let's say, and under culture and art, there's music. You could say, oh, music, yeah, like that's what we should select, right? But there's a billion genres of music. There's very little chance that a person who just likes music likes my music. So we want to leave that alone for now. So let's look at categories to see if there's anything closer. Again, we have entertainment. So we have a performance option, but there's nothing there. Then talent. Okay, singing, dancing. Maybe there's something under that because I'm singing. Maybe the singing and instruments. Okay, perfect. So we got that at least. Still, we don't know what the genre is, but at least it's a little closer. Then we want to choose what action people want. So we want them to take action like comment, shared, obviously. Watch to the end, like. All these are great. And then the device is not as important here because everybody's going to be watching on a mobile device because it's TikTok. So it's not so much of an issue. Is it like Android versus iOS? In other platforms, you have the option of desktop, which would represent a big difference. Here is not a huge difference. And then connection speed, you just take 3G and 4G, and you probably don't want the 2G because it's going to be too slow and Wi-Fi is fine. And then you want to set your budget. So the budget might be $5 a day is reasonable, and you can say daily budget or total. So daily, the total is called lifetime budget here, but you want to set it daily and just monitor things every day, how things run continuously. And then you want to set your bid price. The lowest cost option will give you the chance to get the most people seeing your content. So for now, let's choose that. And it's giving me a little error saying you have to have a budget of $20 or more. So I'm going to say that per day. Okay, it's happy now. And we'll say continue. On this next page, it asks me to upload creatives. So you want to upload a video. That's going to be your ad. In my case, it's a part of the song. And it takes a second to upload. Then you do quick optimize. They all seem about the same in this case. So you confirm. Then you have your ad creative. It's uploading here. Then you want to add a display name. And the display name should be something interesting and should not be too long so people read it. In this case, I'm not sure this is such an exciting title, but it has the word new. I think the word poets for most people makes it unexciting, but kind of like this. And then you want to say in the text like full song on my YouTube and TikTok, and then call to action. I just want people to go to my website. I have a music website that's touched by a song. So I want them to click over to the website. That would be great. And then you want to choose the call to action. So in my case, I want them to come to the website and listen to all my music or just that song. So it would be listen now. Perfect. And then profile image. We'll add some cool image. This image, kind of cool. Submit. Then you just click this checkbox, agreeing to do things. For most people, we won't have a tracking URL, so we'll not use that. And then you'll see on the right side, there will be an ad here. This is how the ad might appear. This is how the video will appear. And people can click on my profile image right here and actually go to my profile. The only thing is you would want to revisit your display name. Actually, I made a little typo earlier in the video. The display name is actually your account name. So the display name, in my case, would be Alex Ginedinik. And the text would be the text that is supposed to attract people. So I try to make it attractive, but every time I try to make things more attractive, I make it too long. So I have to now cut it down. So let's just read it together and then we'll cut it down. Incredible new song from singer-songwriter Alex Ginedinik. Honestly, singer-songwriter may not be necessary because
It's kind of implied. Alex Sinadinik is also too long, but it's good for branding. About the magic of music and poetry. And maybe music and poetry, I can just use one. Let's say music, because for most people these days, people don't really love poetry. And the word incredible can be more interesting. It can be touching. It can be heartwarming, inspirational, something that is closer to what people want, something a little more specific. But let's go with touching for now. And we'll submit. Then it asks you for payment method. Luckily, they take PayPal. It's easy to set up. You submit that. Then they ask you to log in. I'm just going to skip the login here because I don't want you to see my PayPal, obviously. Once the payment is connected and everything is fine, it's going to say your ad will be in review. You see right here, it says not delivering, but under that it says in review. And it's going to stay in review for 1 to 48 hours. And then you want to check back here. If it's good, it will run. If it's not good, it will give you some error message to see what you need to fix to make it good and to work in their system. But so far, we've set up an entire ad from A to Z in this video. Since we've already set up an ad with the simplified mode, as you see here, now let's actually take the next step and set up an ad with the custom mode, which will give us more control. So I'm going to choose custom mode and I'm going to say confirm so that we're on the same page. I'm going to click on campaign and I'm going to choose a new campaign, create a new campaign. So we're going to call this something else. It'll be totally fresh. So we're going to create new and we're going to choose what we want to do. In my case, I want to build awareness. Like I want to build followers. I want to do all those things to build my account up because I want this account to grow in TikTok and get promoted and have followers and so on. Like I want to build a personal brand for my music and develop an audience for my music. But for this, I need an audience. So this is what I'm going to choose. Community interaction. Yes, continue. And then I'm going to choose continue once it's selected. Now this is going to ask me to create a new ad group. Let's call it more music followers. We're going to place the ad inside TikTok. Yes. Users can comment. Yes. Users can download video. Fine. Now let's choose our audiences. When we click on the audience, it's going to give us demographics to choose from. I want to advertise United States. I want to choose either gender is fine. And I want to choose maybe the age group that's this age group. Languages, let's just say English. And then we want to find as much as possible people who like music and especially the kind of music that I create. So they have this little box here saying we recommend selecting 16 interests and major behavior categories. Okay, so let's apply whatever they suggest. They suggest music and you can type things in here. So let's say like classic rock. No, or you can type in like rock. Okay, so rock star, rocks, you see. So none of this is exactly what I'm doing because this music that I'm promoting, this song is not really rock. It's more like softer rock. But at the same time, you see like, let's try guitar. So like guitar songs, great. Like sad songs. Mine are not that sad. Some of them might be, but we'll see how it is. Maybe new songs, but we generally want to stay closer to the genre. So the genre is like, let's say singer-songwriter, no poetry. So my music, it's very lyrics focused, so I'm going to select that. Then I'm going to keep searching. So I found a few interests that are a good fit for me. And I was searching and searching, but I couldn't find any more. So what I want to do after this is find behaviors. And I want to take away things that they added here for me. So like business and finance, no. So for the category, I'm going to select music. And then I want to advertise people who followed and viewed the profile of creators, and follow is more important. So maybe I'll just not have the viewed profile, but I just want to focus on following because I want to build up my followers. For devices, I don't really care, but I do care that they have a good internet connection. So I'm going to say 4G and even 3G maybe. That's optional. And I don't have a preference of carriers or device price. Then I'm going to set the budget. Let's say $20 per day. You can stop this anytime, so it doesn't really matter. Run continuously. You can select specific time. This is interesting. You want to select the time when your audience may be more engaged. So perhaps not early morning. Perhaps during the day they're a little busy and maybe they're a little more free in the evening. In my case, I'll just leave it blank. Now, bidding optimization, what's the goal here, right? You have a profile visit as the goal or follow as the goal. And of course, I won't build followers. And I'll just choose lowest cost. I just want numbers and hopefully they're engaged. Once you get some numbers, you can switch this to cost cap, meaning you can bid higher. Like you can choose how many dollars you can spend per follow. But if you don't know how much it will cost for your genre, for your demographic, you want to just start with something easy like lowest cost. Then you select next. Then you give your ad the name, first ad, let's say, something basic. Then if you want to use your TikTok account, they say you have to upgrade to business account, which I'm going to click. Then they ask you to select category. You're going to select whatever's closest to you. Like they don't have a music. So maybe media and entertainment. Then you submit. Then they say you've upgraded. It was that pretty much that easy. And what you can do is promote one of your TikTok posts. So these are the posts I have. The last few I have are from the same songs. They're just different parts of the same song. So maybe I'll promote, this is a cool part of the song. This is a cool part of the song. This is the chorus, which is the catchy part. And then this is the bridge, which is kind of like the more meaningful part. It's more interesting, more thought-provoking. Doesn't really matter. I think there's more going on here and it's longer, so it gives people a more of a glimpse into what's happening. So I'll select that and I'll confirm. So I already have my ad creative. You don't have to upload anything. Then they want you to agree to some things. By checking this box, you confirm that you have the rights to use this, yes. And then the second box, by checking this box, you allow for the ad and the associated performance metrics of the campaign to be displayed on the TikTok for Business Creative Center, yes. And you're all set up. So we don't have a tracking setting because we just want account follow. So we submit. Then they give you a window like this saying your ad is getting set up. Then it's saying your ad got created. And then you see it says your ad is in review. So they'll tell you if it passed or not, probably within 24 hours. And then the ad will either run or you have to debug it. But this is how you have a little more control over how you set up your ad. So in the future, you should basically just be using this version and not the basic one. In this video, I want to show you how to troubleshoot in case your ads don't start running. So I just finished my ads and it's been about like half a day and I checked back in to see how things are running. And if I look at my dashboard by clicking on the dashboard here, and this is a fresh TikTok ads account that I created for this course, and you see it's my first campaign and you see I spent $0. And when I click on this campaign after everything loads, you see I'll click on the campaign and it's going to tell me that everything in the campaign is fine, or so it will seem. You see the campaign tab loaded and I have a little green ball here, a little green dot saying the campaign is active, and it seems like everything is fine, right? But why is it that it's not running, like it's not showing any ads? Confusing, right? Yes, it is confusing, but that's just because their usability here is not very good. So what you want to do is not only look at campaign, but it's not so clear and easy to see, but you have this ad group here. You see this tab ad group. You can click that and there's a tab for ad. You can click that also. And then you can check, is anything wrong? Okay, so you see ad group, and the same thing with ad, it will be payment unsuccessful, not delivering. So we want to click on the ad and make sure that we set up the payment correctly this time. Maybe something went wrong last time. So to debug the payments, it's easy to think that you have to click on your ad and press edit or something like that and edit your ad. But actually, to debug this kind of an issue, which is a common issue with payments that prevent ads from running, what you actually do is not edit your ad, but go to your payment methods, which is under your account. You see when you click your name, for example, right here, it's Alex. This is your profile, right? You click on the top right and you're going to click on payment. And under payment, when you click it, you have your payment options. Now, I'm going to gray out my payment options just because for obvious reasons, I don't want anybody to see my payment options. But this is where you set them. The first time what I did is I set my PayPal, and I don't know if I mistyped something or I did something wrong, but even though my PayPal address was valid, it just didn't take it. So I had to add a credit card. That was it. And once I added my credit card, I just added and I made it the primary payment method. And then the ads just started running. So that's it. That's one of the most common ways to debug if your ad is not running. Now, I want to talk to you about the results of the ads that I'm running. This is about 2 hours after I set up the ads and got past that little error with the payment. And you see that so far it ran about $5 of ads here. Now, the results are on my phone, so I'll just tell you what happened. When I started running this ad, I had a very early account. Like I only had 17 followers. Now I have 59 followers and I have about 150 extra video views, that video that I was promoting. And these are 100% real people, right? Because you're running ads to people who would watch and then click on your profile and then click on follow. As opposed to, let's say you hired some influencer, you have no idea if they're sending you bot traffic or some fake accounts or accounts from some country which you don't want to advertise to. Here, as you saw when I set up the ad, the people who are coming are all United States based. Do they like music? They're interested in more or less things that I provide. So the targeting is great and it's actually quite cheap. It's ending up around 15 cents per follower. Now, that's really amazingly cheap if you compare that to other platforms. Like if you want to get people to like your page on Facebook, it will be much more expensive. Why is it so cheap? To understand why, you have to understand how these ad bidding systems work. They work on the level of competition. So on Facebook, people are promoting their businesses a lot of times. There's a lot of people running ads. On TikTok, there's a lot fewer people running ads because it's just not that profitable. And the ads themselves are much newer. So there's a lot of more experts who would set up Facebook ads. There's a lot more business strategists who would advise to create Facebook ads and ads on other platforms and less on TikTok. It's just a newer platform. The ads here are just newer. So the competition has not built up, but it probably will not be as brutal as Facebook just because on Facebook, there are many people promoting their businesses. On TikTok, there's so many accounts that just have free content that it doesn't make sense for them to run ads. So the ads platform looks like it will never be as brutally competitive as it is on other platforms. That's why it's cheap, for those two reasons. It's earlier and it's less competitive because fewer people are promoting their actual businesses. Because if you're promoting your business, you can spend money to make money. But if you're promoting TikTok, you'll spend money, but like you're not going to get it back because it's free content you're providing. And very few TikTokers are actually promoting actual businesses or products. That's why it's cheap. Now, also, what you could do is you could compare this to, let's say you went to Fiverr.com and you wanted to hire somebody. So let's do that now and see what the comparison is like. So I'm on Fiverr.com, which is a very popular freelancing site, and I want to hire for TikTok marketing, right? And I've already looked through this before, so I'll be able to tell you what I found. There's a lot of people who they're not going to ever tell you, but it looks like they're going to send you fake traffic. They have really uninteresting accounts and they say, we're going to send you a lot of traffic and we're going to promote your account from an account that has hundreds of thousands of followers. But honestly, you have no idea of the quality of their followers and if they're just going to send you bot traffic, you know, the bots that just computers, auto-generated accounts that are not human. So there's a lot of that. And the other kind of promotion you might get is real influencers will promote you. But what I found is when I contacted real influencers, they're in different countries and their audiences often speak a different language and just are not going to be a fit for what you're doing probably, right? Because I'm promoting music that's for a specific audience. So in a different country, they speak a different language. They're not going to like my music as much, right? Or at all. So there's a lot less chance of that. So the targeting is much better with the ads. It's still cheap with the ads. And you know exactly what you're getting. And every follower is a real human person, which means that they'll see and perhaps like your next posts, as opposed to if you have fake followers, they're just computers. They're never going to like and comment on anything you're doing. So in my opinion, it's much better and safer to run TikTok ads than hire on Fiverr, just because the ads on TikTok are so cheap now that they make a lot of sense. If they were more expensive, we'd have a different conversation. We would be like, well, the ads are expensive and But if you're already paying for influencers, might as well run the ads, because if you're already spending money, the ads are the surefire way here. So that's the summary of my results with the ads and how that compares to other potential things you can do, like hiring freelancers. And all the freelancers, they'll tell you they're amazing. They're happy to take your money, but few of them actually get you great results. There's no guarantee. But with the ads, you really know what you can expect. In this video, I wanted to show you the results of what I did. So this is after I made some organic posts and after I ran some ads. I'll show you exactly what happened, and these are the results. So you can see that I gained over 1,000 followers. These are all real people, every single one, because the TikTok ads, they show your ads to real people. And you can also see that I ran an ad only on this last video. You see it has 3,161 views, and you see the other videos have kind of few views, right? And what happened was the other videos, they got some views from the ad also, but a tiny trickle. So like the one with 46 views, when I started, it had like 43. And the one that you cannot see how many views there are, the one with the woman here, that video right here, on the bottom right, you just don't see the views. But I saw a slightly higher rate of views of people who maybe saw this video first, the one with the purple kind of skies. And then when they looked at my other videos, a lot of people seem to have been choosing this one with the woman looking out the window. So this one maybe got like 10 extra views or 15 extra views out of the extra followers. So it's really engagement per video that I got and engagement on my whole profile, which was the 1,065 followers. And I literally just stopped running these ads. And what I actually saw that was interesting, I stopped running them at 1,060 followers. And these extra 5 followers, they might have actually come from perhaps I'm ranking in some hashtag, perhaps some other part of the algorithm. I can't know because I don't know where I'm ranking. I haven't really checked. And if I did check, there would be a lot of places to check, like under music, under different things. So it's really hard to know where they're coming from, but certainly they're actually not coming from ads because I turned off the ads after I got to the 1,000 followers. So with that, let me actually show you my ads dashboard, see what happened there. So you see, this is my ad dashboard, and you see I turned off this ad. There's a toggle here on off. Right now it's turned off. So I got to over 1,000 followers, and then I said, okay, enough of this particular experiment. We're good. So you see I spent $70 on the whole thing to get 1,000 followers at $70 here. And you see it gives me some metrics like how many impressions I got, all these things. So it's quite cheap compared to hiring influencers, and you get a lot of predictability. So now you see fully transparently of exactly what I did, how I did it, the results, and you're able to replicate every step. The only thing I would suggest is that the video that I promoted, it's not the greatest video in the world, but it has still a lot of quality in itself. Like that video was made by me and then edited by a professional video editor, and the music was made by me and then edited by a professional musician, and like it was fully produced like a professional song. So there's a lot of work, right? Why am I saying this? Is because if you just make a video that's a little bit amateur or not great, it may get fewer followers because it's real people, right? So real people decide do they want to follow you or not, and if the video you're promoting maybe not so great, then the ads will become less effective. So that's the only sort of thing to watch out for, because everybody's results will be essentially a little different. But in any case, now you see exactly from A to Z what to do and how to do it, how to promote on TikTok, and what to expect. And just one more thing, you can also have this idea that, in my case, I promoted music, whatever. But let's say you have a product. Well, for $70, you can get a ton of people to watch your promotional video or promotional thing for a business. It's not expensive. That's pretty good, actually. Especially understanding that I targeted very premium audiences, right? If you expand your audience to other countries, other age groups, etc., you can get these results, but for way cheaper. So I'm letting you know about that first because I know a lot of people will wonder, well, how can I make ads cheaper? That's how. Include more and different demographics. And secondary, notice that you don't have to just promote music. You can actually promote a lot of things, products, services, and many other things that your business might be doing. So now it's your turn. You know exactly how to promote on TikTok. Now it's just you have to actually do it. Now I want to offer you a TikTok ad strategy for big growth of your overall account. So with every post, each time you make a new video, when you launch that video, of course, you want to use hashtags in your posts, text, and some descriptive text to get people interested. And then you want to run ads to get likes on engagement on that new video. And the idea is that for the hashtags you set, you might go trending because you'll get a very high acceleration of likes, comments, subscribers, engagement, shares, etc. And when you go trending on TikTok, they promote you like crazy because millions of people see you. Maybe not millions, but like thousands and thousands and thousands. Of course, you'll be competing with many other TikTok creators, so it's not easy and it's not a guarantee that you're going to go trending, but you're giving yourself that chance. And your chances increase each time you release a video because you have more followers and more subscribers and more activity each time. And of course, your videos get better over time. So each time you create a new video and make a new post, you'll get more likes, more shares, more overall activity, and you'll boost that with the ads. And that combination will give you the chance to go trending or get promoted and be seen much more, which will promote whatever you're promoting at a much better level. So that's the goal. That's the major goal of doing this, is not so that you can get incrementally more followers, but so that you can eventually go trending even.
With this video, I want to introduce the next section coming up in the course, in which we're going to talk about how to write a book, which is going to position you as a thought leader in your industry and give you a lot of credibility and trust. But we're going to do it in a way that I understand that most people don't want to write a whole book. So we're going to talk about how to outsource parts or the entire process of book creation, and how to actually sell that book so you're also an Amazon bestseller, which gives you extra credibility, because you don't want to have a dormant book. You want to have a book that sells, that people read and they enjoy and say nice things about. And that's what we're going to do in these coming videos. I'm going to show you how to plan your book, how to have your book created or you write it, and then how to sell the book to become a bestseller, because then not only is the book going to actually give you extra revenue, which is great, but it's going to open doors for you. Books very often lead, at least in my case, to speaking engagements. When people have bought my books, some of them have been university professors. I didn't know about that until after they read my book, used it in their class, and actually invited me to speak at their universities. And the universities paid for me to fly out to the universities and talk to the students. True story. So that's something that's very viable, and it happened through my books. But because the books were good and were selling and the right people were finding them. So we're going to talk about all that in these coming videos, and hopefully you'll end up with a great book that builds for you trust and credibility, revenue from the book, and opens doors for speaking engagements and other engagements.
Let's begin the course by exploring how to write a book. There are two methods. You can write the book yourself, or for people who actually don't like writing or don't think they are good writers, there is good news. You can still create a book entirely without writing. We're going to talk about that. It's basically through outsourcing. So even if you don't like writing, you can create fantastic books. There's many options to create books with something that works for everyone. If you don't like writing, all you'll simply do is outsource tedious tasks. And guess what? Even if you love writing, you'll still outsource many tasks like editing, book cover design. It's just that if you don't like writing, you'll simply outsource more tasks. That's the only difference. For example, think about how celebrities write books. Do you think they sit there and actually write every word? Very seldom. Most of the time, they just talk into some voice recorder and somebody goes and edits it, prints it, does all the work. So you can employ that very same method. And we'll be talking about how you can do that. So outsourcing just helps you write more books, write them faster and better cover design, better editing. Of course, that will take your book to the next level. So let's talk about how to outsource writing 100%. If you don't want to write a single word, that can be a valid option. In fact, you can create many books doing that because you don't actually have to spend the tedious time writing. That's not to discourage writing. I love writing. I wrote all my books. If you love writing, there's a lot of value in that because you put your heart and soul into it, but you don't have to. So for people who want to outsource 100%, the ideas should be yours. The book value should still be there.
the book should still be interesting. But you can basically create the book by using voice-to-text software. There's plenty of different software available, and then hire an editor to take that text that was created by you talking into the voice-to-text software and edit the book. And then you'll hire a cover designer to make it look nice. Then you'll upload the book to kdp.amazon.com, which actually gets you both a digital Kindle book and a paperback that you can sell. So you'll be set up entirely with the printing, everything. You don't have to worry about it. And the editing can become expensive based on the length of your book, the quality that you want in the editor, and of course the editing depth. If they have to edit a really messy first draft, of course it will take them longer. So you can ask friends and family for free editing. It's not as good as professional editors, obviously. So let me give you some resources for editors and cover creators. Most people are aware of Fiverr.com and Upwork.com. That's where you can find freelancers. You should also get recommendations from other experienced writers. And right now you might be asking, well, how do I find these writers? The biggest Facebook group for writers is something called Pat's First Kindle Book. It's free to join. I'm a member of it. I have no benefit of inviting people into it. It's not my group. It's Pat's. Pat stands for Pat Flynn. You might know of him. He's a famous online entrepreneur. He's not too active in that group, but that group does have a big community of active writers. So you can ask for recommendations there. If you don't want to search on Facebook, you can type directly facebook.com/groups/that big URL, and you'll find that group. And for the voice-to-text software, the top of the line software is Dragon software. It's a little pricey, but if you don't want to pay anything, there are plenty of free options, including creating YouTube videos and downloading the transcript from the videos for free. So actually recording yourself as a video and then uploading that video privately on YouTube simply gives you an option to download the transcript. So it does it for you. Now, after all that, let's talk about how to succeed as a self-published author. It's not easy. Persistence is key. Since you are self-published, you have to do everything. Book creation, marketing of the book, strategy of should I write the second book? Should I write the third? How many books should I have? Which one should I start with? How should I promote everything? There's all kinds of strategy. You're the one who's responsible for it. It does take time to master all these skills. And when I say persistence, a lot of people will nod their head and say, of course, I'll be persistent. So take a second and imagine, what does persistent mean to you? Take a second, really imagine that, answer that to yourself. What does persistent mean to you? Let me tell you what it meant for me. Only on my third book, I started actually making relatively good sales. And my sixth book was my best book. So I actually had to write 6 books. It's not like persistence with your first book. Sometimes it takes a few books. And the 6th book, yes, it was my best, but only after its 5th revision. It started selling well after I improved it even more. And now at the time of me filming this, I'm up to like 20 revisions, like major revisions, if you can believe that. I even can't believe that that happened. I mean, it really was a lot of work over years. So I know that most authors, they want to put their book on Amazon. They want to start getting sales right away. And it's very disappointing when sales don't happen. Believe me, I've been there. But revise your old books, write new books, experiment, and you will succeed. And the great part about it is that once one book succeeds, people who buy the one book, sometimes they buy multiple of your books. And that means that your successful books will actually help your older, lesser successful books grow, which is something fantastic to look forward to. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. You can make very good money with books. And as you see from this video, anyone can do it. So with that optimistic outlook, let's move forward with the rest of the course. In this video, I want to introduce you to the most effective ways to sell books. And in the rest of the course, we're going to zero in and I'm going to be walking you through exactly step by step on how to implement those strategies. But in this video, I want to make sure you understand what's the most effective, because you must do only the most effective strategies. So it's actually really important to identify not all the strategies, right? Most people, they want to start with all the strategies, many strategies, but it's actually wrong. First of all, you can't do many strategies well. And second, most of those strategies will not result in sales, which is what you're after anyway. So
most people, when they first start out, they ask about Facebook marketing or Facebook ads or Instagram promotion or YouTube promotion, because that's the most apparent thing that everybody knows, social media. But these are what I would call secondary. They may result in a few sales, but that's it. And anyway, once you post on those platforms, unless you're running ads, in 24 hours, nobody sees your post anyway. So then what do? This is kind of a way to run into a dead end. And generally, this is more or less like a failure track in book marketing. These strategies are secondary. It's exactly what not to start with. The focus has to be, as a marketer, on inside Amazon. We got to capture their shoppers because they have millions and millions of shoppers. It's the biggest store in the world. Amazon can outsell the biggest bookstores. You know, a lot of people have a dream. I want to be in Barnes & Noble or some other gigantic bookstore. Why? Amazon is bigger. It's just a matter of getting their shoppers to find your book. So let's talk about the 4 strategies that I want you to focus on that are the most effective, that will help you dominate Amazon. First of all, it's Amazon SEO, meaning people searching on Amazon. SEO, if you're not familiar, stands for search engine optimization. This term is usually referred to Google SEO when people search Google, but Amazon is also a search engine. People search for whatever they need on Amazon. If they're shopping for socks, what are they going to do? They're going to type socks into their Amazon search. The same thing for books. If they want a productivity book, they're going to type productivity or time management. Or if they want a romance novel, they're going to type romance novel into search. So Amazon search is a tremendous first step that you got to master. In this course, we're going to dig really deeply into this. After Amazon SEO, you can run ads, but not Facebook ads, Amazon ads. Amazon has ads. I'm going to be walking you through step by step on how to set it up. Amazon ads are extremely effective at selling Amazon product, of course, because people don't have to get off Amazon. They're already used to Amazon. It's already targeting Amazon shoppers. After that, what we're going to focus on this course is making your listing what I would call highly converting. In non-technical terms, what I really just mean is making your listing extremely attractive to potential new buyers so that a high percentage of new buyers actually buy after visiting your product landing page. And once you're getting sales through SEO and ads and you're selling at an effective rate because you have an attractive Amazon listing, then Amazon begins to promote your book with their recommendation algorithm. And their recommendation algorithm is extremely strong and powerful because why? They have millions and millions of other pages, other product listings, other book listings on which potentially they can promote your book. At the moment, they're promoting other popular books, but you can make it so that they start promoting your book on more and more other listings. And of course, through that, you're going to get a lot of sales. That's going to be helping you tap into the vastness of Amazon. Now, a few other strategies that work are what I would say readership and engagement, because Amazon can measure how much people are reading from your book. If they're quitting early, that's a bad signal. And Amazon can tell how much people are reading because they have access to the Kindle data. They can tell on the Kindle how many pages the readers are reading. And if the readers are reading more than the books that your book competes with, then of course that's a quality signal. Amazon will see, oh, this book is more engaging, readers like it, we should recommend it more. So readership and quality and engagement, that's huge. And that actually comes from your writing or how you create your book. It's nothing to do with actual marketing. It's from the product creation. Is the book good? If it's better, truly better, customers will engage with it more. And lastly, categories. Amazon categories are also very important. They're a lot less important than Amazon SEO, and to rank in categories is very similar to how you would rank in Amazon SEO because you basically just need reviews, engagement, a lot of things like this. We're going to be going over that in the course. So there's a lot of very similar things that you're going to do. And ultimately, if you'll end up ranking well in Amazon SEO, you'll be climbing the categories as well. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. So those are the most effective. After these strategies, the effectiveness of your sales drops tremendously. So these are first priority, most important. But After you accomplish these, then what you want to do is the secondary strategies, which are not necessarily just for the sales themselves, but to boost your Amazon listing, your Amazon SEO, your Amazon reviews, so that those first most important strategies grow. That's the key. So then once you've mostly done the first priority strategies, then you would do the secondary strategies by social media promotion, outreach to new buyers, YouTube marketing, maybe community creation on Facebook, maybe fan building, like creating an email list, writing a blog, or creating a podcast or a long-term YouTube channel, which you have like regular content you post, all to build an audience, all for the purpose of engaging that audience. And after engaging and having them appreciate what you do, then you can sell your book to them, and that will boost your standing on Amazon. That will influence the Amazon algorithms so that you break through and you rank number one, and you'll do so sustainably, and you'll stay number one in Amazon SEO, in Amazon categories. And then Amazon will start promoting you even more in the recommendation algorithms, and all of these things will reinforce each other, and that's where real money is made on Amazon. That's really how it's done, when all of these things come together like this. And of course, lastly, as a part of your marketing strategy, you can recommend all of your other books at the end of every one of your other books, right? So every book of yours that you write recommends other books. So if you write more than one book, that strategy opens up to you. But regardless of that, you have all these secondary strategies that you already are aware of. Maybe it's just that you weren't aware of what their priority is and what their true purpose was and how to position everything. But now you know how it all will play out. So with the next videos, let's begin discussing how to actually start implementing this. In this video, we're going to talk about some free and paid quality options for doing your voice recording for when you are, instead of typing your book out, if you're just recording your voice, you need a quality recorder, and we're going to go over free options. There are a ton of free apps for this. All I did, this is the Android Play Store, Google Play Store. So all I did is search for voice recorder, and these are all good recording apps. You don't need high quality. You just need it to be able to record you for a long time, and all of these can do that. No problem. If you're an iPhone, do the same thing. Search for voice recorder, and it's going to give you free apps, a lot of free apps. You don't need to look any further. Okay, if you don't mind paying a little bit, there is a voice to text. Okay, so this is voice recognition, voice to text. It's Dragon speech recognition software. Okay, it's a paid product. I think it's $149 or something like that. And what's going to happen is you don't need to hire a freelancer to go from recording to text. This can help you. And what's going to happen is most likely it's still going to give you some errors, because maybe you have some accent or something else, or maybe you speak a little fast or something else is an issue with your voice. But this is going to have minimal errors, and you're going to maybe spend a little money here. Like here it would be for Mac, and you will just go and explore what's the right option for you, and here's some pricing for, professional individual. There you go, to 25. That's all you need. And if you are going to hire a freelancer for a bunch of hours to transcribe your text that you recorded with voice, this might be an actual cheaper option, because then you'll only need to hire somebody to edit out your mistakes, and the edits can be done by the very same editor. So depending on the length of your book, on a few factors, you have an option. You can go with the free option, which is just an app for recording, but then you'll still have to get somebody to transcribe, or you can just skip that step and get the voice to text recorder. With this video, let's begin talking about Udemy and teaching online, because if you have a book, then you can almost definitely have an online course. So a course and a book, these are vehicles to directly make money. This is commerce, but also it's super branding. If you have a great course, okay, some of the top instructors on Udemy, they are superstars in their niches. Sometimes they've come to Udemy after being superstars in their niches, but sometimes they are made into superstars and self-branded stars because they get ahead on Udemy, and Udemy courses are the platform for them. And that's a fantastic platform because it's revenue and branding. So you can make money on courses today on Udemy and Skillshare. These are the two platforms that I would recommend putting your courses on. There are many other online course sites, but they will probably make a very minuscule amount of money compared to Udemy and Skillshare, and they'll give you a very minuscule amount of students compared to Udemy and Skillshare, unless they specifically promise to promote you extra, or they specifically are specializing in the niche in which your expertise is. So maybe then you can stand out because all the audience that they have, even though it's a smaller audience, the audience can be mostly interested in your topic. So what we're going to talk about in the next few lectures is how to make a good course, what that means, how to promote your course, which is extremely important, and generally talking about you have to have a vision for many courses because it's incredibly rare for one instructor on Udemy to be successful with only one course. Usually an instructor is successful after they've built a few courses. That's the majority of success stories. So that's what we're going to cover in the next few videos. Now let's talk about where you can sell your courses as an online instructor and how much you can approximately expect to make in different places. And the good news is that there are many unique ways to profit, and you don't have to look at them as one or the other. You can look at them as, well, why don't I try all of them? Of course, not all of them will work for you, but for now, don't look at them as competing options, but as options, all of which you can try. So the first option is the marketplaces. These are the big sites like Udemy, Skillshare. These two are the most popular online marketplaces. The problem is, of course, they are extremely competitive, but the value of them, or the biggest part of the value of them, is that they drive students to your courses. They have millions of students, and they are the most powerful course marketing platforms that there are. The problem is that you're going to earn very little per student. On Udemy, there's something like a $3 per student average. And of course, that varies a little bit with the niche and other factors. But generally, this is what you're going to earn because most courses are sold between $10 and $15. And then Udemy takes a cut. And before you know it, you get a relatively small cut of the revenue from each course. So a lot of people don't love working hard on their course and then only earning at the end of the day $3 per student. But the way to think about Udemy is like a Walmart for courses, not a boutique place. What do I mean by that? A Walmart is where you get pretty good, or sometimes actually very good items, where the quality is sufficient for what these items do at really low prices. And the point of it is that there's a big volume of sales. It's the same with Amazon. Cheap, but selling a lot. But these are the most profitable models at the end of the day. On the other hand, there are boutique places like designers. Most course instructors think of their course creation as a beautiful boutique creation that's amazing, where they put a lot of information and effort into, and it's true. You really do put a lot of effort into your course and you put your best knowledge into your course. I agree. It feels like a boutique and it feels like you're cheapening it by selling it like a Walmart model. But generally, the instructors who embrace creating boutique quality and selling the courses at the cheap Walmart model, they're the ones who open themselves up for potential to earn a lot of money, because instead of focusing on what you make per student, if you focus on what you make total, the total can become large because Udemy is good at selling your courses. And by the way, Udemy is by far the number one online store, and Skillshare is by far the second. Skillshare is still pretty good, but they're just a very distant second. Now, having said all this, for people who still don't want to make such low revenue per student, there are options for you, like setting your price when you sell on your website. But before we get there, let's talk about a few other e-learning site options. There are websites like Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, or Masterclass. You may have heard of these. You just cannot place your course on those. Those are invite only or designated for like actual professors who work at universities. So those are sort of next level e-learning sites. So if you're looking for smaller sites like Udemy and Skillshare, but smaller, a lot of students ask about that. I like Stack Skills. You can visit them on stackskills.com. They will sell even less than Skillshare, but they're still pretty good. And then a lot of students ask, well, like, what about other e-learning sites that are smaller? And at some point, they just get so small that you really don't earn that much money. And you end up spending a lot of time with them, like a lot of communication, a lot of uploading the courses. Even if they help you upload the courses, you still invest so much time into them, and then it doesn't result in sales. So I actually would just not recommend going with the smaller sites that are just too tiny, which ironically, they would still price your courses at very low prices. So you don't really win that much there anyway. Now, the other option is selling the courses on your own website. You can host the courses on services like Thinkific or Teachable, and then you can integrate those platforms into your site to make it look like they're part of your site. So it works seamlessly, but those hosting platforms help you with obviously the hosting, but also financial transactions, security, all those sorts of things that you don't want to think about. On your website, the great news is that you can set your price, you can set all your rules. You don't have to adhere to the Udemy or Skillshare terms of service. But the main challenge is that you must also drive your own traffic. To sell courses, the most common places to drive traffic are your own email list. Hopefully you have one. If you don't, it's okay, but it's just harder. Also YouTube marketing, running ads, promoting on social media, Google SEO. All of these will have their own challenges. Like Google SEO is super competitive. YouTube is pretty competitive. With ads, you'll have to spend a lot of money if ever you make your ads profitable. Social media, it's really hard to get engagement. Email list, if you don't have your own big list, well, that makes it hard. But even if you have your list, you promote it to your list once or even twice, and then what happens, right? So you kind of have to keep building your list. So none of these are ever going to be as good as, let's say, Udemy, right? Because they have millions of students. But at the same time, you can sell your course for 10 times, 20 times the price of what Udemy sells it. So it truly becomes a boutique kind of a place to sell. And you don't have to settle for any one of these options. You can try all of them and then ultimately see what ends up working best for you, because different instructors in different niches with different teaching styles and different levels of expertise all have varying results with all of these strategies. So the goal is do all of these, and really quickly you'll get results of what's working well, what's not, and then you'll know whatever is working well, you'll do a lot more of that, and that way you'll grow your course business on the platform and the strategy that's most optimal for your courses. In this video, let's talk about what topics you can really teach, because teaching an online course is not about making a quick buck. Sure, you can make a quick buck, but that's actually not a lot of money, and it's not that ethical, and it's much better to have a sustainable, best-in-class course. So let's talk about what that topic is for you. You have to draw on your education, relevant work experience, especially where you've excelled, and maybe deep hobbies that you've done throughout your life. Or it can be something that you are learning now, and you can document your journey that you're learning. You can do it from a perspective of a student who eventually becomes an expert. So eventually your course still will be able to deliver information on how to become an expert. Keep in mind that even though most students in most courses are beginners, the best instructors in most niches are experts. Now, in every niche these days, there are many, many courses. And the top courses typically have one thing in common, is the top instructor is an extremely good expert in that field, and they can provide top insights. And you have to ask yourself, if you make a course on topic X, can you provide true insights? Can you truly get your students to the next level? Or will your information be a little bit basic? If your information will be a little bit basic, it will really prevent you from making a
top in niche course, and that will damage the long-term viability and potential of your course. So it's ideal to start with something that you're most confident in, and your exercise now is to create a list of topics on a piece of paper or maybe a Word document online to save paper. Create a list of topics of your hobbies, things you'd like to teach, things you can't teach, and in the next video I'll show you how I would narrow down my topics, and that will give you insight of how you can narrow down your topic. So we'll do it together. In this video, I want to show you a tool that Udemy provides for free to help you research courses and whether they'll be lucrative for you. So in your instructor dashboard, you'll go to Tools, and under Tools, you'll go to Marketplace Insights. If you don't have access to this in your instructor dashboard, like under here, you don't have this option, and you don't have the option to switch from being a student to an instructor. That just means you haven't applied to be an instructor yet, which is exactly what you should do. It's easy to become an instructor. Everybody gets approved. I don't have this option on my screen, obviously, because I've already become an instructor, but somewhere on the top right or in your profile, it's easy to find an option that will prompt you to apply to become an instructor. Most people just get approved within half a day or in a day or something like that. And then you'll have access to this tool. So again, Tools, and then you go to Marketplace Insights, and you'll get a screen like this. And it's going to prompt you and ask you, what topics do you want to research? So let's say you want to research Java programming. You want to make that course? Great. There are many subtopics in Java, like let's say Java algorithms versus Java. Java in general, essentially you're casting the widest net, and you want to see, is this lucrative? Now, it's going to show you how much the top course is making per month, $20,000+, very good. But you see, the average course is making almost nothing, because there are hundreds and hundreds of courses on Udemy about Java, but most of them get no sales. The top courses make a lot of the sales. Of course, you'll see also when you scroll, search volume percentile across topics. It's a very popular course. And because it's popular, it's very competitive. You can also see the keyword you should be trying to rank for, like, Java is very competitive, but maybe Selenium. So you'll start going down the list and see whether some keywords are good for you. You can also see whether this is a seasonal topic by the trend. Obviously, Java is not seasonal. And you can also see additional topics of interest, things you can cover, because this particular topic is very, very competitive. So you can go to, instead of Java, something like Java algorithms, which is a narrower set of target market you're targeting, but you see the average person is making more money. And again, the top course is not making a bad amount. This is really nice. Keep in mind, this is just one course. Most instructors ultimately make few courses. And as you can see, the trick isn't to make many courses that underperform. The trick is really to make great courses that compete for being the best courses. And lastly, I really want to show you this right here, enrollments by channel. You see most sales come from Udemy Discovery. That's like Udemy recommendation algorithm or something related to the Udemy website, or people searching on Udemy, as you can see this. So together, Udemy Discovery and Udemy Search comprise a tremendous majority of where the sales come from. You see the column for outside sources, all outside sources, is like 15%. And by the way, Udemy ads and affiliates, this column on the right, you can also add that to the Udemy Search and Udemy Discovery. This is all Udemy driven. So the real thing to do, the strategy, is to maximize and master the Udemy algorithm for all the kinds of promotions you can get, because that's where essentially all the sales come from. And the instructor promos, that's the instructor sales announcements that instructors send out. But instructors only get those students because they've gotten sales to students from these three channels, the Udemy Discovery, Udemy Search, and Udemy Ads. So effectively, you can also add this fourth column for instructor promo also to Udemy promotions. So it's essentially 85% of the sales for this topic. And when I search for other topics, the breakdown won't be identical, but it will be very similar in trend. And in your case, whatever your subject might be, it could be yoga or anything else, you just would type this in and see what are the topics, go through the topics, like hot yoga, for example, and see, can you make money with this? For example, hot yoga is surprisingly unpopular. There's almost nobody making any money with this. Nobody's essentially searching for this. And so you would obviously not pursue that with a full course, but you could get the idea of Bikram yoga. Let's try that. So we're going to go Bikram. These topics don't contain that kind of yoga, but there's another kind of yoga. Let's see what this is. I don't honestly know. I'm not a yoga expert. And you see this particular style of yoga does have a little bit of sales, not much. And keep in mind that generally speaking on Udemy, technology courses make the most money. This is the number one most popular niche, and all the other niches are below that. And also, while this tool is about specifically Udemy, you can partially extrapolate this to non-Udemy topics and think, well, you see, Java obviously is a really hot seller, really popular for online education, but yoga is much less so, because generally speaking, when people take courses, they want to improve their career or make money or something like that. People take courses for pure personal development much less. But I don't want to digress too much. Generally speaking, this video was just made to make you aware of this particular tool and encourage you to use it when you are researching your topics, because this is how you'll know whether your potential topic may be lucrative or maybe too competitive, and how then you can adjust the course you're planning to be in the right sweet spot for courses that is not too competitive but also lucrative. I've come up with a 40-point quality checklist that you can follow when you're creating your course, and every one of these points is covered in this course in more detail in other videos, so you never have to worry about, I don't know how to do something. Every single point is covered somewhere in the course, but here's a checklist for you just to wrap your mind around all the things that have to happen. It's easy to get many of these right, but it's really hard to get all of these right, and it's truly hard to make like that perfect course, because in this course, I show you that example of masterclass where they put a tremendous amount of money into a course and the course is still not great. So follow this checklist and you will have a very good course. So let's get right to it. Regarding your video, you've got to film in HD and you've got to have good camera angles and positioning. That basically means you don't film too close, you don't film too far. Your head is not cut off if it's a talking head video, and all these little things. I explain it elsewhere. Your presentation skills, you're enthusiastic, you don't use parasite words, or at least you edit those out in the editing process. You're confident, your body language is positive, you make good eye contact with the camera, you don't look crazy, you don't look down, you look confident right into the camera at a right height, right angle, which the camera should be maybe like 1 or 2 inches above your eyes. You don't make repetitions, and if you do, you get it out in the editing, and you have no useless filler content. For example, like to make the course look longer by an hour or two, you put some stuff at the end, you stuff it. But at the end of the day, it does influence the student's buying decision, but also it negatively impacts the course taking experience, because they're going to get bored and quit, and they're never going to get to the end of the course, meaning they're probably not going to buy your second or third course. So there's a fine line to walk here with the filler content. Now, during the editing, it's really good to reinforce speech with text. Studies show that students have higher retention rates when speech is reinforced with text. And if you can add like 1 to 2 second motivational music, add various points at the end of videos, very sparsely, but at times, if done well, usually by a professional, it's really hard to get it right. But if you hire some kind of a freelancer to do audio editing, they can create motivational music for you and get the students to feel more confident, enthusiastic. It helps to have them keep momentum, which is really important in their course taking experience, because it's not easy for them to watch a lot of videos. So you've got to go quick and they got to stay motivated. And so a lot of things have to happen on their end. Music helps with that. Also, in your editing, you want to cut a lot of nice to haves and tangents you go on, because if a point you make isn't really great for the student, it's not really great in the course. It's probably taking away. Cutting is hard when you're creating videos. It's hard to cut and edit, but cutting and editing makes things better and more on point. It's really valuable. Now, regarding audio, you got to get a good microphone that takes away
echoes and sounds and makes your voice nice and brings out the best in your voice and gets rid of background noises, things like that. Now, in your sales page, you want to have a title that's good for SEO and is catchy, subtitle that reinforces the title, social proof like a lot of students in the course, great reviews, show of value, meaning the students will see, oh, I'm going to get a lot from this course, I should take it. You write a good description and you create a good sales video in the course. Now, the course structure and delivery. When you're planning the course, you want to have a big desired course benefit. If they learn how to tie shoelaces, that's not a great desired benefit. But if they learn to transform their life in some way or learn some awesome skill, they'll be much more likely to take the course. Also, married to that is, does the student achieve the goal by the end of the course? That's one of the biggest points in course quality, because if they do not achieve the goal by the end of the course is not that good. To get there, is the course structured in a logical and easy to follow progression? And are there exercises and quizzes for them to reinforce their learning? Now, regarding the instructor, is the instructor friendly and open and engaging? Is the instructor responsive to students answering questions in a timely manner? Are they a true expert? It instills confidence in the student when they're buying and taking the course. If the instructor is a true expert, people just trust that more. So you've got to show that you truly are. Also, alongside with that, you have to have a strong and well-written instructor bio. And if they Google you, you have to have a strong online reputation management, meaning when they Google you, they can't be seeing your party pictures or something like that. They need to see they've done this and they've done this impressive thing, another impressive thing, and so on and so on. That will be like, wow, okay, this is the right instructor for me. This is an expert. Now, testing to make the course better, rewatch your own courses. I know it's boring, but it really helps to catch problems, get student feedback, of course, proactively and with reviews, and proofreading of your sales page, meaning your title, subtitle, and your description. Also, going the extra mile for students. Maybe having something like office hours or live group calls or doing Facebook Live or YouTube Live for them. Maybe delivering extra unexpected materials or downloads or bonuses, maybe some PDFs, maybe some ebooks, and then keeping in touch with email and giving extra tips, not selling. So you want to maybe have a specific email for the students, maybe weekly tips or extra tips, not selling to them, but something extra informative. Now, there's a cool thing you can do, course gamification, meaning you can tell them, hey, you've gone through more than half of the course, congratulations. Or, hey, congratulations, you finished section 7. Most people don't make it past section 7. You're 90th percentile. People like status. There's like contests. You can choose student of the month, or you can choose a giveaway or something like that. Just recognition really helps. It's a proven gamification tactic, that status and leveling up. People love that. And of course, fostering a student community. You can create a Facebook group for your students to interact, so they can interact with each other and help one another, because you can have some superstar students who end up doing a lot of the work for you in engaging other students, making the course feel a lot like a community. So these are the 40 item checklists. And are you doing all of these? If not, then obviously you have room to improve. Now, don't try to do all of them at exactly the same time if you're trying to do them, because it's really hard to get everything right. So just one at a time. It might feel very stressful if you try to do 40 new things or 20 new things at once. First of all, it's going to be hard to get them all right. And second, it's going to just be very stressful on you and maybe actually decrease the quality of your execution, because it's just going to be overwhelming. But one at a time, look at all of these and think, what am I not doing? Or what can I be doing better? Do that thing, perfect it, do the next thing, perfect that thing, do the next thing. Stay with this checklist. These are really proven things that students do like. And every time you increase the quality of the course even a little bit, people buy at a higher rate, people engage with your course more, and that means when they engage with your course more, they leave nicer reviews, and at the end of the course, they might be buying more of your courses. So every time you increase quality, you increase actually your revenue. So these are really important. So follow this checklist, and let's move on to the next video. In this video, let's go over how to create a great course outline that gets a student from point A to point done. complete, and they're going to be able to accomplish something. In this course, the example I've created is something a little bit different from my other examples, just to give a little variation. How to cook salmon. So what do we think is needed? First of all, let's say introduction is needed. Who are you? Then list of ingredients. What might go into it? When I go through these, this is the course sections and the individual lectures. So for example, list of ingredients might be organic versus not organic, or in terms of salmon, we would say wild versus not wild. We know what the organic, not organic. Now, where do you buy them? Maybe budgeting. And I think that completes the ingredient section. Now, that's just what I think. It might not be the actual definitive answer. So maybe there's more to say on this topic. And that's the art of comprehensive coverage. You don't have to have all the answers right now. As you're going through the course, you might have some ideas. I often do, like, oh, something else might be really great to mention. And so you put that new idea right here. And then you teach people how to cut and slice different vegetables, different knives, thin cutting, thick cutting, how to cut fish, how to cut vegetables. And maybe some fish is better thin, some veggies are better thick. And how does it all fit into the overall picture? So maybe there's how to cook salmon in some specific way. And for that specific way, what's the best way to cut things so that it all makes sense and the student ends up with the best possible dish. Now, for example, preparing tools needed like pots, pans, how much space. You see, we haven't even started cooking, but there's already a lot of things to make sure that the student gets through the course. Every possible question they might have, you want to preempt those questions and answer them. These are little points. How to cut the fish, boom, done. How to cut the vegetables, boom, done. So you'll see that very quickly you'll have this comprehensive course that they can just follow along very easily, no questions. If some question ever comes up, all you have to do, even after your course is live, you answer this question, because maybe you missed something and that question addresses a topic that you missed, and now boom, you just have to add another video and now it's still comprehensive. If it's even more comprehensive, you're not missing anything. So that's essentially it. Once you have this is essentially the organization of your course. And then you go, boom, film this, boom, film this, boom, film this. And so your course filming actually goes way faster because everything is organized. You don't have to second guess yourself. You don't have to think. Sometimes what you'll realize is well, there's something I missed. It's very easy to add. Now, let me actually show you how one of my courses is structured. Since I'm actually in the middle of filming this course, this is the pre-launch version of this course. I'm just in the middle of it. And this is actually inside Udemy. So Udemy actually gives a really cool tool for creating curriculums that you can reshuffle. Because see, if I don't like some videos in their order, I can just go flip them back. And I can do the same thing with sessions and all that. See, this video is just processing, so I'm in the middle of creating another video. Now I haven't created this. The section of course flow is the one that I'm actually creating now. How to make the course flow well, how to create an outline. And when this particular video that I'm actually filming right now is done, I'm going to go content, video, and I'm going to be able to upload it. So it's actually pretty easy and logical. So what you want to do is a logical progression so that at the end of the course, the person who's watching, they go oh, I'm able to do what is promised in the course. So let me actually show you how I've done it for a course that's actually live. Here's a live course. It's on how to start a business, from a business idea to a successful business. There's an introduction. I start with 5 common business challenges. Then I go how to get your ideas, how to find your niche, business idea, fundamental and evolution. Then I go how to become more productive. That's very important. How to protect your intellectual property. A lot of entrepreneurs worry about that. How to write a business plan. Talk about how to raise money and start. Okay, so these are things that entrepreneurs, that's their thinking progression. Then, of course, people ask about how to register the business. Then bringing the idea into reality, actually beginning to execute and getting out of theoretically dreaming about it. Case studies and examples. This is lessons from Napoleon Hill, who's a very popular business writer. We get lessons from him, and then I've got more entrepreneurship books. So I've got a lot of stuff happening here, and the course is done. And so you see, the idea of this course was to question what is going to help the first-time entrepreneur not stumble into mistakes, but have a perfect guide, because that's the aim of this course. So your outline should come out of what's the logical progression to accomplish the aim and the promise of this course. And keep in mind, you can shuffle and reshuffle throughout the creation process and even after. So if you made a mistake, it's okay. It's totally fixable.
Let's talk about how to plan your future courses on top of your current course to offer your current students and to, in a sense, to give you a roadmap for your course creation, because courses are what's called consumables, consumable product. Imagine you go to a supermarket, you buy a yogurt, you eat it. What do? You have to buy another yogurt. Courses are kind of in a similar way. People take a course. If they're still interested, they'll buy another one. What you want is people to buy from you. You all want to have more offerings that make sense. So let's think through how to do that. And I'm going to use a couple of examples. The first example is within cooking. I just chose something that most people sort of understand at least. Well, inside cooking, you have baking, you have dessert making, frying, grilling. There's so many types of cooking. So right away, which do you like? Do you like frying? Okay, great. Here's a course for you. Do you like baking? Here's a course for you. But even if we go in a different direction, there's like French cuisine, Italian cuisine, Thai food, you name it. There's all kinds of food. Of course, if you don't know how to make French food, don't make courses on that. But presumably, if you're a cooking expert, you should know some kind of ethnic cuisine or have expertise in baking or frying or grilling or anything else. Once you've chosen your path, let's say baking, desserts. Well, inside desserts, you've got pastries, chocolates, now popular things like vegan desserts or healthy desserts. There's like 50 different desserts you can make. Each one can be a mini course. So there's no reason why you can't end up with a large library as long as you do a lot of work. But the thing is, it's not a lot of work. Once you created your first course, it's almost like a template for how to create your second and third, because all the filming and lighting and audio you've figured out. You just have to start cranking out your next course, next course, next course. So the first one usually is time consuming, and then it speeds up a lot after that. So it doesn't have to be daunting. Like you don't go from day 1 to day 2 and have from 0 to 50 courses. No, you just go one at a time, but this is your roadmap. Now let's do another example. Health and fitness, something else people generally understand. You got to have a course that covers health basics, meal basics, activity basics, light exercises, things like that. And then you can get into heavier exercises, specific exercise routines. You can get into lifestyle and exercise plans, and you can have a course on body chemistry, like digestion, metabolism. You can have a course for each food plan, for each body type, for men, for women, for older people, for younger people. You see, you can also end up with a lot of courses. For example, when I did courses with my trainer, I did a course on boxing, on high-intensity interval fitness, on calisthenics, on specifics within calisthenics, like only for arms, things like that. So you can also end up with a lot of courses. So for you, you take any large subject matter in which you are expert, and it has subfields. You pick your subfields, and that subfield probably has variety of upshoots, like you saw in the cooking. I could have gone through like baking versus frying versus grilling things, but I could have also gone French, Italian, or other like 100 different ethnic cuisines. So there's no limit. So you got to find the offshoots, and in all large fields, there's so much work being done. There's so many offshoots. You can have 20, 50, over 100 courses over time, and that's your roadmap. So visualize the roadmap, plan it. Every course you make, you have a next course that a student can take, and the next course after that, and the next course after that, which is really the goal of the e-learning business. You got to get students to take multiple of your courses, and this is the example of how to plan for that roadmap. So now go ahead and create your roadmap. Like literally, in my case, I actually have a roadmap for next courses, not only to create new ones, because I already have some existing ones. I also have roadmaps for how to improve existing courses as well. So it gets a little more complicated, but for you, just create on a piece of paper or a Word document, create your roadmap, plan out the courses you'll make, give yourself a little schedule, and then suddenly you know what to do now. Every day you wake up, you start filming your courses, you start creating, and before you know it, you'll have 10,
20, 30, and more courses until you're over 100. And if you think, well, Alex has 100 courses, that's impressive. Nah, you'll be right there. You'll be there sooner than you think if you do this. In this video, I'm going to go over a few niches, 3 niches that are all competitive, and in all of them, I'm going to highlight some instructors, and we're going to go over pros and cons and some thinking points on each point. So the first one is, as you see, I search for Excel, and you see this is an incredible course here with 12,000 reviews, okay? Best-selling, of course, by Kyle Pugh. I don't know Kyle personally, but let's explore what he did. He's an interesting guy here. He's got one of the best courses on Udemy in terms of sales and students in them, right? 12,000 ratings and over 50,000 students. That's amazing. So let's look at him more closely. So we're going to click his name, and we're going to click his name again to land on his Udemy profile. And we can see that he's got a total, even though that one course was 50,000 plus students, all the other courses combined are not even half of that, okay? And same with the reviews. So what happened? You can see that somewhere along the way of his journey, okay, relatively recently in terms of the order of his courses, because it goes from, this is the latest, and it goes like this, and this is the oldest. So the second page has the oldest, and this course is the oldest. And you can see that his first courses actually didn't particularly do so great, except this one, the Master Microsoft Excel. But generally, probably this is from years ago, and still, you know, they weren't doing that great. And then what happened was he had a hit, but it wasn't from day one. He probably spent a lot of time perfecting his video, his audio, everything, his delivery. And eventually he made a very, very, very winning course, probably the best course in the niche. And guess what? This course, because it was so popular, surely gave a lift to all his other courses, because guess what? He was able to promote all his other courses to the students of this winning course. So without this one winning course, all the other courses would have been much, much lower. So for him, domination was actually through making many courses and trying many things, and eventually making a hit, and then lifting all of his courses together. Okay, so that was his journey. We can see that. Then you have another person in the Excel niche, and this is a pretty rare type of instructor, Chris Dutton. I know, not personally, you know, he lives in a different area, but I've talked to him. And he's got a very impressive situation because he only has 4 courses, and they're all relatively successful. So, but he's a really rare example in this. Most people do not succeed at first. Tim Buchalka also, he is another, this is his profile. He's another instructor who really all his courses are relatively successful. The only one that's an exception is this latest one, and that may be just because it's latest and it hasn't really grown on Udemy yet, so we don't know. But the other ones have a tremendous number of reviews and sales. But these guys are exception. These are some of the top selling. These courses that I'm highlighting, and by these instructors, I mean the top course by Tim Buchalka is probably a top 10 course all over Udemy, maybe a top 20 course, and the other course is probably a top 50 course all over Udemy. So they're the 1% of the 1% essentially, or you know, give or take a tiny bit. And then you have my story. I can tell you about my story because I actually know the inside and outs of my story because I was there all along. For me, I have a lot of courses. Some of them are niche courses, but you can see that mostly they're around the same topic. I experiment. I have a course in Chinese, okay? I have a course on how to launch your dog business. These are not my niche courses. I have a course in French, as you can see, translated. I have an HTML course. These are not my main topics. So I have a nucleus of like business planning, business strategy, advanced marketing. Those are my areas of expertise, and I have a nucleus of maybe 10, 20 courses on business strategy and planning. I have maybe 50 courses around, maybe 30 to 40 courses, let's say, around business marketing. And then I have a lot of courses where I experimented. Experimentation is fine because if an experiment gives you a lesson learned, that lesson can be applied all through the rest of your courses. And of course, your courses can lift the other ones up. So my initial courses, they are generally more successful. You see bestseller, 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 and they're not necessarily as successful as Tim Buchalka's or Kyle Pugh's. I mean, these guys are different stratosphere that I'm trying to get to. But at the same time, these courses do well for themselves, and I do well on Udemy. And these courses actually, I spent maybe 3.5 years now perfecting them, refilming them, making them better and better, so that video, audio, and everything else, and my delivery is better, so that they become the better, higher courses in my niche. And then I'm seen through them as more authoritative in my niche. And then, of course, I get more students, and then these courses can lift my other courses because I cross promote my courses. And that's kind of how I win. All along the way, you'll see I've had some health and fitness courses, like how to lose weight, leg training, boxing, that I did with my boxing instructor. But these were never huge successes. And I experimented a little bit, and then I went back to my regular niche. Okay, experimentation, I believe, is fine as long as you generally focus, eventually land on some one niche or a few niches which you want to dominate. And even my niches, even though I have a couple, like maybe mobile apps, maybe advanced marketing, maybe business planning, those are all in the same vicinity. Okay, they're all essentially for people starting a business. So you can say it's for my niches to help entrepreneurs start, and grow their businesses. So that's the case studies you see, and many people succeeded after having multiple courses, because your second, third, fourth course lift your first, and your first course lifts your second, third, and fourth course. So it just becomes much easier and more interesting for your students to keep taking your courses if you keep making courses on the same niche. Sometimes even course 2 might be a direct takeoff from course 1, so that it's a very natural sell to your students in course 1, right? So that's essentially how to carve out your niche and eventually fight your way to the top to become one of the top people in your niche. And guess what? In the business niche, I am actually one of, maybe I'm not the best, but I'm definitely one of the better instructors. There's a handful of us, and we're tussling all the time on who's going to be better, who's on top. And so that's pretty much it. Once you're in the game, you're going to have the same exact experience. Now, with this video, I want to start sharing with you how I built my personal brand from the ground up. I had a lot of failure, but I had curiosity. I started out as a computer science major, and I started after college to work as a software engineer. But as soon as I started to be able to program, I was able to experiment with my ideas even as early as college. And I didn't need any money, and I didn't need any permission, because I was just able to make websites and bring my ideas to life. But my ideas were bad because I didn't know anything about business. And so I kept on playing around with my ideas for a number of years. It was a lot of failure. And failure for one day is bad, for a week it's bad, for a month is bad, but for years it was a really bad, difficult experience. Of course, it wasn't that bad because I was pursuing my curiosity, but I also had the problem of I had no mentors, no help really, and I had to do everything by myself, which exacerbated all my problems and all my mistakes. There wasn't anybody helping me, which in hindsight, I should have done a better job seeking out help. And then after some years of failing, I started getting a little bit better and better, and I started, instead of failing completely, failing kind of, or having lukewarm successes. My first lukewarm success was a company, comehike.com. Now it's dead, but the website is actually still up. You can take a look, but it's kind of a dead site, and it was still many, many years ago. And this is just a group hiking website. But the problem with this site is that I didn't plan it well, and because the business planning was bad, the business that I thought it was going to be didn't work. So under this business, I had to try so many things, like an events business, a group hiking business, an SEO business, and I got a lot of learning experiences from this, which I'm grateful for. Of course, I would have preferred to succeed, but I didn't give up. I didn't complain. I just worked and worked and worked, and every day learned more. And then I got a little bit stronger as an entrepreneur. And then the next business that I had was actually my first success. So around 2012, I started creating apps, and I created my first business planning apps, and I'll show you them in the next video. They actually turned into my first pedestal. That success, and we'll talk about it later. But keep in mind, I was doing this after college. While I had my 9-to-5 job, I was working in the morning, in the evening, on the weekends, just gaining experience. So a lot of people struggle for a little bit. Oh, I tried for a month. Oh, it's so hard. Or I tried for a couple of months or a couple of weeks. It's so hard. Most people, they really put in years of intense work. Every day working. When I had a 9-to-5 job, I was working around it. When I didn't have a 9-to-5 job, I was trying this over 40 hours a week for years. That's the level of effort. And most people quit before that. But people who persevere, eventually things start to pick up. That's what happened to me. So in the next video, let's take a look at that inflection point where I went from total fails to starting to do better and succeed. With this video, I want to share my first success as an entrepreneur and an interesting story that went with it. So it was these mobile apps. This is my app. And as you can see, when I search for the word business in the Android Google Play Store, is the number 2 app. Sometimes it's number 1, sometimes it's number 3. Doesn't matter. It's one of the top apps for business. And this app itself has nearly just about 1 million downloads. It's really close. And I have additional apps. It comes as a 4-app series. So you can see the orange logos. This app covers business planning, and the other apps cover business ideas, marketing, and fundraising. The orange ones are free and the red ones are paid. So essentially what I'm going to tell you is how my first, I guess you can say, pedestal. These apps were my first pedestal because this was my first successful product. What I did in the beginning, and this was like back in 2012, this was my first app that I made, and there was one feature in it that really changed everything for me. And that feature was I enabled people to ask me business questions. Now, these people didn't really know me. I wasn't a known thing at all. Like, nobody knew me online, really. But at the same time, I was giving them free answers and free help, and people really appreciated it. And I answered maybe like 1,000 people right on this app. So when you see, if I go to my website, and if I say, hey, I coached over 1,000 entrepreneurs and helped millions, literally actually probably coached maybe close to 2,000, maybe more now. But I started actually my coaching and helping all kinds of entrepreneurs through this app. And literally it was by chatting, by text chat. And because people were getting this amazing service for free, a person really helping them and caring, people were leaving amazing reviews, and this app shot up in the App Store ranking. Of course, I haven't really been answering people on the app for free for a long time now, but then at the beginning, that was my way to stand out and really bring the hustle. This gave me the experience of having this amazing sample set of entrepreneurs from all over the world, from all ages and all walks of life. It helped me understand the real needs of business owners. And then also what happened, because I was getting so many questions and kept answering them, I had this idea that like I should really just make a video, videos that answer common questions, and then I should be able to point people to those videos instead of answering each time the same question. So that gave me the idea to make my YouTube channel. I'll talk about my YouTube channel strategy and how that worked in the next video, but essentially this app gave the rise to the next thing I tried. And also, one interesting thing is, in 2012, I felt that I was late to the game in mobile apps, but as it turned out, I was not that late. Apps were still kind of exciting at that time, and this gave me a lot of exposure, and I was able to get on all kinds of podcasts and different radio shows and get publicity for myself, because a lot of people have blogs, maybe YouTube channels, but very few people at that time had their own apps, not to mention very successful apps with a lot of downloads. Back then, it was very, very impressive, and so that gave me the pedestal. One note that I want to tell you, really interesting, is that let's say that I wanted to make the same app today, with these download numbers, with everything being equal. But if I made that today, it wouldn't be as much of a big deal. So for you, when you're thinking like, what should I do as my first project? Don't look at yesterday's business models. They can still work. I mean, you can still make a fantastic app and be known through that, but it's much harder. So instead of looking at yesterday's business models, look at today's and tomorrow's compelling businesses that are flying higher. So this app, back then, it did the trick. And today, I think it would be harder. So I got a lot of experience from this. And because I was early on in an industry, I was able to use this app as my pedestal for the next project, which was my YouTube channel. And I'll show you the YouTube channel in the next video. With this video, let's resume from the previous video where I had mentioned that in my mobile apps, I was answering questions by entrepreneurs, and I decided to answer them on video instead of writing out each answer each time when I had many of the same questions. So now, fast forward all those years, I have 2.2 million views and 23,000 plus subscribers. And to be honest, I haven't really invested a lot of time in my YouTube channel for a while because I have gone on to my next ventures, which were my books and my courses, which I'm going to talk about in the next videos. But this is just a logical step. And also, many people still come to me for coaching from my YouTube channel and buy my books and courses from my YouTube channel. And my YouTube channel has allowed me to network with other thought leaders because every once in a while I feature them and then they feature me on their promotional channels. So how did I do this channel? This channel actually has a lot of videos. I'll show you inside my creator studio. I'm going to walk you through all the videos and you can see the video manager. And in the video manager, you can see that on right here, 850 videos over time that I made. In the beginning, I was creating multiple videos a day because I just needed to ramp up my channel. Now, I create videos somewhat seldomly whenever something pops up and no regular schedule, although I am planning to revamp this because I am planning to double down on my branding on YouTube, but at the moment, I'm not. One interesting thing I want to tell you is that YouTube is kind of like the gift that keeps on giving because even though I'm doing very little promotion, very little work on it at the moment, in the last 28 days, you see I got almost 400 new subscribers, 50,000 views plus, and a little bit of money. So it's still going, even though I'm not really working on it that much at the moment. So all the work I did previously is still paying off. So back to the videos, what I ended up doing is I ended up creating a lot of videos and they were very heavily SEO'd, and that's why they're still getting traffic. The interesting thing is that, it helped me earn a little bit of money in the beginning, but it was negligible amount of money. The ads revenue was not helpful. What has been helpful is that still from this YouTube channel, even though 2.2 million people, if you look at them in the whole world, that's not a lot of people. But within the online entrepreneurship niche and within the few niches in which I operate, business planning, mobile apps, etc., there's only a few types of niches where I tackle. There, 2.2 million is actually a lot because now what happens years later, many people I coach now, they're like, I only bought your coaching or I only bought your course or I only bought your book because, I actually have seen you years ago on your YouTube channel and I got help. So that recognition stayed for many years. And one thing that was wonderful is my face is all over this thing. It's a self-branded business. It's not like I'm being pompous or like I'm being, oh, look at my face, it's everywhere. But actually, my face is my brand. That's my number one brand and my name. So my name and my face really got promoted here to a mass audience. And that was kind of the second pedestal that I built for myself. And by the way, at that point, my apps were promoting my YouTube channel and fueled my YouTube channel's growth. And my YouTube channel was promoting my app growth. Okay, it was giving me like the extra 1 or 2% edge to beat other apps. That enabled me to become stronger long-term in YouTube and in my mobile apps. Both of them had more of a moat, some people call, or support where competitors can't break in. because I'm always outdoing my competitors, because I've got, for my apps, my marketing channel is my YouTube. For my YouTube, my marketing channel is my apps. And my competitors don't have that. So I'm always out competing them on a lot of factors. So with that, in the next video, I'm going to talk about the next pedestal that I built for myself, which were my books. In this video, I want to talk about my books that I've written. So first, I created the successful apps. The apps gave rise to my YouTube channel. And then the YouTube channel and the apps kind of gave me the idea to create a book. And then I wanted to have my first book answer all the questions that are common in my apps and my YouTube channel. And I started with 2 books. I started with this book. It's a book about how to start a business. And this is a book, Strategies to Reach 1 Million People. I put a lot of care and effort and heart and love into these books. And as most of the time happens, my first books or other authors' first books did not sell well. These books still do not sell well to this day. Usually I get about 10 sales a month from these books combined, Kindle and print. So very few sales. Never really was over that struggle. Now, in the beginning, I was happy with that because it's amazing when you have no book to actually have written the book. It's a big step in somebody's life. Now, when I look at it, I'm like, my books, whatever, I've written a few. But back then, it was kind of an amazing thing. I've never written a book before. From the outside looking in, that was pretty cool. And I believed in what I said in these books. But to become a good writer, there are so many little details you have to know that you just get with experience to know how people get in the book. They experience the book in a very different way than the author experiences the book when the author is writing. So me, I was just writing from my own perspective, but I didn't have a good sense of how readers would want to get out of the book. It took me a long time to create many, many books to find some winning books. So I actually have 20 books. To be completely honest with you, even though each of them makes a little bit of sales, there's only 4 books that sell well. It's my business planning book, the event planning book, the marketing planning book, and guess what? The mobile app marketing book, because I was able to successfully create my own apps. I created a book on this, and if we look at like mobile app marketing, this is the first book, you see. So it's the leading book in its topic on Amazon. This helped to cement me as a thought leader in the mobile app space. I still get clients from this book. I get revenue and I get clients. Okay, I get 1 or 2 or maybe up to 5 clients a month from this book alone that become my coaching clients, because they see, oh, he did his own apps, that was successful. Then he wrote a book about it, that was successful, is the best book. So this guy must be one of the foremost experts on mobile app marketing. I want him to coach me on mobile app marketing and how to get a lot of downloads for my apps. You see, so it's not like overnight I've written this book. It's a lot of experience. By this point, years of experience, not only creating my apps, not only promoting my apps, but also coaching people and understanding what, when you coach people, it's different than your own experience. You have to understand what makes other people tick, different people, different apps, different situations. You have to have experience to sense all of this. And of course, I did an event planning business before, event series. That business ultimately didn't make it. That was the business right before my mobile apps. And of course, my business planning book is essentially, my apps are all about business planning. Most of my YouTube and the courses, they're about business planning. So I'm deep in these niches. So you see, it may be coincidental, but the things that I had the most experience with actually ended up my best books and my best-selling books, and reinforce my self-branded business in these niches. Even though I don't do a tremendous amount in the event planning space, still I have had experience with it, built a business with it, and now had a book on it, and the book does well. And of course, these other books, I'm always working on improving them and maybe writing 1 more book every year, because now it's just too many books and so many of them don't sell that I really need to focus on making more of them sell instead of making more books that don't sell. It's really about being the best in your niche, not having a lot of mediocre content in your niche, but about being best in your niche. So that's my current focus, and that's what I recommend as well, because When you're the best in your niche, that is something that cements you as a thought leader, not by having a lot of mediocre content, mediocre products. That cements you as not thought leader. Best in class products cements you as thought leader. So you see, that's the pattern of thinking that if I can take out of my brain and show you, that's the goal. Make something that's best in your niche, put the most expertise into it, and then that product will be your pedestal for your next steps. So the books were the next thing after the apps. So now I've got the books, and the books promote my apps a tiny bit. Also, I get coaching clients from it, and sometimes the coaching clients, they end up buying all my other things. So you see how one by one, I was adding pedestals, so to speak. The pedestal is not an official term. This is just something that we're using in this course. But you see how, like, first is the apps, then is the YouTube, now is the books, and then we're going to talk about Udemy, how I got into Udemy and what I ended up doing on Udemy and my progression there.
So today, when it comes to my personal brand, my biggest focus is the books and my courses. And out of that is my courses. So how will I become a bigger personal brand through the courses? I'm already a top 1% instructor on Udemy by the number of students. You see, I have like over 200,000 students. On the one hand, it's a very good accomplishment. On the other hand, I'm still falling short because I'm not the number one guy. Remember the soccer analogy from earlier in this course? The number one soccer player in the world gets paid a tremendous amount more than the number 10 and the number 20 and the number 30 player. So that's the goal here. And it's not just in revenue and earnings, although of course that's important. It's also in exposure, because what happens if you're the top instructor on Udemy? Everybody knows who you are. And maybe it's an impossible task to become the top instructor, but one of the top 10 instructors, instead of a top 1%, maybe top 50, top 100, just inching up, inching up, little by little becoming better. Now, what's the challenge? Is that I'm competing against the best people who already have a head start. Because the people I'm competing against are people with 1 million students, 2 million students. That's 10 times bigger audience than I have. So at this point, it's all about doing better work. We're already doing a lot of work. I'm working a lot. My competitors are working a lot. I'm hiring. They're hiring. Maybe they're hiring more. But I have to do better, smarter work, smarter decisions. So I get coaching. I join mastermind groups with instructors. I network one-on-one with experienced instructors. And even though I might be networking one-on-one, it's with a lot of different instructors. So I'm getting a lot of unique perspectives from all of them. And of course, I'm improving my filming, my presentation. I'm improving my courses all the time. So I'm also trying to win through quality. And by the way, my competitors aren't sleeping. They're trying to win through quality too. They're trying to improve. So this is almost like a dogfight. Like we're all inching up, trying to be better than the other. And we have 365 days in a year. We have to figure out how to use every one of those days better, because the fight at the top is extremely intense. I know it because I'm living it. And because it might seem, oh, Alex has a big number of students. And of course, if you have 0 students or 1,000 students, that might seem like a big accomplishment. But we're always fighting up. So this is really the idea, is that later in the course, I'll start talking about productivity, how to work better, because that's what's going to help you fight at the top. It's not enough to be better than average. It's not enough to be good. It's not enough to be very good. It's not enough to even be great sometimes. You have to be the best or almost the best to really win. And that's where personal development, personal productivity, business productivity, all those things come in. So that's what we'll talk about later on in this course a little bit. And for experienced entrepreneurs, this is very important. Now, with this video, I'll wrap up the discussion of my personal brand, because this is my biggest focus. I've shared with you my own challenges and my own vision of it. Of course, there's more to my personal brand. I have a business coaching program. I have a B2B program that I license courses to be sold by other companies. But the crux of the whole thing is you've got to do something unbelievably well and outcompete the most brilliant people in the world in that space. Once you do,
you'll have a tremendously recognized brand. Because what happens to the top, let's say, top 10 instructors on Udemy? Anytime Udemy wants to feature their popular instructors, let's say in popular articles or the news, those instructors get featured on big sites like CNBC and other big magazines. And of course, those top instructors boast that, and with that, grow their personal brand further. That gives them extra authority, extra everything. So you really want at the top, and that's where I'm trying to get to and fighting hard. And that's the goal of this course, is to show you that's where you gotta get to.
With this video, I want to introduce a new section coming up in the course, which is going to be productivity for a personally branded business, because we need to do two things: create a lot of content, but also create it at a level that's really, really good. And there can be a lot of overwhelm, like what to focus on. Should it be social media? Should it be content creation? Should you create a product or a book? There's too many things to do, and they all have to be done at a really high level, or what's the point, right? If it's not good enough, it's not going to get you the growth you want. So we have to create a lot of work at a very good level, which is very, very, very hard, and we have to prioritize what to focus on. And these are all productivity issues, and that's what we're going to cover in the coming videos. And I have this section in this course because I really, really, really want you to succeed. And I know that the most common reason entrepreneurs don't succeed in this space is because it just gets a little bit too overwhelming, too many things to do, it gets frustrating, people quit. So the productivity will help you prioritize correctly, do more work and better work. And with that introduction, let's begin this section.
Now let's talk about this concept of working on your business versus in your business. It can sound confusing, but this is one of the keys to accomplishing more while doing less and getting exponentially better results at the same time. So this is actually tremendous. I practice this all the time. So what does it mean to work in your business? That's when you are doing the day-to-day tasks that keep the business afloat and moving forward, answering phone calls, writing reports, whatever it is that you do on a daily basis, maybe seeing clients, you've got to do them. So no problem there. The issue is that no matter how well you do those things, you can do it better. And not improving over time while your competitors improve, or having imperfections or lack of quality in certain parts of your business, that can really hold you back. So you must allocate time to work on the business. Working on your business means learning and improving how you do things in the day-to-day tasks in your business. And the results in the short term, they will be worse because you're taking time away from working in the business. Maybe you're not doing as much promotion, or maybe you're not doing whatever it is that gets you current results. But long term, if you consistently give yourself time to work on your business and improve how you do things, you'll consistently beat how you do things now. That's the point here. So let's talk about tasks you can do to improve. Give yourself 5 to 20% of your calendar time to improving your business, meaning schedule in time to learn or get feedback, advice, test, improve your design, find things to automate, outsource, and hire. These are all things that are working on your business. They'll improve how your business runs. And when I say business, this can be career as well. And the result should be that every 6 to 12 months, you will look back at your business and you should be nearly embarrassed of how bad it was. Not because it was bad before, but because you've gotten so much better. And the worst thing you can do is think it's pretty good now, or it's very good now, or I'm good now. Because settling on it is good now really does feel good, but that's a failing business mindset. It's a limiting belief. It causes you to not seek out how to improve yourself, whereas you should do the complete opposite. You should be hungry for finding what's not great. Of course, you should try to find what's wrong and what's bad, but even if things are pretty good or good, why not make it great? Results will follow exponentially. And I'm not just saying that. Let's look at examples of how this would play out. Imagine my courses. Imagine if I improve the videos. Let's say I improve the audio quality, video quality, presentation quality, etc. There's a million things I can improve. With every improvement, I'd get nicer reviews, which in turn would get me promoted more on Udemy, would get me more sales. And if I got my course to a really great quality, the financial results would be much better than if I was making just more and more courses of mediocre quality. And the absolutely fascinating thing is that I would be getting better results financially while spending less time, because improving a course takes less time than making new ones. And of course, it's easier to manage one course than managing a lot of courses, because if you look at my Udemy profile, I have a lot of courses, because this is the precisely mistake I made earlier, is that I made a lot of courses which early didn't do well. And until I started focusing on a few that did extra well, then I started seeing exponential results. So this really did play out in the real world. And it will be the same if you have a business on Amazon, on YouTube, and many, many other kinds of businesses. This pattern is extremely consistent. And if you have a career and let's say you're sending out resumes, sending out a few resumes which are top notch, that you spend time improving your resume, editing it, getting feedback, etc., personalizing it, you'd need to send out fewer and you'd get better interviews than you would if you blasted out your resume perhaps. But if the resume wasn't that great, but you just sent, but it wasn't getting the great responses. You need to get it to a point where it's getting the great responses, and then it's going to get you exponentially better results. You'll see this pattern play out consistently. We know this. So why is it so hard to do? Because of stress. Stress makes us short-term focused, because when we're under stress, financial stress, business stress, career stress, we can't really think long-term until we remove the immediate stress. So it forces us into worse decisions that make us spin our wheels in our business, in the day-to-day, just keeping things afloat, rather than taking a step back and thinking, well, how do I position things so I can be in a better place in 5 or 7 years? Okay, so now that you know that the problem is largely stress, not entirely, but largely, to reduce stress, there are some basics. You've got to get exercise for mental health, not just for fitness. You got to get enough sleep, have healthy relationships, eat better. All those things contribute to your overall well-being and ability to self-manage. And of course, on top of that, you've got to practice mindfulness. And actually, we'll cover a lot of this in the course as well. And all of this will really help you take your focus away from the short term and focus on your business, improving things in your business, and results will follow. And actually with that, stress will go away long term too, because you'll be doing better. You'll have to spend less time working and getting better results. So this is really, really impactful. Now let's talk about how to spread your focus, but not just any focus. How to spread your big picture focus on the projects you choose to work on. And the issue is that what you focus on will grow. The problem is that you can't spread your focus too thin. You can't say, I want to grow my YouTube and my Facebook and my Pinterest and my coaching practice and my book and you can't do that, because then the opposite problem will happen. You will be spreading yourself too thin, giving too little time to everything, and so everything will fail from a lack of attention and resources. So you have to focus. And the narrower you focus, the better you will do at the things you'll focus on. But you can't only focus on one thing. Let's say you decide, I'm going to become a great author and have like a best-selling book that's truly best-selling, like a top 1,000 book in the world or something. Or you say, I'm going to be a great coach, or whatever it is, and you really focus on it and grow it, there starts to become another problem that whatever you do begins to be competitive and outdated. For example, when Amazon first started allowing independent authors to publish books on it, it was like a free-for-all, and it was a green pasture, and it was amazing, and it was easy. Then as years went on, with every year, it became harder, more competitive, and less compelling and less profitable as a business. And at some point, other opportunities became more attractive. So you can't only maintain that focus, because whatever you focus on today, it's innovative, tomorrow it's a dinosaur. And the problem becomes, well, you'd like to research all kinds of things, but again, you can't spread your focus. This is the challenge. This is the balancing act we're talking about here. So my recommendation is to allocate 10 to 15% of your time to experimentation. And it's actually a relatively significant amount of time, because it's not the only thing eating away at your focus on your main business. But what you can do to make things easier for yourself is to look at how to improve your current business in interesting ways, in new, innovative ways. That's that whole conversation about working on your business versus in your business. When you're working on your business, you're improving it. And sometimes when you allocate time to work on your business, the bigger picture things, how do you make things more optimized? How do you add more innovative, cooler, new, more interesting things to your business? That's also very, very related to what we're talking about here, is your experimentation. So in reality, you don't have to allocate that much extra time. What you have to do is make sure that the new things you experiment with are not totally random. They should be related to your current business and in a way be the future of your business. So for example, if I write a book, well, 10% of my time should be experimenting with audiobooks. Okay, great. Once I figured out audiobooks, maybe I can experiment with podcasts. Okay, great. If I've got podcasts and I've got audiobooks, well, I'm good with audio at this point. Maybe we'll add video. Okay, courses start to become an option. And again, these are all things that are obvious, but what if there's something that's not obvious that's coming around the corner? Like, let's say if you got into Bitcoin in like 2009, or mobile apps in 2008, or some other business like blogging in 2004 or 2000. Very, very, very early, where nobody knew about it, and the people who knew about it ridiculed it, because then like 5 or 10 years or 15 years later, the people who ridiculed it wished they got into it. How do you find those opportunities? That's a matter of, you've got to look in your industry, and you've got to follow on social media the top influencers. Very often, they'll be kind of talking about or posting about the things that are coming around the corner in your industry. And that is exactly what you want to experiment with yourself. A lot of it will fail, but if just one of it goes really well, you'll be way ahead of the game. And experimenting with what's coming around in the future will also make your current business more interesting. So that's how to combine all of that together and have your business be ahead of the competitors. And also give yourself that potential to tap into the great businesses of tomorrow without losing focus on your business of today. In this video, I want to show you the strategy that I'm using for my music personal brand page. And obviously, I'm an unknown musician, so if you're just starting out, this is the example for that. First of all, I need a better banner. This banner is okay. It's about music, but it's a little bit cheesy and ugly with the giant stars. But besides that, if you scroll down, you'll see I only have, at the moment of filming this, not that many people who like it. You see there's only 46 people who like my page and 50 people who follow this. So there's not a big following, which is fine, because this is just early days, which, by the way, even though it's not attractive, is probably very relatable to what your situation might be. Most students in this course are probably starting from scratch. So let me show you what I did. The idea here is that I spend zero time on a day-to-day on this page. My music comes out, maybe I have a new song like every once a month. I can post it and done, right? So really the posting and managing of this takes no time. But you see some of the videos I have here, like 3 engagements, 1 like, and here 20 people reached, 2 likes, and these are people I don't know. Like, it's not like I'm asking people to like it. Some of the people in this group are my friends, but very few. Most people are strangers that just found me on the internet. So what am I doing? First of all, you'll notice that if I scroll down, there's one post that has a lot of engagement. I ran an ad as an experiment. This got me probably all the 50 likes and also the 155 thumbs up here, 9 shares as you can see. And then with the next video, as you see, I still promoted with an ad, but really, really, really little. And you see this one, it looks like I didn't promote with an ad. And this one, it looks like I also didn't promote with an ad. And so I kind of got tired of running the ads and I stopped, right? And so I got very little engagement. But let's say I build up a large library of music and I say, okay, I know what my hit songs are. I want to really promote those. I can run ads to those hit songs and build up my audience here and build up the people who like this page. While at the same time, keep in mind, Facebook isn't the only place I'm promoting. My bigger priority, my bigger focus is YouTube, Spotify, perhaps even Instagram. So most of my budget would go to YouTube. And that's why I wouldn't promote that much here. But also if you promote, let's say you put a couple of dollars into each post, they start to look like you have a lot of engagement. And when your posts begin to look like they have a lot of engagement, other people who come in who don't know you, they look at your page and they see, oh, this song has people liking it and another song has people liking it. They're going to be more likely to listen. This is just building up social proof. So that's the idea of what I'm doing with my Facebook page. It's not a big marketing tool for me now. I'm just building up the content, but it's ready. Whenever I have a budget for it, it's ready to get promoted really strongly. And if you plan to never really put a lot of money into the promotion of your page, then you can put a little bit of money and at least make every post look like there's engagement around it. And one last thing, when you set up your Facebook page and if you set up your ads, you can also run ads to Instagram because Facebook owns Instagram. So this ad, let's say, if I made the same post on Instagram as well, I could run an ad with one ad setup. I can have an option to also run it on Instagram when I set up my Facebook ads. And that would automate the growth of your Facebook and Instagram, and you would be hands off. So the budget, you see, the budget that you would spend, probably you don't want to spend too much money, but it's really to save you time. Because imagine if you had to take another option, like you had to literally reach out to potential listeners and follow, and they follow you back, and you go through different other musicians and you do collaborations, and this is so time consuming. It's really time consuming, super distracting from you building your content, which is really what influencers do and what personal branded people do. So the budget here for automating the growth of your Facebook and Instagram, that's actually to save you time and of course help you grow and find fans, but also to save you a lot of time so that all of this can be automated so that you can still be hands off here and do what's really important and focus on creating your content, right? Like in my case, the music is the most important thing. If the music never gets to a tremendous high quality level, there's no point of any of this, right? So I can't distract myself with too much marketing because I have to focus on improving my craft. That's why the strategy of this page is the way it is.